Good afternoon to our students, staff, families, and community members. Thank you for joining us today. It is August the 25th, 2020, and you are joining our live Zoom virtual business meeting. We continue to conduct our meeting via Zoom due to the continued guidelines associated with the pandemic. This meeting is being live streamed on the website, MCPS TV. We have a number available for you to call in. Your lines will be muted, right? And so we just want everyone to know that public comments has been suspended at this time. And now what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and acknowledge that we have a quorum and call on each board member. I will begin with Vice President Wolf.
Here.
Mr. Asante.
Here.
Ms. Dixon.
I am here.
Dr. Daka.
Here.
Mrs. O'Neill.
Here.
Ms. Silvestre.
Here.
Mrs. Mondrosky.
Here. Good afternoon.
And I as well am present, Mrs. Evans. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. McKnight, who will serve as our acting superintendent during the absence of Dr. Smith. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I am here today with staff at the table from MCPS.
Excuse me, Monifa. President Evans, you need to adopt the agenda.
Okay, so please, at this time, if I can get a motion to adopt the agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Second. All in favor by a show of hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, Vice President Wolf. I'm jumping right in there.
That's her job.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I am here with the staff today here at the board table for our meeting this afternoon. Before we begin, I did want to share that it is with sad news that I share that our superintendent, Dr. Smith, was unable to be present because his mother passed on this past Friday, August 21st. Dr. Smith has traveled to Washington State to be there, which is where his mother lived, and to be with his family at this time. So with that, I just wanted to share in his wish to be here today. He could not be here under those circumstances. And I do ask that everyone keep him in your thoughts and prayers during this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. McKnight, and on behalf of my colleagues, we also want to extend our condolences to Dr. Smith and his family. You are in our thoughts and in our prayers. Yeah. So I will just kind of briefly go over protocol. And while we do our meeting, I will call upon each board member one at a time to ask questions, and then I will circle back around to board members again to continue asking questions that you have to get them answered and or to hear your comments. I did want to take a moment to recognize the month of August. It has been designated by the United States Senate and by the Women's Suffrage Centennial Committee as National Women's Suffrage Month. This month marks the 100th anniversary of women's right to vote in the United States. I just wanted to take a moment just to commemorate this milestone and to honor the women who fought for this right and paved the way for all of us. I encourage those of you who do not know to get familiar with the courageous women like Ida B. Wells, Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, and Alice Paul, who led this movement and made it possible for us to have this right and privilege that we enjoy today. So I don't have to approve the agenda. Our Vice President has keeping me on task. And at this time, we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is Human Resources and Development. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. So whereas the educators and others who are employed by Montgomery County Public Schools are key partners in important work and achievements of the school system, now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Education approve the monthly Human Resources and Development Report with its listings identifying new employees, employee resignations, and other employee status updates. And then it be further that resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their condolences to the families of deceased employees.
So if there are no questions of the monthly report, could I get a motion to accept the monthly report?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by a show of hands, all those that are in favor. And that is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. So whereas I'm going to begin to share some of our employees who have given significant time and service into Montgomery County Public Schools over the years and identifying their recent passing and acknowledging their contributions to the school system. Whereas on the death on June 23rd, 2020, of Dr. Kathleen A. Carroll, Assistant Principal at Sherwood High School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas during her 28 years that Dr. Carroll worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she served as an assistant principal at the middle school and high school levels, and prior to that as a special education teacher. Dr. Carroll worked tirelessly with staff, students, parents, and guardians to promote high academic achievement for all students. Dr. Carroll demonstrated outstanding leadership in her school community. Her positive demeanor, presence, and commitment contributed to a culture of learning among students and staff. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Dr. Carroll and extend deepest sympathy to her family. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Dr. Carroll. The death on June 27th, 2020 of Ms. Shirin Asari Kiani, special education teacher at Westland Middle School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and the members of the Board of Education. And whereas the 11.9 years that Mrs. Kasari Kiani worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she set high expectations for her students and worked tirelessly to help students learn and grow. She conveyed key messages of success to students and encouraged them to give their best effort. Mrs. Asari Kiani was a valued member of the special education team at Westland Middle School and the school community overall. She maintained a positive demeanor and worked well with the staff members to meet the needs of students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mrs. Asari Kiani and extend deepest sympathy to her family. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Mrs. Asari Kiani.
Move approval.
We're moving in block. Just give her 1 more second.
Oh,
I have one more.
okay.
Whereas the death on July 9th, 2020 of Ms. Denise M. Kelly, school registrar at Richard Montgomery High School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And during her 31.3 years that Ms. Kelly worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she worked diligently to ensure that student records were maintained with fidelity. She also provided transcripts to outside organizations for students moving on to higher education and was a resource for students, staff, parents, and guardians. And Ms. Kelly was a kind and dedicated member of the Richard Montgomery High School staff. She built positive interpersonal relationships with the students and staff to ensure a secure, productive, and nurturing learning environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Kelly and extend deepest sympathy to her family. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Ms. Kelly.
Can I get a motion to move all three resolutions in block?
I'd like to move all 3 resolutions in block. Thank you.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor by a show of hands. And that is, I can't see Mrs. Mondrowski. That is unanimous. Okay, thank you. All right. We'll continue on.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. And so I will now begin with our human resources and development appointments. We have 3 appointments bringing forward today. And the first appointment is actually an appointment by the Board of Education.
Thank you. So I am happy to begin with our first appointment, Mrs. Mary J. Bergstresser. She's a supervisor in the Internal Audit Board of Education office. Ms. Bergstresser has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 17 years as an internal audit analyst, and for the past year as acting supervisor of the internal audit unit in the Board of Education. And so we are so excited that she will continue to support schools as a supervisor of internal audit. At this time, could I get a motion to accept?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor by show of hands? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. So I have the next appointment, and I am bringing forward Mr. Juan Cardenas as Assistant Director of the Office of Shared Accountability. Mr. Cardenas has been employed with MCPS for 35 years as a lunch aide, office assistant, bus operator, radio bus operator, transportation router, secretarial assistant, project manager, team leader, director, assistant to the associate superintendent, and most recently as the acting supervisor of the applied research unit in the Office of Shared Accountability. Mr. Cardenas looks forward to his role as assistant director in the Office of Shared Accountability to support the school district's use and analysis of performance data to inform and increase the practice of data-driven decision-making. So again, I make the recommendation forward for Mr. Juan Cardenas in the position of Assistant Director in the Office of Shared Accountability.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor by a show of hands. And that is unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Cardenas.
Okay, I have one other appointment. I am bringing forth to the board Dr. Sarita R. James as Supervisor of Applied Research and Evaluation in the Office of Shared Accountability. Dr. James is returning to the K-12 setting after spending the past 11 years as the Chief Clinical Officer at Respire Behavioral Health Incorporation. Prior to that, Dr. James worked as a university faculty member, a school psychologist in the K-12 setting, a juvenile and forensic staff psychologist, and a research associate and assistant. Dr. James is excited to join the Office of Shared Accountability and is looking forward to working with staff members to achieve their overarching goals. So again, I recommend to you Dr. James in the position of Supervisor for Applied Research and Evaluation in the Office of Shared Accountability.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor by a show of hands. Again, that is unanimous. Congratulations, Dr. James. So at this time, we will move to recognitions.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Evans. Today, I bring forward two recognitions that I'd like to share with you today, and the first being Hispanic Heritage Month. So I have a resolution. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the cultures and traditions of those who can trace their roots to Spain, Mexico, and Spanish-speaking countries of Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. And whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the valuable contributions and the important presence of Hispanic and Latino Americans in the United States and celebrate their heritage and culture. And whereas Hispanic individuals have a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service. And whereas they have embraced and shaped our national character with century-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of September 15th to October 15th, 2020, to be Hispanic Heritage Month in Montgomery County Public Schools.
The motion.
Move approval.
Second. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor by a show of hands. And that is unanimous.
Okay. I have one more resolution on National Suicide Prevention Week. Whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to the mental and emotional health of all students through promotion, prevention, awareness, and the Be Well 365 Health and Wellness Initiative. And whereas the American Association of Suicidology and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention have designated September 6th through the 12th, 2020 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Week to raise awareness of the issue of suicide and that prevention is possible, treatment is effective, and people do recover. To help educate others on the warning signs of suicide and resources available to those in emotional distress. To reinforce that Montgomery County residents, and especially students, should have access to high quality prevention support and treatment services that lead to recovery and a healthy, productive lifestyle. And emphasize the need to focus on suicide prevention awareness every day of every year. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention report that in 2018, among individuals between the ages of 10 and 19 years, suicide continued to be the second leading cause of death in the United States among individuals, and the third leading cause of death in Maryland among individuals. And whereas in these challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic, virtual learning opportunities, and the urgent call for racial justice and equity, messages of hope and healing are more important than ever. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools will implement the evidence-based Signs of Suicide Prevention Program in all secondary schools during the 2021 school year to raise an awareness of and prevent suicide through education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim September 6th through 12th, 2020 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Week in Montgomery County Public Schools, and recommend observance to all of our school communities in an effort to find hope, build resilience, and support recovery.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor by show of hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you so much. So now we move to the next item on our agenda, item 5, which is public comments. Given that we are conducting our meetings virtually, we are asking the public to provide testimony in a variety of ways. They can submit it either through written testimony, audio, or video. And so at this time, this gives the public an opportunity to provide comments, and we can hear their views and receive their advice. Board members will not take the comments into consideration, they will take the comments into consideration, but it's not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practice. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize the existing avenues. So please check our website for any updates or changes to our board meetings, to our work sessions, and to hearings, and any changes for our start times. We have received 5 written testimonies today for today's meeting, and the written testimonies can be seen on board docs. So right now, I will just give you a summary of the 5 testimonies that we have received. The first one is from Tara Floyd. Ms. Floyd is an MCPS parent and pediatric care nurse. She expressed concerns about the proposed elementary school schedule for this fall. She specifically is concerned about the number of screen time hours required for young children and asks that MCPS reconsider this part of the plan. Another public comment was received from Jason Levine. Mr. Levine is an MCPS parent who is concerned that private companies are being permitted to lease Montgomery County school buildings to administer online learning. He asserts that MCPS is focused on seeking revenue and profiting from the closure of schools. He urges the district to reconsider and reopen with a hybrid model instead of online-only instruction. We have another written testimony, our third one, from Barbara Dominguez. Ms. Dominguez is a parent of 3 children attending MCPS schools this year. She expresses concern about the amount of screen time, especially for younger students, and the amount of time students are expected to engage online. Ms. Dominguez also requests concrete information regarding how IEPs and special education services will be implemented this fall. Our fourth testimony is from Mr. Art Williams of the 1977 Action 2 group. Mr. Williams' testimony outlines the vision and mission of the 1977-2 Action Group. Mr. Williams also emphasizes that in accordance with the district's Be Well 365 initiative, MCPS should ensure that the health and wellness of all students is supported, especially in the virtual education environment. He also discussed grade 3 literacy and the importance of incorporating the contributions of African Americans into the MCPS curriculum. He also gave recommendations on white fragility for our staff to read in the event that they have not done so already. Our fifth and final written testimony, is Nicole Bales. Ms. Bales is a parent and PTA president at South Lake Elementary School, who is advocating for the full renovation of South Lake Elementary School. She is concerned that the school is being ignored because the students who attend South Lake are overwhelming Black and Brown students. She talks about poor building conditions and asserts that the interim portables they've been using are inadequate. So we have, so that concludes the written testimonies that were sent in, and be summarizing. And at this time, I will turn to MCPS TV for the videos that we received. First up is Stacy Lynch and Margaret Bauer.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Bauer.
And I am Stacy Lynch. We are the Elementary Council on Teaching and Learning, CTL, co-chairs. The councils on teaching and learning represent educators throughout the county at all grade levels and advocate for best practices in curriculum and instruction to meet the needs of all learners.
We have both been teaching for 16 years and have been heavily involved in MCEA and CTL for some time now. We are also on an elementary curriculum recovery committee.
As committee members, we know that teachers advocated for a week with 4 front-facing instructional days and 1 day for student and family support, professional development, planning, and grading among some of the activities, all of which take a great deal of time, especially when translated into a virtual format.
This schedule would have enabled students to have a day to engage in independent study, read, and disengage from technology, which experts in child development say is important during this time of virtual learning.
Although the draft plan does not include a 4-day instructional week, we are pleased that the draft schedule now explicitly details flexible Wednesday afternoons during which the following could happen: student self-paced learning, individual and collaborative planning, grading, individual student support, and special education case management, among other items.
We want to thank the board members for supporting teacher voices and recognizing that there must be more teacher-directed planning time in an instructional week. We are appreciative that the board responded to our concerns about having flexibility during Wednesday afternoons to meet the needs of our students in a way that works for our individual school communities. In particular, we are grateful to Ms. Dixon for her active engagement with us and other teachers to help amplify and respond to school-based educator concerns.
It is important to note that every teacher spent countless hours planning for online learning for last school year and for summer school. Planning for online teaching is much more time-consuming than it is for traditional brick-and-mortar teaching.
As the Board of Education is responsible for overseeing student, community, and staff needs, teacher planning time is a priority that we need you to be aware of and address. We ask that you consider the following. Many elementary teachers have 2 new curricula in reading and math. Everyone is transitioning to a new learning management system, My MCPS Classroom, known as Canvas. MCPS is not pushing out lessons to teachers as they did in the spring. Teachers need to create and upload everything.
While Wednesday afternoons are flexible and include additional individual planning time for teachers, we remain concerned that teachers will be putting in many unpaid hours yet again during the school year.
As longtime employees of MCPS, we are devoted to ensuring that students in this county are cared for, educated, and supported socially and emotionally. But it is hard to overstate the anxiety that we and our fellow educators are feeling about the fall and how we'll be able to manage our working demands and home lives.
We hope the board will remain open-minded about considering Wednesday as an asynchronous day for elementary. Thank you once again for your support in ensuring that this draft schedule includes enough teacher-directed planning time. Please remember, our working conditions are our students' learning conditions.
Next, we will hear from Kevin Daughtry.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Daughtry, father of 2 elementary-age students. I'm speaking today to request clarification on the recent decision to allow child care providers access to the schools, access which is currently denied to the public. There's concern amongst the community about this decision, and the board should consider answering the following 5 questions about the program. Number 1, in prior meetings, Dr. Gales stated that it was not safe for children to return to school. The board agreed and decided upon an entirely virtual first semester. What health metrics or standards changed that now the board thinks it's okay for a small number of children to return? And what health metrics will we need to meet as a community to allow a larger group of students to return? Number 2, are these child care providers taking any extra precaution or security measures? And if so, why was MCPS unable to do the same to allow even a small subset of students to return? Number 3, what areas of the school will the child care providers and their clients have access to? To the gym, to the lunchroom, to the playground, to the fields, or to all areas of the school that the public currently does not have access to? Number 4, what is the capacity threshold that they are allowed to meet? I ask this in particular because in the summer survey, 42% of parents indicated that they would want their children to return in some capacity. If MCPS had adopted an optional blended learning approach where only that 42% would return for 2 days a week, then schools could hypothetically have only been at 21% capacity. Are the child care providers allowed up to that 21%? That could have been used by the general public. And finally, number 5, did MCPS consider the perception of opening the public buildings to private companies? MCPS buried the announcement of this program at the bottom of a 2-page email, almost as if they were trying to hide this information, giving it the appearance of impropriety. Let me be clear. My objection to this program is not with the child care providers. They provide a valuable service to the community and have been impacted extremely hard by the pandemic. I personally know many people that use their services or administer the programs. I have faith that they will execute the return in a safe and controlled manner. I am disappointed, however, in the board's inability to do the same. It's clear that when Dr. Gales and Superintendent Smith said it's not safe for kids to return, what they really meant to say was, we don't want to take responsibility for the safe return of students to schools. And that is an abdication of your responsibility. I look forward to hearing your answers to the questions and hopefully more discussion about this topic. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Reverend Daniel Sisto.
To Superintendent Smith, to our school board members, to our passionate teachers, and to our loving parents, thank you so much for everything that you are doing for our children, especially during this time of COVID-19. My name is Daniel Shisto, and I pastor at the Tacoma Park Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I'm also a part of AIM, Action in Montgomery, and have been involved with the South Lake Elementary School project for quite some time now. First and foremost, I want to thank this group for identifying and supporting South Lake as the school with the most infrastructure needs in our county. And thank you for trying to prioritize it in the past. We understand that you are meeting with the Montgomery County Council in a few weeks in September, and we look forward to that meeting. We would really appreciate if you could continue your advocacy for South Lake Elementary as the #1 school that needs help because of all of the unsafe conditions which you are even more familiar with than I am. From the 14 portables to the inadequate health room, which is not up to code, to the 100-degree weather indoors, and the countless other major issues. My church of over 1,000 members is only one of the 31 member houses of worship which partner with AIM. And we would really appreciate it if you could find a way to keep South Lake on schedule. Perhaps by finding funding in the school budget or helping the county council to find funding in their budgets. And this is particularly pressing due to the additional trauma that has to be endured by the students of South Lake community. Besides the unsafe conditions at South Lake, these children are growing up in a country steeped in white supremacy. We can't help but notice that the student population at South Lake is 90% black and brown. We also notice that while there have been cuts due to COVID-19, it appears that there's still funding for projects of schools who are predominantly white. I know that even mentioning race will increase our blood pressure and upset some of us, but the reality of systematic racism is that we who are white usually don't see it. And when the question is asked, defenses go up, justifications go out, and the matter is never addressed. None of us like to admit that we may be complicit in perpetuating a racist structure, but here we are in the United States. Perhaps we could use this moment to critically reflect on why South Lake has gotten delay after delay. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Next, we will hear from David Griffith.
Chairwoman Evans, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Smith, and Dr. McKnight. I speak with you again today to implore the board to rise to the moment with urgency and purpose amid this public health emergency. As of today, right now, as I speak, there is no final approved reopening plan for the 2020-2021 school year, despite the fact that teachers have already started work in their second day of in-service and students are less than a week away from starting school. Spoiler alert, you're going to be passing the plan today because you've painted yourselves in the corner and have no other options. Unfortunately, your delays have allowed the situation pass you by and allow you to consider any other considerations. For instance, it may have made sense several months ago to prioritize ninth graders to start high school first. But in any second semester reopening plan, it makes much more sense to bring the 12th graders back first to allow them to salvage what remains of their senior year in high school. Board adoption of the plan is a foregone conclusion, and the debate today, such as it is kabuki theater. Just like the board's adoption of the superintendent's plan to close the schools for half the year. Dr. Smith's order didn't mention that it was subject to board approval, so it came as a bit of a surprise to realize that the board was voting on it. So the board didn't approve the closure so much as endorse it, and it took them more than 2.5 weeks after Dr. Smith's email to do so. If any time called for an emergency meeting to discuss the closure of schools for half the year, this would have been the time, rather than adhering to a previously scheduled set of meetings, because that's the way things have always been done. Speaking of Dr. Smith's email and the board's resolution, both reference the medical advice of the County Health Commissioner, Dr. Travis Gales, to close the schools at least for the first quarter. And yet, the August 7th public health order regarding private schools, Dr. Gales noted that MCPS schools should be closed through October 1st. I checked, and that is not the date of the end of the first quarter. It is actually November 9th, 5 weeks later. Now, I've had kids in MCPS long enough to know that MCPS is going to do what MCPS is going to do. But I would encourage you to adhere strictly to the medical advice and scientific evidence provided to you by county experts. And if you're going to go beyond it or past it or ignore it, then to explain exactly why and provide the educational rationale for doing so. Again, this moment calls out for county leaders such as yourselves to be clear, transparent, and accurate in all your decision making. And I encourage you to do so. And congratulations again in advance for adopting the reopening plan.
Our final video testimony will come from Aura Flores, and she's provided her written copies in English and in Spanish.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Aura Flores y mi hijo asiste a la escuela primaria Soft Lake. Nací en Guatemala, donde las escuelas no brindan tanto de las familias como lo hacen en los Estados Unidos, y por eso vine a Estados Unidos en busca de más oportunidades para mí y mi familia. Cuando mi hijo comenzó en Soft Lake, una escuela comunitaria, vi que proporciona mucho para que mi hijo y mi familia de Soft Lake ofrezcan muchos recursos como comida gratis, terapia de inglés, clases de capacitación laboral, Excel Beyond the Bell, escuela de verano y otras clases que ayudan a padres y estudiantes Soft Lake. Hace lo mejor que puede con lo que tiene para apoyar a nuestra comunidad, para nuestro edificio. Es inadecuado y limita las oportunidades en nuestros estudiantes y merecen para prosperar. En la época del COVID-19, los problemas con nuestro edificio hacen que sea inseguro para nuestros estudiantes ingresar al edificio Cuando ingresan para recibir instrucción en persona, nuestro edificio es demasiado pequeño para los 900 estudiantes que asisten a Soft Lake y nuestros estudiantes no podrían estar separados los 6 pies. Tenemos 14 salones portátiles, 4 de los cuales se colocaron en nuestro estacionamiento, que ni siquiera tiene el suficiente estacionamiento para el personal. Eso es más que cualquier otra escuela primaria, intermedia o secundaria en todo el condado de Montgomery. Tenemos muy pocos baños. Cuando mi hijo tiene que dejar el portátil para ir al baño, pierde más tiempo de aprender. Nuestra calefacción y aire acondicionado a menudo no funcionan, lo que hace que es demasiado caliente o demasiado frío para que mi hijo aprenda. La sala de salud tiene 1/3 del tamaño que debería tener. Los estudiantes deben esperar en la oficina o en el pasillo cuando la enfermera está ayudando a otros estudiantes. Se supone que íbamos a recibir un centro de salud en la escuela, pero no dijeron que no teníamos suficiente espacio. Eso realmente podría haber ayudado a nuestra comunidad del COVID-19. Gracias a la Junta de Educación por hacer de Soft Lake su prioridad. Número 1 en el plan de mejoras de capital. Me complace que la Junta de Educación se reunirá con el Consejo del Condado para tratar que la construcción de la escuela de Soft Lake vuelva al programa original de apertura del nuevo edificio en el 2023. Le pido que haga todo lo posible para trabajar con el Consejo para que esto pueda suceder. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so this concludes our public comments portion of our meeting. And I want everyone to know that the next board meeting is on September the 10th, 2020, and the public can begin submitting their testimony on September the 2nd. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. McKnight. We are on item 6 of the agenda.
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure, absolutely. I'm sorry. There are comments for our public comments. Yes, you are more
Yes. On behalf of the community that meets with 1977-2 and the ABLE group, which is a new service-oriented group for equity, we want to thank Mrs. Dixon for her work, steadfast work on reading initiatives. So that was in the statement. Well, reading initiatives were in the statement as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other? Yes, Mrs. Smodrowski.
Yes, just in reference to, we haven't been doing committee updates and things like that, but I did want to mention in reference to some of the discussion in testimony about public special education services, that the Special Populations Committee will be having a meeting, a forum style meeting Thursday night from I think it's 6:30 to 8. I could be wrong about that, but and so there's information about that online that people can find out. Questions can be submitted in advance.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Smodrowski. And I believe it's from 6 to 7:30. I just wanted to help you in letting the community know. I just looked it up real quickly. Not to correct you, but just to
thank you. I appreciate it because I couldn't remember if it was 6:30 to 8 or 6 to 7:30. So
yeah,
thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I just looked it up real quickly. No
Thank you.
problem. Okay. And so at this time, if there are no other comments from board members, and I don't see anybody unmuted, I don't see any hands raised, I just want to say thank you to everyone who submitted written testimony, video testimony as well. We do appreciate your comments. And if for some reason your questions are not addressed in our presentation and you've asked questions that we need to get back to you, we will make certain that staff responds to you via email. So thank you so much for continuing to participate in public comments. And so now we'll turn it over to Dr. McKnight and introduce our next topic of discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. If I may, I'd like to take a moment to just recognize and to share my sincere appreciation to the staff in Montgomery County Public Schools. We are in, as someone said earlier, the second day of what we know as pre-service week to welcome our staff back. And while we're coming in a different format, it's still the excitement of it's time for us to come back to school. And the staff has just worked tremendously in different ways to do this monumental task of recreating how we open school and just reimagining what that looks like, and figuring out what it looks like in an entire and virtual environment. My work allows me actually in many circumstances to engage with many different employees. And I tell you, not only have I been able to understand the complexity of their work, but I also have been able to acknowledge the creative staff members that we have who have had to go to the length of figuring out, how do I reimagine what I did in a brick and mortar setting for decades and decades? And how do I then translate that to make sure that those same sentiments, the students are the center of what we provide, is in the midst of what we're planning for this year and opening in a virtual format. And, you know, I just say our community has risen to the understanding that this is an unsurmountable challenge. It's difficult. There's no easy answer to the complexities that we have to face in this, but, you know, we worked hard so that our kids can enjoy and benefit from the quality education they've received here in Montgomery County over the years. And I just want the staff to know that we are very proud of them for doing this, for their commitment, for their continued focus on the students, and that their professionalism as we navigate all of these circumstances as we move forward is something that really warms my heart. And I just felt the need to share an appreciation for that, because there's no way we could have gotten to the point of where we are today with every single staff member in the system working hard and making commitments to be able to do that. Today, there's going to be a message that goes out to the staff from Dr. Smith and myself, in which we're going to share this vital message and share our appreciation for everything that staff has done to get us to that point. I just wanted to be able to publicly say that, share their appreciation to the staff on that. I have one other update under recovery of education, because it fits into opening of school and all of our current priorities as it relates to that. I came to the board on our July 14th board meeting to share the vision behind launching an anti-racist school system audit and all the components of that audit and what it would look like. And so I tell you, you know, there were a lot of questions that came up right after that, in which, you know, people asked the salient question, you know, what will be different in this audit? What will be different in what we learn and what we do versus what we have done in the past in MCPS? And I think that was a really important question to ask. And I'm grateful to our staff, our community members, and our students for raising that question, because what it did in turn was allow us to say, okay, we clearly need to spend more time with our community members engaging in a discussion to understand the purpose of this audit, and most importantly, solicit everyone's understanding in the design of the audit so that it can be, one, meaningful to them, and two, our community is able to see their work and the footprints of their priorities outlined in this audit. And so, you know, it just said, again, this is an opportunity in which we need to be flexible. And so we've done that, and we've honored that feedback and have spent over the last month or so engaging in different groups, getting feedback from them on the design, and we'll continue to do so. So I initially shared in July that our completion of the audit would be done in by October 27th board meeting, which was very aspirational. Since then, we again have learned that we need to spend more time in getting feedback on the design of it. So we've revised our timeline and looking for the audit to be completed in November, December, to be able to come back and share findings with the board in January. So we are engaging with our stakeholders. The Equity Initiatives Unit have been steeped in that work. Many of you board members have met with Troy Body from the Equity Unit and Stephanie Sharon from my office. Again, just compiling information to help us to determine the appropriate steps in the design. We're engaging our central office leaders around the 6 audit focus areas that we're going to use in the audit. And then our goal is to be able to examine our internal data as well to figure out what are the data sources that we already have available to us that we need to look at that will be helpful to pull back and determine these are areas that will help us in looking at our work in the areas of progress through an anti-racist lens. So we are doing that. I'm excited that we're engaging everyone in this work. And I look forward to providing another update to you in our September 22nd board meeting on the progress of that work.
Okay.
All right. And I will now move on to our topic of the reopening of schools planned under the recovery of education. So today we're going to focus our conversation with you about the opening of schools and how that relates to the overall recovery of educational plan. On August 4th, we released to the public the updated 2020 Fall Recovery Plan, which focused on our virtual only instructional model. And we did that after we changed, or there were decisions made from a health perspective that we needed to not implement a blended model and move to complete virtual. So our plan was developed with the principles of excellence and equity in mind, as always, and is also aligned to the MSDE guidelines that we have been sharing from the state that have put some guidelines in place for us to focus on that. I did want to make a note to share with you, there have been much discussion at the state level about our recovery of education plan and all of the virtual plans occurring in the state. And there was conversations at the state yesterday and today. And at some point there was a motion put forward within a discussion that the state was having on making a requirement at a minimum of 3.5 hours of synchronous time occurring per day. That motion did not pass, but that is a conversation that is very much alive and well at the so much so that I'll say today in their board meeting, the state board president did make an announcement that they are tabling the discussion of the hour and day requirements for synchronous instruction until September 1st. But he did make a statement saying they're going to make a very tough decision at that time on behalf of all children in the state of Maryland. So we should stay tuned to that and know that that update will be coming to us September 1st from the state board. With that said, we've continued to spend time gathering feedback from a number of different stakeholders, from the board, thousands of community members, just on how do we define exactly what a rigorous and robust online virtual learning experience is, while also acknowledging that we're going to have to require lots of flexibility. And as I said in the last board meeting, be nimble and be willing to look at what we learn and make changes as changes come up and we recognize that this is something we need to look at differently or make an adjustment. Our presentation today is going to highlight critical updates regarding how the district plans ensure that level of flexibility and learning that meets the needs of all learners while keeping in mind the needs of our teachers and everything that they need to be able to implement a virtual learning experience for their students. Additionally, I am excited for us to view a video highlighting the virtual learning experience at Roscoe Nix and Arcola Elementary Schools. Both are our innovative schools, and they have actually been in session since early July. And much of what they have learned in their journey, we have been able to watch, learn, listen, and accept feedback and have discussions with them that have allowed us to be able to shape our plan accordingly. So we will watch that today. And at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Wilson, the Chief of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. And she's here with a team of staff to speak to the specifics about the recovery plan.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Certainly a pleasure to be here today to share with you our work on the recovery plan. But first, as board members have learned and heard, our teachers and our community partners came together to serve a record number of students during our virtual summer recovery efforts. Dr. Keisha Addison, the Director of Shared Accountability for the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools, is here with us today, and she has worked with her team and central and school-based staff to provide information about what our participating stakeholders said about their experiences in these programs. Dr. Addison, you may begin with this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Good afternoon, members of the board. As you know, MCPS offered multiple summer programming opportunities. All summer programs were virtual only and included both central and local school programs. The goal of the summer programs was to address learning recovery due to COVID-19, maximize student engagement during summer months, and offer engaging opportunities to support not only student interest, but also student well-being. As you see on this slide, we had a total of 49,073 students who participated in the programs identified. The largest number of students participated in the local school programs, which consisted of our Summer Boost and Summer Enrichment programs. One area not included here is that for high school virtual summer school. For high school summer school, online courses for high school credit were offered through a third-party vendor, Apex. Enrollment was tracked through Apex. It is important to note that some students may have registered for a course, but did not actually begin the course. Additionally, some began working, but may not have completed the course. Due to this, as a result, final counts for high school are based on students who successfully completed the course and earned credit. With that, close to 4,000 students earned credit across 5,256 courses. Next slide, please. To learn from our implementation and identify areas that might inform our work in the fall, feedback was solicited from stakeholders. Across all programs, we asked a common set of questions. Highlighted on this slide is the perspective from teachers and parents. These stakeholders were asked to indicate the extent to which they agree that the program helped improve the academic skills of participants. As you will notice on the slide, the majority of responses are 80% or higher, with a few exceptions. It is important to note that the number of responses to the surveys varied. And if you reflect back to the previous slide, noting the number of sites, that can provide some context as to why that you see these differences. In addition to asking about the extent to which summer opportunity improved academic skills, other common items asked that also had high levels of agreement included whether parents would sign their child up again for a program, where the percents ranged from a low of 89% for a regional virtual high school to a high of 95% for ELO sale. We also sought feedback from from students at the secondary level as to whether they would recommend a friend for the program they attended. Responses for this range from a low of 86% for middle school ELA and math boost and a high of 92% for external partnerships. And now I will turn it over to Ms. Essie McGuire, Associate Superintendent of Operations, who will share updates related to the opening of schools.
Thank you. Thank you. And as we start to turn our attention to the opening of schools for the new school year, we wanted to start this conversation with sharing some information about our meals program. As I think folks are aware, we are nearing the end of the first emergency phase of our food and nutrition distribution program over the spring and summer. And tomorrow, Wednesday, is our last day for that phase. And then we will turn again to food distribution beginning on Monday with the first day of school in a more traditional school lunch format. Through today, we have served over 4 million meals since March 16th. And that effort has been significant, and we have really appreciated being able to support our families and our communities through that. That effort took place under a number of waivers from both the state and federal government. And those waivers from some of the regulations and some of the constraints that normally follow school lunch, those will end as we start school. The requirement that we have from the state and federal government is to return to the National School Lunch Program, which does require us to go back to standard meal charge processes. It also requires us to identify student ID numbers, and it also requires us to be more focused on the school environment and on schools as a distribution model. And so what we've been able to do is within those constraints, really be able to make food distribution as accessible to our families as possible as we start. We will be providing breakfast and lunch, and that will be available for all enrolled MCPS students. And we'll be serving food at 74 schools. We want to start with this approach and this model. And certainly as we get more experience with our meal delivery over the next few weeks, we want to make adjustments as we go forward. We'll be able to look at the data around our participation in different areas where we see those needs arising, and we can adapt at that point. We fully intend to expand the number of sites, as well as, again, make any adjustments that we need to make as we go forward. So we do feel that this is a strong starting point, but we know that we want to be responsive to the need and interest that we see in the community as we start to roll out. Families will be able to go to any of the 74 school sites. You can pick up the meals for all of your students at one place for those students who are in your home. And what you will need to have with you are the student ID numbers. A letter went home to every MCPS family this week that provides both the student ID numbers and also a barcode. And families can bring the barcode, the ID numbers, or a picture of the barcode, any of those things with you to the school sites. And that way we can check each student into the system and be able to distribute the meals that way. If we want to go ahead to the next slide, it does show a map of where the sites are located. And I know probably can't read all of this, but you can see the distribution of sites across the county. We did work to go across a number of areas of the county. So we are in Poolsville, we're in Damascus, we're in the Olney Sherwood area, we're also in Cabin John, Walter Johnson, and then of course, really also tracking some of those areas where we know there are a lot of families close together who may be able to access the meals at schools by having those school services available in their neighborhoods and communities along some of the areas where we know the population is more concentrated in the county. So again, these are the 74 sites at elementary, middle, and high school that we'll begin with. We're excited to enter this new school year. We are working to expand our menus and expand the number of options that families have when they come to pick up meals. And again, we absolutely will continue to be responsive and adapt our food service delivery program as we go through the first few weeks and into the fall of the new school year.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGuire. We'll just pause and allow board members to ask questions. First, I just want to make a comment for clarification purposes for the viewing audience. Can you talk a little bit about what the difference was between meal distribution in the spring and summer versus what it's going to be in the fall?
Yes, absolutely. And it's a really important distinction. So thank you, Mrs. Evans. When we had to go into emergency closure in the spring, as of course did so many areas, and this is true for the entire state, all jurisdictions are in the state are operating under these same parameters. What the state and federal government allowed us to do was to operate under what's known as the summer school food program. And that typically is only for summers and only for when we're not actually in session. But again, the state and federal government did allow us to operate under that in the spring as well during school. And that is what allowed us to have that regional model. It allowed us to be in other locations that aren't schools. And it also, through another waiver, allowed us to serve free meals to anyone under 18. And those, again, it's a combination of the rules that are allowed in summer with some additional waivers for income eligibility. And we so appreciated those waivers. It was really critical in our effort to be able to get food out as widely as we were able to go. All summer, we, along with a lot of other jurisdictions, many of our elected officials have really been advocating for the continuance of those lenient guidelines to be able to continue flexible food delivery since we're not in a brick and mortar school environment. And again, other jurisdictions have joined us in that as well. And Mrs. Evans, you and Superintendent Smith wrote a letter to all of our elected delegation at the state and federal level requesting that they continue, again, those waivers and those lenient guidelines. However, in the absence of that, at this time, the guidance that we have does require us to go back under the National School Lunch Program. And the National School Lunch Program is what we do in our regular years. It's going through the lunch lines, it's having one student with the account per number, and the reimbursement rules around that are very strict for the school system in terms of how we provide the food, how we charge for the food, and how we serve and deliver that food. There are some waivers that were continued. For example, allowing us to serve more than one meal at a time is very important in terms of being able to have breakfast and lunch served together. Allowing families to pick up the meals with a student ID number instead of having to have the student present, that's also an important waiver. So there is some flexibility in the guidelines for the National School Lunch Program, and we appreciate that, certainly. But it is going to, again, require us to be more tied to schools. It's going to require us to be less mobile, and it's going to require us to go back to charging according to the relative paid status per student. And again, those are requirements that we do not have a waiver from at this time. Again, I know MCPS and the board, as well as other jurisdictions, continuing to advocate for that. And certainly, if we are able to extend those delivery models, we certainly would do that.
All right. And so during the summer, we delivered food on buses. Why isn't that the option for the fall?
So there's a couple of reasons, but I'll tell you, our bus fleet and our bus drivers really appreciated being able to do that. They love being out in the community, and I know the community appreciated it as well. And we would love to be mobile again. There's a couple of reasons, and one, again, the National School Lunch Program does bring it back to a school. Summer food does envision that you can be in the community. It envisions community programs, camps, other kinds of non-school activities. The National School Lunch Program model envisions school. And so it does require us to be tied more to schools. It also requires us, again, to be able to use our systems in a way that tracks in real time the connection between a student and a meal. So there's a technological piece that we would need to sort out if we were able to go back onto the buses. Another reason that's important is that anything that we send out on a bus needs to be shelf stable. So for example, if we're delivering through our food services trucks, or certainly at a school, we're able to refrigerate and follow those guidelines. So it does limit our menu a little bit, what we can deliver by bus. Nonetheless, we will continue working on that option. We are hopeful that we will be able to continue working with the state and identify solutions to some of those issues, particularly the technological and regulatory issues. And if we're able to, we certainly would love to pick that model up again. So I think for the first few weeks, again, we want to really focus on rejuvenating and standing up our operations at schools, and doing that in accordance with the public health conditions that we're in. And we'll certainly build out to the extent possible throughout the fall.
Okay. Mrs. Smodrowski, we'll start with you, and then we'll go as if we were sitting at the table. I'll go with Vice President Wolf next. Mrs. Smodrowski.
Yep. So thank you for that information. You've kind of sort of touched on a lot of what I had to say. The first are just a couple of comments. First of all, can we please make sure that we send out a text message that tomorrow is the last day of the summer food distribution, because there are a lot of Fridays tend to be a much heavier distribution day than during the week. And so I think that if people are aware that tomorrow's the last day, I know it's gone out in some notifications, but I think a text message would be extremely important here. And I'm very glad about the barcode system is the other thing, because I think it'll make it much easier for parents to be able to pick up meals without their children being there. My questions really, well, the first one was about, my concern is especially not quite as much with walkers, but with bus riders, and about whether or not bus drivers could take food to the bus stops. You've mentioned that where the issue is with that, I would very, very much like to strongly encourage us to figure out how to get that approved or passed by whether it's a federal or state organization, to make that a reality. And then you mentioned something about this, but one of my questions was about, can lunch be picked up at breakfast? I couldn't tell from what you mentioned. Is that something that we will be doing, so that if families come to get breakfast, can they pick up their lunch at the same time so kids don't have to go back?
So thank you, and let me highlight a little bit more of the operational details. Thank you for that. So our service window will be 11 to 1, and during that time, breakfast and lunch both will be available. So families can pick up breakfast and lunch together, but the service window at the schools is from 11 to 1. So there's that one window for families to come. And I just want to highlight a couple of other points there. So yes, tomorrow is the last day for this week. We will be giving out triple meals. So if families come tomorrow, they'll be able to pick up Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday meals all together. And then we certainly will continue to put that information out. You're absolutely correct. We don't want people to be confused about that, and we'll be able to share that information tomorrow as well. In terms of our schedule for the fall, we will start with the same schedule we've had in terms of Monday, Tuesday, double meals on Wednesday, and then Friday. So we will continue that schedule. And again, as we're able to see how the operations work in this new environment, what our use and participation is, then we'll also look for opportunities again to adjust that schedule to the extent possible if we're able to meet the production of doing that. So we'll continue to look for that, but at the beginning, we're going to start with that 4 days with double meals on Wednesday. So again, then on Wednesday, folks can pick up 2 breakfasts and 2 lunches if that's their interest. I also just want to emphasize, again, the ID numbers and the barcodes are very important, but we're not going to turn people away. We want to work with families. If families come and can give us their name, then we will absolutely be very happy to give them some food and work out with folks later how to set up accounts and get kids and families connected to our system. So we want to work with families. We want everyone to come out. And if you don't have a number, don't worry about it. Just please come on out, and we will absolutely, again, want to work with people. And our main interest is in serving people food. So that's what we want to do.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate especially the clarification there on the service time, 11 to 1. I understand why we're doing it that way. As I mentioned to you previously, my concern is that if a child, like in elementary school, or let's just say a middle schooler, for example, is outside of the 1.5 mile walking distance time, so they would normally take a bus, and the schools, I know that there's probably elementary schools that would be closer to them, but I'm very concerned that if we don't offer food pickup in the mornings, and where someone could get their breakfast and pick up the lunch, that they may not have the ability to walk that kind of distance during the time that we're allotting. So I'm just putting that out there as I hope that we will really monitor that. My last question then really is, I know that SROs, for example, have done food delivery. Nonprofits like the Women Who Cares Ministries has done food distribution. And I have spoken, and I know there are other organizations as well. I'm just talking about whom I've specifically spoken with directly. My question is will they still be allowed to do that? And will we advertise that groups like MANA, Women Who Cares Ministries, and them who are doing weekend food sacks, will we be putting that out there for families to be aware that that's available for them as well?
So yes, we so appreciate our food partners, and the faith and nonprofit and advocacy communities have just so stepped up over this entire period, and I know that they will continue to for the fall to just really again provide those additional sort of wraparound supports for our community. So we'll absolutely continue those partnerships. We are active members of both the county emergency task force as well as the food council, and we'll continue to work with that. The weekend backpacks and sacks are absolutely continuing, and we so appreciate MANA and Women Who Care for providing those. That's on our website, and we will continue that delivery and working with them around that. And again, we'll need to continue to work through the logistics of that just because everything's changing, but we are going to still continue to partner with them and absolutely be providing those weekend supports that they provide. And then just continuing to work with our partners around what other kinds of food supports people can provide. I know we've had a number of grants that we've worked worked on in terms of providing that additional produce or other fresh foods. So we're very happy to continue to engage in those partnerships.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Mondrowski. Vice President Wolf.
Yes, I would like to thank everyone that's worked on the food distribution program. It's been absolutely amazing. And I really just have a couple of concerns. One, I think, is pretty much the same thing that I believe Ms. Mondrowski was getting at, and that has to do with breakfast. I'm somewhat concerned if you don't pick up breakfast until 11 to 1, and yet you expect the kids to be online learning, particularly elementary school kids, in the morning from 9 to 11. I'm wondering if there's any way that you can give out breakfast for the week at the beginning of the week. You know, you might have to come pick up lunch every day, but breakfast is really important. I know for myself, it's the first thing out of my grandson's mouth when he gets up is, what are we having to eat? But more importantly, it helps them with learning in the morning. So I was hoping that you could rethink that and figure out if there's a way to give out breakfast on Monday for the entire week, even if they have to come for lunch on different days. My second issue, which I think I've raised before, I still remain somewhat concerned about being able to pick up lunch within the time allotted, depending upon how far you are from the lunch site. Now, I do appreciate that you can go to any school. And I want to make sure that people understand that they can go to their closest school so that our kids that are on school-wide programs know they don't have to try to get over to where they actually go to school. But I am still somewhat concerned about that. Can you talk a little bit more about that, Essie?
Sure. So again, there are 74 sites, and again, it is absolutely our intention as we get a few weeks into this to expand and be able to do that based on, again, where we're seeing that would be the most helpful and appropriate. From a time standpoint, I may defer to one of my teaching and learning colleagues to speak more about the schedule and attendance, but I do know that we have worked to align the schedule with the lunch window to provide as much time as possible. And also I know that there's a great deal of flexibility in terms of allowing students and families to, do what they need to do to meet these needs of their day and all the individual conditions and circumstances that families find themselves in from a scheduling and other time issues. So I think that we would be relying on that flexibility. As well as, again, there's a very significant overlap in the amount of time that's there during the day.
Okay, well, I hope we're going to collect some information on that to be sure that our students are able to work that out with the schedule that they have. But I'd also like to get some feedback on the possibility of breakfast being able to be given out on Monday for the entire week. I mean, I don't know what breakfast consists of, but if it's a non-perishable, it would seem to me that should be able to be done.
So I think, I'm sorry.
I'm finished, thank you.
So I absolutely hear that suggestion. And again, I think that I'm really hopeful that as we get through the first couple of weeks and we really are able to see, again, sort of what that volume is. Some of it for us is a volume and production issue. And being able to turn around and package and deliver the quantity that we need. So I think that as we are, again, as we really see the numbers and the participation and where folks are, that's exactly the kind of adjustment that we'd be happy to make as we see what's feasible going in. Again, we definitely want to expand sites. I am hearing you on folks wanting to pick up multiple meals, multiple days worth of meals, particularly breakfast. And so we'll absolutely look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes, I have to thank everyone who has participated and helped us all these months, all of our employees. 4 million meals is just tremendous. And it speaks to the need in our community. You know, I envision some problems because of the shift to, you must be an enrolled student. So homeschool kids who may be in private or parochial schools may show up, they're not going to have an ID number. They're not enrolled, and that could be a problem. The other thing that has gone through my mind as we've talked about breakfast, Maryland Meals for Achievement has provided universal free breakfast in our schools, regardless of whether you qualify for free reduced meals. And, Kennedy High School and Watkins Mill High School. And, I think we were up to almost 70 schools with the universal free breakfast. So, I think whatever waivers we can get for the reimbursable meals and recognizing the tremendous needs and the shift economically, with greater numbers of people unemployed now because of the pandemic, I think that all of us, have to continue to work to that end. But, as the fall evolves, to be flexible and to try to serve the needs of the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I should just, I'm sorry, but oops, as you're saying, Mrs. O'Neill, I do want to emphasize that we will continue to implement the Maryland Meals for Achievement program. We are working with the state again around sort of how to track and be accountable for that, given the non-location locations that we are working with. But we absolutely are in those conversations and intend to continue to apply that to the degree possible.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Yeah, I thank Ms. Smombrowski for asking that question about lunch. I thought I had missed it in the notes that we had, but I have another question about if we can have a typical idea of a typical breakfast that would be included, if you don't mind.
Sure. No, absolutely. So a typical breakfast does include, we certainly try to, again, in this environment when we're sending home, we do have some things that can be heated up. We always include a fruit and a milk, and then we can heat up. Again, we have French toast, we have bagels, we have a number of, and again, we always include a fruit as well as a milk and a beverage. So those pieces kind of round it out, and we are working to expand what's able to be distributed, and so the parents can have choices when they come for those items as well.
Thank you. I missed the sticky buns, but that was like 40 years ago. I have a question about the summer programs. I hope it's okay to ask it now, but I was not asking, but
I'm sorry.
ELO sale literacy was only 75% for teachers thinking it was effective and 64% for parents. Why was that? Does anybody know?
So we have more detailed information that we can explore to give some background information for that. That was just one of the items, so we can work on getting you more information related to some of those responses from teachers.
I was just curious because all the other ones were 70 and 80%. I just didn't know what happened there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daka. Ms. Silvestre.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, so I would appreciate some quick answers if that's possible. With the summer program data, I don't see any breakout of farms participation. What percentage of the students that took the summer program at the schools are farms? Can you restate what happened with the high school data, because that was not included in the slides? And around meals, how will you manage new farm enrollments? And can you restate again why you can't do the busing to the bus stops with the food? Because we're hearing that other school districts are doing that, in fact. Thank you.
So, Essie, let me start with the summer programs and then I'll hand it over to you. So for the farms information, it did vary by the different programs. For the local summer programs, it was 24% of the population received farm services. For ELO program, it was 77%. And then for some of the other programs, such as, I'm looking, so give me a second, for high school, we'll have to circle back to you for the high school breakdown because I don't have that one in front of me. In terms
because we are so targeting our focus groups, it's always important that you share that information with us for our farm students and our focus.
Yes, and we can get that back. We did share a memo on July the 29th that had that information shared, but we'll take that in mind in terms of the presentation to the community. In addition, for the high school program, what I shared was that the high school program was based on the students who successfully completed the courses and earned credit. And so 3,893 students earned credit across 5,256 courses.
And how does that relate to previous years? Is that on par? More?
We can get back to, I don't have that in front of me, so we'll get back to you on that.
So, and on your two meals questions, Ms. Silvestri, first with the buses, I will absolutely follow up with our fellow jurisdictions. I know that folks were doing a lot of what we were over the summer, but if they're continuing that into the fall, then we'll certainly look into what's feasible about that. Again, we certainly will continue to work with the state around how to implement that. And then we would just need to solve the technological problem on our end, which I'm sure most technology problems can be worked out with our excellent team. So we would do that. But our first look really is to sort out the regulations. And so we'll be sure to follow up on that if other jurisdictions are doing that into the fall. And then in terms of new farms enrollment, we're absolutely going to continue to really work with families. Certainly anyone who comes up to the sites that is new to the system, we will inquire about that. And then we will continue to work with principals as well as with our parent community coordinators and other outreach into through the schools to really be sure that we're reaching families and being sure that we can enroll everybody. We do have we enroll all the time throughout the year as needed, and certainly if there's ever any change in status for anyone or anything like that. But also we have until October to implement the new system for this year in terms of the farms enrollment. Again, we can continue through the year, but we are able to carry families over for the beginning part of the year, and that helps give us a transition so that we're able to again follow up and work with families. So we'll certainly continue to work through those outreach mechanisms as well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Asante.
All right, I just wanted to say kudos to everyone who's worked on the meal program. I know it's been a highlight of MCPS's services during this entire pandemic, and it's been something that has benefited a lot of people. I know this hasn't said, but I really wanted to re-emphasize looking into allowing parents or people to pick up meals in bulk for the week, because I feel like that would be helpful to a lot of people. And I had a question about pricing. I was wondering why elementary school pricing couldn't go down, or like where the $255 figure comes from and why that's the number that's chosen for the price of meals.
Sure. Good question. And that's, thank you for raising that. The board does set the price of meals every year. The board has not, we haven't actually had an increase in the price of lunches since FY15. So we've been able to really hold that level of prices very steady. And we really, want to do that. Of course, it's always our goal and our intent to provide the meals at as low a cost as possible. Food services is required to be self-sustaining in terms of that cost and reimbursement structure. And so we do have to charge at a level that also allows us to keep the fund at a healthy level. Typically, we do have a higher cost at the secondary than elementary level, and that's because of we are able to serve some different kinds of food there, and generally higher proportions are authorized for older students. But this year, because of the environment that we're in, again, with serving all the meals for all levels in one place, we wanted those prices to be the same. And so we went with the lower price. So we didn't feel that we were able to lower it below where it's been since 2015, but we certainly wanted to align it at the lower price rather than the higher price.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
So, Essie, I was just wondering, where are the meals prepared? Is it at the school or the 74 sites, or does the food come from, the food services central kitchen up at, I think it's Turkey Thicket, or where are those meals prepared?
So all of the above. Our central production facility, which is Turkey Thicket, is really important to us. That's where we can do most of our actual cooking and where we can prepare a lot of meals because we have a lot of food because we have the bulk equipment there. We have most of our cooking equipment there, and we certainly have the bulk of our storage there. However, our school kitchens are really important for sort of the full meal, for preparing the rest of the full meal. So for example, where we might cook something centrally at the central production facility and then deliver it to schools, the schools then would take that component, put it with some of the other fresh components, say a fruit or a milk, perhaps assemble a sandwich.
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry, don't want to cut you off, but I know they do that, but I'm talking about for this school year. Will the food be prepared in the school, or will it be delivered prepared?
Well, so we'll have to follow the same kind of model that we typically use, because the school kitchens are equipped for the model that I've been describing. So we will need to cook some at the central facility, deliver it to schools, and then have the schools take that final step and then deliver it from the 74. So we'll actually be using more of the school kitchens than the 74 distribution sites because we need that space for storage. We need that space for assembly and final preparation. And then we'll be delivering from central facility to all the schools, from some of the schools to the 74, and then out to families. So we're using all of our resources in this effort. We need them all.
So I would just urge, if you could keep track of, the numbers, because I think we are assuming that kids are actually able to go get the food, or they have a parent who's home who could go get the food. There are a lot of people who have to go to work. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if bringing folks in a little bit earlier so that, parents could pick up things early in the morning before they go to work and take it home to their children. I think, that would be helpful. I'm worried about that, some kids won't be able to eat because they don't have someone who can go and get the food. And certainly I think I agree with Ms. Mondrowski and Ms. Wolf that we need to have some earlier options. Let's say if a parent could pick up stuff that if it was ready at 7, and pick it up and take it home and then go on to work. I know, from being in the schools that the cafeteria people come in very, very early. And so I'd be interested in just some data related to that. Okay. Thanks very much.
Absolutely. No, monitoring that kind of data is going to be critical to us. And as you said, certainly our folks are used to working early in a normal year, so we can make whatever adjustments seem to work.
If I may, Ms. Evans, just to interject for just a second. Thank you, Ms. McGuire, for sharing that. 2 connections I wanted to make for you. One, we heard you loud and clear about the option to be able to allow people to pick up in bulk. I think that will address a lot of some of the discussion here, so we're willing to go back and look at what we can do in that circumstance. But this is Ms. Dixon's comment as well about, when it comes down to a high meal or whatever it may be, and the parents' flexibility to pick that up. It ties to why we ended up with the 11-to-1 to begin with, but it is something we will look at because we wanted to make sure there was time that wouldn't interrupt with the school schedule of learning schedule. However, with that said, our option to be able to record or our option to record the lessons does allow for that flexibility if parents or families do need to pick up meals at a different time, they can always go back and look at the recording if there's a circumstance that requires they can't get there, it's interrupted with the school day, or if they're late or whatever it may be, late to listen. So I just wanted to make that connection as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Mondraski, I saw your hand.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify so we're all on the same page. As follow-ups, we're going to look at / monitor being able to hand out multiple meals and on multiple days at a time, so in bulk, and also a morning pass out time. Bus drivers delivering to bus stops, which, if I understand, I know there are districts at least in North Carolina, Arizona, Texas, and California that are currently doing that. I don't know about necessarily in Maryland, but text messaging about tomorrow and information about next steps. I volunteer at Southlake every weekend. On a Wednesday, they give about 400 meals. On a Friday, they give out 12 to 1,300 meals. So I just think that's really important to let people know. And then as Dr. McKnight, you just mentioned being able to be flexible with the times. I understand why you picked 11 to 1, but until we can figure out if we could do something in the mornings, if people show up 15 minutes late and then they can't get a meal, I don't know. I know there's got to be a cutoff at some point, but I also know that there are parents who are concerned about what if I don't make it there right on time or whatever. Maybe there's a sign-up sheet or something so we could let people know. I know that that's one thing that people are apparently doing with the bus driver, or some districts are doing with the bus driver service, is that you have to sign up in advance. Maybe that's something we could just take a look at as well. So I just wanted to put that off so we're all on the same page.
Yeah. So thank you, Mrs. Modrowski, for laying out all the questions that board members would like to have follow-up on, and some more information at a later time, or as soon as we can get that. Okay. So this time we will turn it back over to Dr. McKnight to continue on with the discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Before we move on from Ms. McGuire, could you make one statement about just overall the number of services and coordination of operations of opening of schools? Because we have had a number of discussions about all of the services in addition to food services that are starting to occur or we're planning to occur over the next month in the buildings. So can you just mention that, please, just so that the board has that understanding of all those services?
Sure. And so some things I think are continuing in the next part of the presentation as well, but we certainly are working to provide materials and technology as well, which I know we're going to hear quite a bit about. We are absolutely working also with our schools to allow to help teachers be able to come in to access materials and obtain things that they need to have. And as we again move through the early part of the school year, we are continuing to look for ways that we're able to support potentially some limited in-person student activities and be able to support families in some of those ways as well. So there really will be a number of things going on in our buildings, and a number of activities and things that we know we want to support. And again, I think as we go further into the school year, we will be able to adapt and to be responsive to some of those needs as well.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes.
If I could also mention that one of those activities that we're working towards planning in cooperation with College Board is the SAT administration for the 26th of September. We certainly have to work toward being able to staff it. We do have high numbers of students who have registered in 2 sites, Gaithersburg and Northwest, but College Board will work with us in order to identify some other locations so those assessments can go on. Still some work to do, but we'll certainly bring back a update on that at the September 10th board meeting. I just wanted to make mention of that because I know that is of high interest in our community, and that date's important for early admission notification. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, for that. And in addition to the other items that we're coordinating in use of buildings or services, we're also looking at how we are able to coordinate bringing staff in to utilize the building to be able to teach from their classrooms. Those are all things as we talk about food services, meals being provided, allowing teachers access to their classrooms, trying to work with our child care providers on space and the requirements that they have to meet for health reasons. All of those things are being worked and coordinated at the same time so that we're able to share a delivery of services, so that they don't conflict with one another. Because at the same time, we have to be very careful about how we are monitoring the use and capacity of our building to stay in compliance with what we are expected to do. So all of those pieces just have to be coordinated. We have a number of families coming in to pick up meal services at a particular time, and we have all of those other pieces happening. We just have to make sure that's all staged and connected and coordinated in a way to keep people safe and healthy. Just wanted to make sure we put that up there for you. Thank you. Ms. Evans, I'll turn it back over to you, and if the board is ready, we can continue on with the opening of school that will pick up with Mr. Kustos and Mr. Chevalier.
Mrs. Smondrowski.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but just along the lines of what you were just saying, Dr. McKnight, I've heard from some teachers who had concerns about only being given 30 minutes or so to pick up their materials out of the buildings. I don't know if you're working with schools to ensure that teachers do have enough time to get their materials that they may have left kind of abruptly, or now that they're realizing that they're going to be doing all of this schoolwork at home. The other thing was about storage for staff. Would they be able to work out a time to go into the school buildings maybe once a month or whatever to exchange materials or things like that, or how are we looking at any of that?
Go ahead, Essie.
So certainly, what the primary issue with access to the buildings really is, as Dr. McKnight was saying, about safety. It's about coordinating the access to the building. Not everybody can decide, oh, I'm going to go to school today and check out my things, right? So what we really are asking principals and all of the team members in a school to do is be conscious of that and to be sure that we stagger and sequence accessing the building in ways that allows everybody some time to be in, but does ensure that not too many people are there at the same time. And of course, again, as Dr. McKnight was saying, there's not any one piece to that. There are many pieces to that. So while we have food services and distribution, and then potentially the number of teachers who can come in at that moment might be a little limited. 30 minutes is not it's not any kind of like hard, time frame. It may be, and I don't have any context for that, but perhaps that was what could be accommodated on that day or something. Certainly, we absolutely anticipate that many teachers at least, may need to or want to come back more than once through the fall. Again, it's really about sequencing and scheduling, and it's really about being sure that all of the various functions can be conducted in the school safely, which means that they all will have to take turns to some degree. And it may mean that people have less time than they might otherwise want, but there's not a hard limit on that other than to ensure that the capacity in the building does not exceed that threshold limit. That's the hard limit.
So how are we coordinating that?
So we're working.
Go ahead.
So, facilities is certainly working, but really it is the principal and those leadership teams that know the functions in their building and that then are working through the scheduling of that. We're working with them around the safety protocols, certainly around the materials, around the guidelines, and around the numbers and how that's coordinated. And we of course have building services staff as well as other facilities and transportation staff available to help with functions to the extent needed. But really, again, it does come back to that sort of totality of activities in the building and having to put them all together.
Okay, and I totally appreciate that. I would just ask that we do make sure that we express to our administrators and everything that these are our guidelines and not we can't do it at all. It was just about the figuring out how many people are in the building at a time so that we're all working together to be able to support each other.
Absolutely, that's the message. We know that while we need to be very cautious about how many things are stacked up in the building, we do know that we need our buildings as resources, and everyone, I'm sure everybody has that intent. Absolutely.
All right, Dr. McKnight, I'll turn it back over to you.
I had one question connected with about some teachers who may desire to teach from their classrooms. I understand, picking up materials or teachers coming back, periodically to get resources from the schools. But, as I think about the teaching, there are some subjects, like I can't exactly imagine teaching a chemistry class from your dining room table or your kitchen table, without the Bunsen burner. And so, some may be easier than others. And also some staff members may not feel comfortable coming back into a building to teach, but, some homes don't lend themselves to necessarily being a classroom. And so are we giving guidance to principals so that they would have a rotating schedule for those who do want to come in? What is that guidance that has gone to administrators?
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Thank you for raising that question. And you gave the perfect example in terms of why we have to have flexibility and allow, in some cases, some of our teachers in the subjects that they teach who feel that they can't teach at home, the space to do that. This summer, we sent out guidance around rotation of work at central office to make sure we were adhering to those same guidelines about building capacity, physical distancing, and wearing face masks and all of those things. We are at a similar model as that to work with our principals on developing a schedule of staff that will come in. Again, we're trying to do all of this at the same time, looking at the fact that some of our sites where we have meals set up may have more traffic than others. Where will that be staged? How was that completely separate from the staff that we have coming in? So it's just all of those details that we're trying to actually get one thing started to see how that works out. So then we see how another plan of bringing another group in complements that and doesn't get in the way. And so this is something we'll actually come back to the board and share more specifically in terms of the plan of exactly what it's going to look like. But we do have some benefit in, our meal services will be starting immediately. And so we'll be able to look at that. We're working with childcare providers looking at that because they won't be using large areas that they did before for the very reasons we just mentioned. We'll be using our bigger spaces like cafeteria and places that our childcare services did use before. We can't use them. And they will also have a very much smaller group of students that they're able to accommodate than we were able to before. So some of those things we're just working through to see how they're playing out and how that then complements into this plan. But that is a plan that we are bringing back to the board because our hope is to be able to allow our teachers that flexibility.
Off of it. Still, the priority has to be for our youth.
Absolutely, Ms. O'Neill. And the fact of the matter is we actually have to work through our ICB. I mean, they are the actual ones who plan the use of our building. So we actually have to work with them in that context as well. So it's not that we're actually making these decisions independently. So thank you for raising that. And we absolutely agree.
I'll let you go ahead and go on, Dr. McKnight.
Okay. So we are now going to move on to talk about the opening of school and the resources that are used to support virtual instruction. And so I'll turn over at this time to Mr. Koutsos and Mr. Chavanini.
Thank you so much, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, Ms. Evans, Ms. Wolf, members of the Board of Education. It's a pleasure to visit with you and our community today to talk more about the progression of distributions that we are conducting and that we will be conducting over the course of the remainder of the fall. And so at this time, if we could view the slide, we'd like to talk with you about the large-scale distributions that have been occurring last week and are occurring this week at many of our schools. where we're focusing and prioritizing the distribution of technology, technology devices, connectivity devices to our students and families, as well as consumable workbooks that are affiliated with our new curricula. So whether it's Benchmark or Eureka, StudySync, illustrative mathematics, those consumable workbooks are being distributed to our students so that they're ready to begin instruction on the first day of school. We're going to continue to provide our students and families with supplies and other learning materials, including textbooks, as needed in more smaller scale distributions across the beginning of the first marking period. But we're also looking into and collaborating with operations and with technology and innovation in our office, the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools, to explore some targeted community distributions utilizing our school bus fleet and our partners in operations to get those materials directly to our communities that are most in need. And so at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Pete Chevanini, our Associate Superintendent in Technology and Innovation, who can talk more specifically about our technology distributions. Mr. Chevanini?
Thank you, Mr. Koutsos. At this time, I will be sharing with you what we have done to prepare our technology for the opening of schools. So if you could put on the first slide, please. First is about what we have distributed so far. We have been distributing devices last week and this week to all students and staff. Our goal is a one-to-one solution for everyone. I'll talk about the specific devices in a minute, but first let me give you the numbers on what we have done so far. So last week alone, we distributed over 49,000 elementary student Chromebooks to those students. Our total student devices that we've distributed since the start of this COVID crisis is 108,500. We've also delivered over 20,000 staff devices since the beginning of this, and we've delivered over 5,750 MiFi devices to families and students, and over 1,500 MiFi devices to staff since the beginning. We've also delivered 4,500 document cameras to teachers who have needed them and requested them, and we just ran out. And we've ordered 2,500 more. We're just waiting on that shipment to distribute those more. So eventually we'll have over 7,000 document cameras in the hands of our classroom teachers. I would like to thank operations, transportation, security, and the OSSI teams for partnering with us to make this operation very smooth and successful so far. Next slide, please. We are continuing to provide extensive training to our stakeholders. For families, we have partnered with MCPS-MD and as of Friday, trained over 7,000 parents and guardians on topics including things like understanding your MCPS digital backpack, Synergy, which is our new student information system, best practices for using Zoom with your child, and MCPS Classroom, which is our learning management system. We also have scheduled trainings in 7 different languages other than English, including Spanish, American Sign Language, Amharic, and Chinese as examples. For staff training, over the summer and in pre-service, we have provided training for teachers, paraprofessionals, counselors, administrators, and secretaries on topics including Synergy, MCPS Classroom, and Zoom best practices, as well as Nearpod, which is a software, I'll talk about it in a little bit, that teachers have asked for. Our future trainings for professional development include remote online testing and additional training on instructional technologies as teachers have asked for. Next slide, please. We want to be sure to emphasize to families who have not picked up their devices yet that they do not need to be concerned that we are going to run out. Every school was given the right amount of devices for the amount of students who are enrolled there, so that even if students do not have devices that they have picked up yet, Those devices will remain at their school for when they can get it or when they go back to school for in-person instruction. If students still need modified devices, in other words, internet, based on economic or geographic need, in other words, if the internet is not available in their area, they can still get the modified devices by either going to our 45 West Goody distribution location on Mondays through Fridays between 10 and 12, or they can also call our device line at 240-740-7020. And for families who have technology issues, they can call our helpline at 240-740-7022. And our hours have changed from 9 to 5 to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday to Friday, to accommodate family needs. Yesterday alone, we had over 780 calls. Our average call wait time was 2 minutes and 48 seconds, which by industry standards is very good. We'd like to thank also at this time Todd Watkins and the transportation team for jumping in on this project as well and increasing the amount of people who are maintaining our helplines. Next slide, please. Here's the information that we have provided to stakeholders on what devices are available for students and staff. So the picture you see on the right is the staff 15-inch Chromebook that we have provided for all classroom teachers. The advantages to these devices versus the old ones are they have a larger screen size, they are touchscreen. These are things that were specifically asked for by teachers. They have a much faster processing speed, and we have heard testimonials from teachers saying this. They have improved battery life, and they have the fastest wireless connection speed on the market. For elementary students, all of them will receive the same device, the Lenovo 600E, and the features for them include that they are all touchscreen. So every elementary student receives a touchscreen device. They are rugged, so that we've done drop tests and other types of tests, and we believe that these are the most rugged and secure devices as possible. And they also have improved battery life, so that if a student needs to go in an area for learning in his or her house that does not have an outlet, the battery should last all day. Secondary students continue to receive the Acer 740s, which are older but also good devices, and other MCPS staff will receive Acer Spin 15 devices like the teachers when they are received. There's a global shortage of devices, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We have also had questions from teachers on the devices that we have deployed and how to use them from specific parts of instruction. The Deputy Superintendent's Office and the Office of Technology and Innovation will be meeting with a group of these teachers to discuss the capabilities and limitations of the Chromebooks to develop solutions and support teachers in their instructional delivery plans. This meeting is scheduled for the end of this week. And at that, I will stop here for discussion.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chevanini. Well, we appreciate the information on the group that you will work with. Board members did receive several emails from our teachers, and so we appreciate that. I'm going to take the time to start with Vice President Wolf, and then Mrs. O'Neill will be next for questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone that's been working on this issue. I actually had the opportunity to visit a distribution site on Friday to pick up a Chromebook for my grandson, and it was such a smooth operation. So you're really to be commended for how that's going. And I only have one comment, no real questions. We have received at least a couple of emails with concern about the time to access the parent technology line. And I noticed that you said it took 2 minutes and 48 seconds on average. So I would just like to suggest that you continue to keep up with the time, because the parents that I heard from were our non-English speaking parents. And so once they get onto the line, they then have to ask, it seems as though they're saying, for someone that can speak Spanish to them. So I don't know if there's anything we can do for that. I don't know if we have a separate Spanish line or anything like that, but the time that they're having to take to do that seems to be a little bit excessive. So I hope that you would be able to monitor that and keep track of it, particularly for our non-English speaking parents.
Absolutely. Thank you for those comments and questions. The helpline changes only occurred yesterday. So you're probably not hearing from your stakeholders that things have improved unless they called in yesterday. Our helpline is available in 2 languages at the start, and our helpline staff are in multiple languages, but that changed, of course, as of yesterday, where we increased the number and the times that were available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill.
So first, a general comment yesterday with the outage of Zoom nationwide, although some teachers had emailed us thinking, it was an MCPS problem or fault. I crossed my fingers that Monday, the technology gods are with all of us. That's just a general comment. I think we're all dependent upon it. And when it works, it's fine. When it doesn't work, it's incredibly frustrating. But we've heard from a lot of teachers concern about recording. And, as I think about the need for flexibility within the system, we know that we have parents who are working outside the home who may not be able to help their children at that moment, or parents who are working from home who have to juggle their job, multiple children, homeschooling, a variety of issues. And in my way of thinking, recording does provide the flexibility. I think about, my grandson who is 7, who may be on in the morning and just has a meltdown, can't go back online that afternoon for math. It does, but I get it that the teachers are concerned. They've expressed privacy issues. They've expressed issues about some kids who may not feel comfortable being recorded. Can you speak to the safety protocols put in there? And obviously, Maryland is a 2-party state in terms of if you're recording. We've looked at the legal issues. Are we going to continue to monitor the issues around recording? All of that, because it is creating anxiety for our staff.
Understood. So first, to address the Zoom issue, there was a Zoom outage on the entire East Coast yesterday. We did speak to our Zoom representatives last night, and they assured us that the outage had nothing to do with the amount of people who were on Zoom, but had a technical issue with what happened, some upgrade that they did over the weekend. They've since fixed it and assure us that this will not happen again. However, as everyone knows in technology, whether it's Black Friday at Amazon or something else, everyone keeps their fingers crossed to make sure that things are going to work. However, we believe strongly that they are well prepared to meet our needs come Monday. As far as the Zoom recording piece, we have tried really hard to strike a balance between safety and security, as well as meeting the needs of our stakeholders. So, for example, from a safety and security standpoint, we don't allow virtual background, which sounds like a safety and security issue, or may not be, but it is, because what we found, and as a parent myself, what I found is that students can be very creative in the virtual background arena and what they put behind them. We heard this before we actually used Zoom and started implementing that. Beyond that, students must use their name and not be anonymous in classrooms, and teachers must admit students into the classrooms from a waiting room so that only students can be in the room that the teacher has allowed. And then finally, the only people who can be in our Zoom environment are students and staff, so that somebody from the outside cannot secretly get in and do Zoom bombing like they had before this COVID crisis occurred or at the beginning. So those are the safety features we put in place. On the recording side, teachers are recording things. However, they are stored in our secure service space. The teacher then shares through MCPS Classroom, which is our secured learning management system, a link to that recording. And that recording could only be seen by the students in that class. And then finally, the recording is automatically deleted after 72 hours. So that's done at our level, at the top level, not at the teacher level. So those are things we've done to try and strike the balance between the needs for students to see that rich instruction beyond the traditional classroom period, as well as the need to protect against unauthorized use, or also to protect against students' pictures, etc.
Thank you. Now we will go to Dr. Daka. Comments or questions?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Giovannini, for giving us the update. I know that when we had the last meeting, technology was at the end, and we didn't really get a chance to ask you questions or to get as much information as I think we needed. I really appreciate you telling us about the capabilities of the Acer Spin 15 and the 740s and the Lenovo 600E, because those are things that I just didn't know enough about to be able to explain to anyone. So I really appreciate that. And I'm questioning 72 hours. I don't know whether that's enough time, but maybe there's nothing else we can do about it. Students have 3 days to make up work, and I don't know, that's very tight. Okay, but thank you so much for the information and all the work that everybody's been doing in technology. It's a big amount of work, and it's serious work, and we're all doing new things, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestre.
I wanted to ask Dr. McKnight if the presentation will go into further detail about the classroom recording, or is this the time to ask those questions?
Actually, we are going to, thank you, Ms. Silvestre. We are going to go back to the connection with student engagement, because that is a part of that, the engagement and the attendance discussion. So we will circle back to this in that part of the presentation.
So I'll hold my questions related to that till after that part of the presentation. But I did want to ask a few questions, Mr. Giovannini, about the Wi-Fi dead zones that we've heard about. The Black and Brown Coalition sent a letter to the board and mentioned the Wi-Fi dead zones. Also heard about the Ag Reserve being a problem. Could you also go into greater detail about the trainings for parents in multiple languages? I see 2 in Spanish on the website now. What's that going to look like for parents? Are they recorded? Can we watch them at any time? And finally, art supplies. We've been hearing from teachers about their concern about equity, and will the students be able to have art supplies at home so that they can engage in the curriculum? So what are those art supplies gonna be, and when can parents expect to pick them up if in fact they need help with that?
So I will defer the art supply question to Mr. Koutsos afterwards. Let me talk first about the dead zone piece and about the languages piece. On the dead zone piece, there are parts of our area, whether they're dead from defense management, so they keep those areas dead, and there's no internet capacity from a wired standpoint. I did see that YouTube video of the one father who explained that situation. I personally left a message for that father to contact me, and then we can look at other alternatives if there are any. The problem is whether it's a modified device or using something like Comcast Essentials or some other service like that. Those are really the only 2 options that I'm aware of, other than satellite signal options that are very expensive, that families can use in those dead zones. So we are going to work with them on finding alternate ways. As far as the trainings in languages, we continue to add language availability in different languages to the link that you saw and to the document. So that document is a living document. And so we continue to use them. For example, we have Vietnamese, we have, I think, Korean, and we're going to be adding more Spanish and other types of languages. We are recording them as well so that people who cannot make those events in person can get the recording, and those rooms are set up for up to 1,000 people. So we haven't gotten the capacity yet, but our goal is, once we get the capacity, our goal is to continue to offer those trainings until we've exhausted the need.
Could you comment on the Black and Brown Coalition? I don't think that they were talking about
Yes, I can comment on that one, Ms. Silvestri. Because I know the Black and Brown Coalition has raised this, and we've just had different community stakeholders share that in the county, there are some areas of our entire county that just don't have the broadband. So it doesn't matter if we provide a Wi-Fi device, it really comes down to identifying where those dead zones are in the county, and also acknowledging the fact that in some of those spaces, it's in communities that we need to continue to pay attention to make sure they get the resources that they need. I've shared with the Black and Brown Coalition, and it's a conversation that we've elevated at the county level through our education missions recovery plan, that because this is not just an MCPS problem, this is a county issue. When you look at where you're able to access internet spots and where those dead spots are, because we're actually going to have to really work with area community stakeholders, the county will, just to figure out the best way to address that. So that is a piece that we're working on, and have had to acknowledge that it's not just an MCPS issue. We've got to work on that from the county perspective.
Yeah, we're just very concerned about it because our system is set up to be online. And so if they're not connecting, we have a big problem. And so we really have to rally to, like I said, it's not just our problem, but we do need to move on this because that's the foundation of our education system for the next couple months.
That's right. And so while we're working on the county with that, Mr. Chavanidi spoke to our process within. If there is a family still having trouble connecting, we're going to have to deal with that on a case-by-case basis, because we don't want our families not having an option if they are living in an area in which this issue has not been addressed and they don't have access, or they haven't access in a way that's interrupting their education. Thank you for raising that.
Very good. Mr. Asante.
There was a thing about art supplies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just about to jump in there, Ms. Silvestri. This is Mr. Kutz. I just wanted to respond to your question with regard to art supplies and really supplies in general, because we know that our focus and our priority in this first round of large-scale distributions has been on technology and curriculum materials for our new curricula, but we are going to be partnering with our schools for smaller scale distributions related to supplies, art supplies specifically. We've worked with schools together with technology and innovation to gather school supply lists, to post those for our families. But we know, and having been a parent of a 10th grader who's an artist himself, we want to make sure that we're providing to all of our students these necessary supplies. And so the smaller scale distributions throughout the course of the first week of school and into the first couple of weeks of school will focus on supplies and art supply kits.
But students can expect to have what they would normally have had in the classroom at each level?
Well, one of the things that we know, especially in our elementary schools when we were in brick and mortar, is we had a lot of shared supplies. We had bins of crayons and bins of markers or paintbrushes, things of that nature. And so we realize now that we've got to look at that differently in this virtual space. And so we're going to be working with schools to package certain supplies, and then also leaning on our parents and our communities to help provide our students with certain supplies, and then connecting with our schools when we know that perhaps our parents or our families need more assistance in providing those supplies to our students, to kind of customize those distributions so that there's equity across all of our schools and all of our students have access to art and other courses where they need supplies to be successful.
Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Asante.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask about supply distribution, and so I'm glad that's something that's already been being taken care of. I had another quick question. One issue that's been raised to me by students about the display name for Zoom classes. I know some students have asked if there was a way for them to insert their pronouns into their display name, but since students on our end can't edit our names, is there a way for students to request that their pronouns get added to the end of their name?
I will definitely look into that. I'm not sure that there's a capability now to kind of modify. It's either all or nothing, I think, but I'll find out for you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Ms. Dixon.
So thank you. So Pete, I know that you had a technology design team, and I'm just curious whether there were teachers on that design team.
Ms. Dixon, there were 36 total people on that design team. Of that 36, 4 were teachers. There were 5 special education folks. There were administrators. There were 13 members who were not in the administrative or teaching staff. There were 2 associate superintendents, myself and Mr. Koutsos, and I think that's it. So there were 36 total, 4 were teachers.
Great. So, the technology is one of the concerns that I've had from teachers about, opening school. And one of them said something in an email that I found striking. She wrote that, you can cut a steak with a butter knife, or you can cut a steak with a steak knife. And she likened the choice of, the Chromebooks to, cutting the steak with a butter knife, that, there was a better option. And so I'm just curious as to why the design team chose the Chromebooks as opposed to, a laptop.
Sure, that's a great question.
For the teachers.
And that's a great question, and I believe that analogy is a great one too for me to be able to respond to you at. And then, in other words, you can cut a steak, and there are certain sharpnesses of knives. We know that a butter knife is really dull. We don't believe that the current Chromebook we're providing is the butter knife. Maybe it's not as sharp as what people would like, but we needed to balance other factors, many factors, when deciding what to choose for the fall. What was available for the fall? If you see the Washington Post, there are many articles that talk about delays on technology until December and January for devices. So it would be easy to say right now, maybe if we had money, that we had gotten laptops for everyone, but they're not available until December. Would that be a right answer? We also needed to balance other things and other costs that were not expected at the beginning of COVID. So, for example, we needed to make our learning management system more robust. Zoom was something that we did not have at the beginning, and teachers asked for certain software to be used in this virtual classroom that we needed to purchase. So, for example, countywide. So, for example, Nearpod was an ask for schools and teachers. Nearpod makes lessons more interactive, and so we needed to purchase that and make that available, and we have. We also needed to purchase those document cameras that we've given out, and as well as Wi-Fi's for staff and for students and families, all within the existing budgets. Those are things that we didn't have. So all that stuff needed to be balanced into the decision on what devices we would have and have available for teachers for the fall. We recognize that it's not a perfect situation, but we are trying to do the best we can and balance all of those things to give teachers as many tools and resources as possible to have them ready. Our future plans, though, rest assured, is that whenever we have TechMod refresh, our future plans is to give teachers laptops as we refresh their schools instead of desktops, instead of Chromebooks, so that they can have those devices going forward. But that, as you know, takes time and several years with the TechMod refresh cycle.
Right. So I would just urge you, as the head of technology, to really pretty much ask for whatever it is you need, because we have the money. We have a $2.8 billion budget. We learned today that, we got $59.5 million from the CARES Act. 18.3 of that was for technology. And I figured out if every teacher, got a laptop, which not every teacher probably needs because some have them of their own, that'd be about $12 million. And so don't let anybody tell you we can't afford it. So here's the other thing. So Maryland is, and this is just about the recording, Maryland is a two-party state in order to record someone. So, I think Trump's niece was able to do those recordings because I guess New York is a one-party state, so she didn't need permission of the aunt to record her. But are we planning to ask the teachers whether or not, they give their permission to be recorded, or how's that going to work? Because, I don't want us to have any legal liability or anything like that.
I don't know what we're planning to ask the teachers specifically, but I do know that we are going to be giving guidance to every class at the beginning of every class that the classes will be recorded, and parents or guardians who choose to opt their students out of the recording can participate with the microphone and video camera turned off if they complete the form and opt out. However, my belief, though, is they're not going to get as rich an instruction, right? We know the richest instruction, the best instruction, occurs in the traditional classroom with the teacher and the students in a room. We know that that's not possible. So the next best thing right now is to make sure that we provide that environment where students and teachers can interact as much as possible, and as much as possible mirror what goes on in the regular classroom. Tools like Nearpod, document cameras, and Zoom help this, but it's never going to be perfect. So if students choose to opt out and their families decide they're going to do that, they can notify the school with permission and opt out of those things. However, they are going to decrease instruction, I think, from the rich environment with interactive dialogue to the more passive, observant environment for the student.
Thank you, Ms. Chevney. Ms. Dixon, if I could just comment in there for just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I did want to point out in terms of our CARES Act money, this is also, I guess, a time for us to think about the fact that our Chromebooks for every student have now replaced what traditionally has been textbooks. And so that has been a major priority in how we look at the funds, while also acknowledging we have to look at the teacher need at the same time. So in terms of what Mr. Chevney was speaking to, it's a balancing of that, knowing that we have to provide the needed technology in this circumstance for our students and our teachers. And so what's that balance there? In terms of the legal questions, we've had our legal counsel actually look into that to make sure we were not in violation of anything with recording students, and we have made that.
And teachers too.
And teachers.
The teachers would be recorded as well.
Yes, so the teachers. And so we've gotten the legal advice on recordings from our legal counsel, and it is legal for us to do that. Our focus has been, because we've been able to answer that question, it is legal, that we are able to share with the staff the most important ways to do that. And so we have a training video out to show the staff how to do it successfully. And as Mr. Chevanini spoke earlier, Canvas is another layer of protection in which the teachers will upload the lesson in there, so that that's not a form that anyone from the public can just get into. And so that is another form of protection in that case for our teachers. And, again, I understand this is very different for them. It's a different circumstance, and there's no easy answer to this, as I said earlier. No easy answer. It's almost like, you have, as a teacher, you always think about on back to school day or open house day, you want to make sure everything is perfect. And, our teachers want to continue to do that. So I understand their concern that it is a different type of environment, but it's a matter of making sure they are equipped on how to put those protections in place so that we can protect them and our students as we navigate through this platform, and just continuing to work with them on how we successfully implement this, because the lesson recording is going to provide flexibility, as we have already discussed, in a number of ways that will be needed.
Right. Well, I will say that we're doing a great job with students because whenever students from the newspapers, the school papers, interview me, they always ask, would you mind if I recorded you? And I always say yes, I have nothing to hide. So I did want to, before also, just to thank Pete, for all the work that you're doing with this. The entire instructional system is riding on technology, obviously. And, I've always appreciated your work in this area. And, hard questions. I love you, Pete. I love you too, Monifa, but I know we have the money. Okay. So just as chair of the fiscal management committee, we just have to decide, what's really important. And I feel so strongly that it's important, for our teachers to have what they need. And I don't say they all have to have it all at once, but, I'll just leave that all to you guys. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Mondrowski.
So, thank you. To kind of follow up on Ms. Dixon's comments, I don't actually know if we have the money, but I do know that we've heard a lot of concerns about the Chromebooks versus the laptops. And while I know people are very appreciative of the larger screen size for better ability to see more of their students and the touch screens and things like that, there's a lot of concerns with the applications that can and cannot be used there. You mentioned that you were going to be starting, I think you called it maybe a refresh program, and that laptops would be the new way we were going. This might seem like a silly question, but is there a way that we could take the Chromebooks that have yet to be distributed and switch them out so that we could use some of that funding to support getting started right away on the laptop pathway?
Well, the problem right now, even if we could, there's a global shortage of laptops. The Washington Post had an article out yesterday that school systems are having to wait 3 and 4 months to get devices. And so from our end, our want is to make sure that teachers have as many tools that they can to start school year right, and then slowly change things as they arrive versus waiting until the new devices come in, because we don't know what they are. Because the global tariffs on China, for example, a lot of these things come from China, and unfortunately, we're waiting for those things to come in. The borders are closed, etc. So we have to wait longer and longer.
Right. I have heard that, actually. Well, hopefully we can sell the gently used things later. I have a question about the distribution. I too wanted to thank all of our staff that have been working so hard on the distribution stuff. I saw some of it in action last week, and our staff are doing a great job. Our teachers who have gone in, administrators who have been helping to make it all happen. Just in making sure that everyone gets one. The staff notifications that go out, I've heard like counselors aren't sure when they're supposed to get some of theirs. The AOL students, I think for like secondary, maybe haven't received their touch screens yet. Do we have a schedule intended to make sure everybody has what they need before the end of this week, I assume?
Yes, correct. We have. Our priority was to get those Chromebooks out, the 15-inch Chromebooks, to elementary teachers first, because we knew that elementary students would have the touchscreen Chromebooks, and we wanted to make sure there was a pairing there for those teachers to have the devices similar to what their students had. Once we gave those out, our plan was to give the middle and high school teachers ones, and then once more devices come in, to give non-classroom teachers the devices after that. And we're waiting. However, those non-classroom teachers can get devices. There's just the older devices until the new ones come in. Because again, even though that we're giving out new Chromebooks to as many teachers as possible, we're still not getting all of them in, and we still have a lot of them in already because there is that shortage.
Right. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Just want to make sure everybody's covered. And then I mentioned, I know it was touched on briefly about the standard backgrounds. Can you speak a little bit to why we can't? I know there are so many people who are talking about concerns with the privacy issues. Is it not possible for everyone to have like a plain blue background so that you can't see what's happening in someone's homes or behind them with siblings or whatever else?
So the Chrome technology right now does not allow for virtual backgrounds. So if we turn it on, anyone who had a Chromebook would not be allowed to have it. And so there would be a disparity between those who use Chromebooks and those who did not. So if you could afford a laptop at home and you didn't need a Chromebook, because honestly, all of our systems work on whatever devices you want, whether it's Macintosh, Apple devices or PC devices or Chromebooks. However, Chromebooks don't allow for that virtual background, so we turn it off for everyone. Even beyond that, we also heard from teachers, Ms. Mondroski, that said, we don't want you to turn off the background because we use classroom materials and we use like a board behind us. And if the virtual background is in, you're not going to be able to see it. And so we want to make sure that we teach in the best way possible.
Yep. I totally appreciate that. I was thinking more for kids, but yes, it's important for the teachers to be able to have it on. I mean, the background's on. So two quick last things. Number one, I've heard comments about instructional toolkits. I don't know if this is the time to ask about that, but I've gotten questions about what exactly is in them, and that making sure that the teachers get one as the same thing that the students get, so that they know, so they have the same materials, so they know what's in there, and so that they can work on them together. Can you speak a little bit to the instructional toolkits? Because I don't really know what they are.
Maybe I can defer to James. Are you referring to physical things, or are you referring to electronic based?
Well, they talked about the assistive technology toolkits, instructional toolkits, and print packets. So I'm assuming it's just the resources that our families and students are going to need to be able to participate in virtual learning.
So for the assistive technology toolkits, special education department has been partnering with us as well. And I failed to mention them earlier. They've been great collaborators with us as well. And they are passing out those things at our distribution sites for those students. So that's happening as well, simultaneous to all the other things that we're passing out. So that's on the other parts, I'm going to defer to Mr. Koutsos, if you don't mind, Mr. Koutsos.
No, not at all.
Put you on the spot for the physical pieces.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chevanini. I do agree with you that it's primarily, as I know it to be, connected to the work of our Office of Special Education. I know in collaborating with Mr. Lowndes, there was messaging to schools indicating that they would be including these assistive technology and other materials that would link to our students with alternative learning outcomes to be successful if given these particular resources. So beyond that, I'm not aware of additional instructional toolkits in terms of what you're referencing, Ms. Mondrowski, but I think primarily it's linked to the collaboration we have with special education to ensure our students with alternative learning outcomes have the resources they need, the technologies they need to access virtual instruction.
Okay. I know that it has come from the special education community more than anywhere else. So, you're right. I just want to make sure that we're making sure that all of our teachers are getting the same materials that our students are, so that they can work in partnership with each other virtually, which touches also on Ms. Silvestri's point about the art supplies. I do know that teachers have offered both to help put together a list of items that would be important and offered to help put them together. So if anyone's interested in that, you can reach out. I can forward you someone to get in touch with for help with that. And then my last comment is just about improving are we doing any work to improve our phone applications for people who prefer to use their phones or who don't have good internet access but do have phone service. I've heard concerns about the mobile applications from MCPS, and I'm wondering if we're doing any work with that.
So our modified devices are still available for any families who need them and any students who need them. So that's a part. Our applications, our apps for our tools like My MCPS Classroom, as well as Synergy, are really strong, robust apps that can be used on a phone. So all those letters are being mailed out to parents starting yesterday and continuing through tomorrow. So if you haven't gotten it yet, don't panic, they're coming. But it gives you information on how to log in and then what you see, and you can do it for free on an iPhone or on an Android device as well. And both of those really don't require a lot of bandwidth or phone use. So that's a really good thing for all of our families.
That's great. I know my daughter used to go in and do her homework on her phone. And, you know, she could go into the Google Classroom. I'm sure Nick has probably experienced some of that. But I just want to make sure that we're keeping up with that application, as well as everything else that we're doing with the Zoom and all of that kind of stuff. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Asante and then Vice President Wolf.
I did want to again express my gratitude for the work that you're doing. I think it's like great how you've gotten technology into the hands of so many students in such a short amount of time. My little brother is going into like 4th grade, so he got his Chromebook the other day, and he was excited to find out that it was touchscreen, and he's like looking forward to the school year. But I was wondering if you had considered allowing teachers to take home the desktops that are in the classroom, because I know a lot of them have their files stored on there, and some teachers are concerned about not being able to like take those files from those desktops and you use them on the Chromebooks that we're giving them.
So we do have other ways for them to transfer those files from the desktops to the cloud, to their Chromebooks, or to any device they want at home. So that's something we can do. The concern about the desktops is it requires much more maintenance for updates and things that can't be done automatically at someone's home. It also requires much more connectivity, so connecting a monitor and other devices behind it, it becomes a much more cost-ineffective way. A laptop is a better way, and a Chromebook is a better way to do that. So our Chromebooks are what we're doing now, and as we move forward with our with our tech mod over the next few years, our goal is to switch things out for teachers when they need them for laptops, instead of Chromebooks and desktops, for example, in classrooms, because they can connect now, they couldn't connect before, to smart boards and other things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If Mr. Chevanini, just for a moment, we've been able to share the directions with the teachers on how to do that so that they know how to transfer their files from the desktop.
We have. The problem is the desktop involves them going in and physically touching the desktop in that classroom. And of course, we needed to keep our buildings and our staff as safe as possible, which limits that ability, right? So once we go into that virtual environment or physical environment, we can then teach people how to move whatever they have up to a virtual environment so that wherever they are, they can get the things they need.
Vice President Wolf.
Thank you. I have just a couple of follow-up questions. And I think I know the answer to this. If the teacher picks up the new Chromebook, are they able to keep the old Chromebook? So that they have the two screens?
I apologize for jumping. We are allowing that to happen, yes, because some teachers have asked for that so that they can see something in one screen. So we're allowing them to keep their old device as well as a new device, yes.
Yes, thank you. I knew that. I just wanted you to say it out loud.
Thank you for saying that.
And my next question, it concerns the same thing that Judy Docker raised, and that is about the 72 hours. A lot of people who are essential in the hospital setting, sometimes they're on duty more than 72 hours. And so I'm wondering if this is a hard cutoff, and maybe whether or not we should rethink it. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, when you have a video up for 72 hours, is it able to be copied? Do we have a block so that it cannot be copied?
So if for a teacher who wishes to download a non-classroom video, so for example, we've heard from teachers who have said, please don't delete everything I have after 72 hours because I've done screencasts that help me in teaching and learning. What can we do for those? And we have provided guidance in the RTA wire that went out last night, as well as we are providing visual guidance on how to download those to a teacher's Google Drive, which has unlimited storage. However, other things, classroom discussions and lectures, etc., classes get deleted after 72 hours. I think Natalia, Miss An, is on the phone call as well and may be able to jump in and discuss why we did 72 hours and what factors came into that. From the technology end, our plan is to enable or disable whatever the system wants us to do. So we chose 72 hours for a lot of reasons. Natalia? Are you on?
Peter, I don't believe she's on.
Okay.
Time.
It may not be on. That is a piece we can follow back up with the board. Earlier, someone also mentioned how in the past, as we've been thinking about transfer of practices, we've given students the 3 days to be able to make up the assignment. So, this is actually an example of how we tried to transfer that into this model. But again, I'll emphasize flexibility. If our families, we find out that that's not enough time because that is what worked in the brick and mortar setting, we'll go back and revisit it.
And I was really thinking about younger students who might need support from their parents, and their parents are essential workers. I really wasn't concerned about the older students who can access this themselves. And my other question about being able to copy it, Pete, was not with regard to the teachers. Are the parents able to copy this, or do we have a block so that this video cannot be copied?
The parents are not able to copy the video. They're only able to the students are only able to watch the video as a streaming piece through MCPS Classroom, but they're not able to download or copy it.
Okay, and I guess that's it. Were you going to say any more, Monifa? Did you want to say anything else?
No, just thank you, Ms. Wolf. Just that a few things. We can bring Ms. An on if the board would like to talk about the legal piece, if there are any remaining questions around recording. But just to share a piece of information that I neglected to share earlier, the Maryland the Maryland State Education Association actually advised across all districts in the state that recordings can be required in the district. I did want to just put that out there because that was a piece I neglected to mention earlier. But I think that is very important to say. And as I mentioned earlier, many teachers are getting used to this. We also have a lot of teachers who have been doing this over time for a number of different reasons. So, but if the board would like, I can have Ms. An hop on if there are any other questions as it relates to the legal piece of recording. She's standing by.
No, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
I need to ask a question.
Go ahead.
It's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, training for parents. I know you have a helpline up here for technology needs and issues. Does that mean parents can be trained on how to use how to help their kids use the technology? And you mentioned languages, so at least it's in 2 languages right now, and you're adding languages. Is that what you mean, that they can be trained on how to access the technology for their kids?
So we have a variety of subjects we're providing training on, and that subject pool continues to grow. Things like Synergy, which is the new student information system, Zoom best practices, My MCPS Classroom, My MCPS Backpack. Those are topics right now that parents can do. We have those posted on our website, as well as the link is in the document. Parents can register and sign up for those trainings and watch them. We also are going to make those recordings of the trainings available on our website as well for people who cannot attend in person. And then we continue to add those sections and topics as we hear from parents and guardians on other topics that are important to them.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Smandrowski, and then we'll go back to Vice President Wolf.
Thank you. So I actually think that this might be a question for legal, but it is in reference to our special education students, particularly some of our students that are in self-contained classes. I don't know, some of them only have a few students in the class. I'm not sure that there would be the same benefits in those recorded lessons, considering I'm not sure, have the ability to determine whether or not they would want to be recorded or turn their monitors off. How are we addressing that? Because I think that that's very important.
Yes, we can definitely answer that, Ms. Mandrowski, from a legal perspective. Ms. On is getting
legal, and also maybe should we be doing, even if we can, is that something that we want? Because I know we said we're giving families the options to not have their screens on if they don't want to be recorded. But again, I feel like these are some special circumstance students.
Ms. On?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I apologize. As I was logging on, I had a delay from what I was viewing. So if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Mandrowski, just repeating the question.
Sure. It was about the recorded lessons and the privacy of students in our self-contained classes, particularly some of our highest needs students, and whether or not they would have the same benefits from the recorded classrooms, if that's something that we're still going to do.
So that's a great question. And the recording of lessons was actually, in some ways, piloted this summer with the extended school year. And it worked out really nicely in those lessons, because in a lot of those classes, students needed their parents available during class time in order to access the education. So the recordings allowed parents to view and participate in the class with their child after the live sessions, but also allowed them to stop and go back to the extent that they needed to pause in the middle of the lesson. So we did find that it brought some additional flexibility and also some additional access to the learning.
Which I appreciate, but if these are students who can't do this on their own, for example, and do have to wait until the evening thing, have we given any consideration to maybe pre-recording the lessons and then the teacher's still doing it, but I'm not 100% sure what I'm asking. I just feel like these are different circumstances potentially.
I understand completely. And I, in fact, have a special needs son who was in the extended school year, and I saw very well how this worked. Okay. So as you know, there are IEPs during the normal school year. Special educators have implemented individualized distance learning plans during the period of virtual learning. And just like an IEP is an individualized instruction, the IDLP is also individualized instruction. So the educators have been working directly with parents to figure out what's not working and what is, and have been refining the instruction on an individual basis. So if for some reason a student is unable to access, what I have seen personally and firsthand is my son's teacher sending home, my son is autistic and nonverbal, so sending home either through the mail we've received materials, through pickup at the school we've received materials, and online as well, where they've been adapting the instruction specific to his needs. And they've been holding office hours multiple times a week with parents so that they can get feedback and learn from parents what's working and what's not. So that if the recorded lessons aren't working, there have been supplemental lessons that have been pre-recorded, There's also been touchscreen PowerPoints. So there's been, I think, a lot of flexibility we've seen on our special educators' parts to making this work the best that they can with parents, in addition to just the standard lessons.
That's great. I really appreciate that perspective on it. And it's good to know that, but they can only the kids in the classroom can access those videos as well, right? The kids and families. So it's not like anybody can just go in and access any classrooms.
That's
which
correct.
I think is important. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
I have another question. I'm still on the 72 hours. I'm looking at the high school student who is out for 3 days for illness and has to make up work in 4 classes at least. And if the information is only up 72 hours, it might make it difficult for the student to make up all the work that was missed. So that's why I asked the question, and I just think they need more time. But Mr. Giovannini said that there might be a legal issue with that.
So there were a number of reasons why we chose 72 hours, and we did a lot of thinking around how much time is needed. And we had to balance several interests. On the one hand, we clearly wanted to balance the interests of privacy of our staff and privacy of our students, along with the storage capacity and the ability to access that information. By allowing 72 hours, we were ensuring that these videos weren't up for an undefined period of time, but also we weren't limiting it to 24 hours because we didn't think that would be enough time. 72 hours, when you think about the number of videos that are going to have to be stored, we wanted to make sure we didn't bring our system to a halt, that we could have the capacity to store all of those videos and not just some of those videos. And based on the research that we did, 72 hours was where we came out.
And one other point to that, to what Dr. Daka has brought up, is because the teachers actually have access to the video of the lesson, I would imagine if there is a circumstance that a family makes a teacher aware of, they would be able to still have access to that video to be able to share with the student. So for the entire class, that's the amount of time that we would have it up, but it would not preclude a teacher from being able to share a video if there's a circumstance that requires different.
I have one more follow-up question.
How can the teacher do that if they can only stay up 72 hours? You're saying the teacher can keep them in some kind of a file and can send them out whenever a student needs that?
Dr. Zucker, this is Pete. The teachers can then download, if they want to, manually to their Google Drive, which is unlimited storage, and then they can choose to share it if they want to that particular student. But by default, that does not happen, right? By default, it stays in the Zoom secure server drives and gets deleted after 72 hours. But if a teacher chooses, like Dr. McKnight said, to manually download a lesson for a particular student, the teacher could do that.
Thank you. You mentioned Google, but I don't think that's not where they can store things anymore, right? They have to do something special to get it from Google to our system.
No, there's nothing special. They can still download to Google. As a matter of fact, and we provided that direction and guidance to teachers as of yesterday and today.
So we'll go to Vice President Wolf and then Mrs. Mondrowski.
I wanted to ask Pete whether or not you can actually access your desktop from home. I know when I was working, we had that kind of capacity, but it did require a whole separate secure server. So in other words, I could access my email through a system, but if I wanted to access my desktop, I went through another kind of system. Do you have that ability? And I'm thinking about, I believe it was Nick's question about teachers being able to get the information off their desktop.
So yes, we do, but there are a couple of issues there. First of all, most files that the teacher stores on the desktop, the teacher actually does not store on the desktop itself. The teacher stores on the school server, and the teacher can access that remotely if the teacher wants to. if the teacher or anybody on the staff, for example, at CESC, at our main building, teachers or staff sometimes store sensitive budget documents on our desktops. The problem is that if there's a power failure or surge or an update and the computer resets, it breaks that connection and someone has to go in and reset up the device, which creates delays, of course, in workloads and work processes, et cetera. So that's really where the issue of the desktop comes in. But most teachers store their materials on the servers and they can access them remotely if they want to.
Okay, and my last comment is, I know you're going to be getting some feedback on how this is going from the principals, teachers, parents, etc. I'd like you to ask the question about their access after 72 hours or within the 72 hours, if they're finding that is working and sufficient. And number two, I think that you might want to let them know when you advise them of the 72-hour limit, that if they miss that, they do have an opportunity to ask the teacher to provide access to the video.
I will definitely do that. Once that 72 hours expires, though, if the teacher did not download something onto their drive, it's gone. Similar to email, what happens in a year, right? So that's the piece where the teacher needs to consciously download something versus stay, otherwise it's gone. So if the student comes back a week later and says, do you have last Wednesday's lesson, unless the teacher did something to save it, and the teacher should not have, because we've been very clear on that guidance, that it's gone, so the student cannot get it. However, the student can get a lot of the classroom materials and other things that provide that instruction as well. So.
Well, maybe a better option is to advise the parents, if they think that this might be a problem, to let the teacher know, because the teacher does have the capability of saving the videos.
Understood. Will do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Evans, if I may, Mr. Lowndes has joined us, and I think he can address the question that Ms. Mondrowski had about the instructional toolkits. If we could go back to that, that would be great.
Sure, it's fine.
Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to join today. So with our students that are on the alternative learning outcomes, our central office staff modifies and helps modify the curriculum for the teachers and for the students. And in doing so, there was a recognition that there was going to be some instructional materials that all students would need in order to participate 100% within the lessons. And so we had staff come in and create toolkits for our lessons for our students on the alternative learning outcomes. And then those were sent out through the distribution process of all the curriculums to schools, and parents were notified of students in these discrete programs that they could come and pick up these toolkits at their schools. And so that's what the toolkits were created for. And I know the other piece that Natalia did a great job of explaining was the taping of the lessons for some of our students in the discrete programs. And really, it came about this summer when our parents of our students within our discrete programs reached out to our teachers and asked our teachers if they could actually turn on the recording devices, because they, we're being interrupted throughout the ESY process and day, and they wanted an opportunity to go back and look at what they missed and support their child at a time that was maybe more convenient for them at home. And the other thing is that, instead of just looking at a slide deck, many of these students really got excited about seeing their peers on their computers. And the parents really noticed how excited their sons and daughters got. And so that's one of the reasons why they really wanted the lessons taped and not just a slide deck or a presentation tape, was they saw the benefit of their children seeing their friends in the Zoom. So that was the reason why we worked with legal, and they did a great job of helping us with our ESY program this summer in order to figure out how to tape our discrete programs. And we really saw big benefit of doing that for our students. And it also allowed our teachers not to have to create 2 lessons. One lesson where it would be used for a taped version and one lesson live where they're working with the student. So it allowed for the benefit of only having to plan for 1 lesson also. So there was benefits all around in having a taped lessons going out during the summer during ESY.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Mrs. Evans, I just had one final follow-up thing, and it was in reference to a lot of what's been mentioned, but the attendance aspect of this. If a student goes back to watch the recorded lesson, I had asked at a previous board meeting, I believe it was the last one, but it might have been before, about whether or not students will be attendance will be taken through login with their student ID number, as opposed to teachers actually having to take it, so that it wouldn't be based on the school of record. It would be more based on the student in case they wanted to take classes in the future at a different school or whatever. But somewhere down the road. But I just wanted to clarify that this isn't going to be something where teachers are constantly going to have to be going back and trying to find out whether or not their students signed in later and rechange the markings and whatever, right? It's all going to be done automatically at central office, correct?
Ms. Smandrowski, that's the next portion of our presentation.
Yeah, Mr. McGee is ready.
I'm ready to go with that one. I'm ready.
I would,
anyway.
If I could, though, I want to make one really important point that, Pete, certainly in the virtual world, is the star in terms of getting the equipment out and the processes and everything, as everyone has acknowledged. I think one very important point is that when students log on to Zoom, by default, the cameras are off and the audio is off. It is a by default. So when they log on, they are not seen. And today, principals were asked to send ConnectEd messages out before the start of the school year to inform parents that that is part of the platform. And if they do not want their children to be on camera, they just instruct them not to turn the cameras on. And then they will also be provided with the opt-out information, also in the ConnectEd message that will be in multiple languages. And the parent view materials are also within Synergy. They are also in multiple languages, and the opt-out deadline is September the 11th. I thought I would mention that for our folks who are watching the board meeting. So those are just 2 important pieces that are in process that our schools are reaching out to our families about. So thank you. I'll now turn it over to Sean McGee. Ms. Smandrowski teed that next part up nicely.
I said that couldn't come any better easier. So I'm gonna start really quickly to talk about the single platform first. We've been talking a lot about Canvas, and we did share a little bit about why are we moving to that. Dr. McKnight did talk about the security features to it as well, but we did get some feedback from our community, our staff, students as well, and what the feedback that came back was that it was very difficult in the springtime to navigate multiple platforms. We had some staff members that were using My MCPS Classroom, others would use Google. And so when we took that feedback, overwhelmingly the feedback coming back was, could we have just one single platform? And so we chose Canvas, MCPS Classroom for that first, obviously to have one platform. But then the benefits of that is the idea of this integration of systems. And so we have a lot of integrated systems inside of this, including our instructional center. We have our grade book. We also have Synergy, which I'm going to talk about in just a second. So it's basically a single platform. Parents, students, staff members can all view assignments. They can view student work. They can view homework, calendar, receive announcements, and also provides a place for security so that anyone just can't get into that information and access it. It has to go through the student account. So that's really the main reason why we chose to move towards a single platform. If we can move to the next slide. So the idea of, and we're going to get to what Mrs. Smandrowski was just talking about with the idea with Synergy is the way that we can take attendance. And what we wanted to talk about, and we talked about it earlier in August, was we did not want to penalize our students for missing live instruction. And we know that there's a lot of circumstances, and we talked about even at this meeting, we're having students that are going to be missing that live instruction. We wanted to provide a system that would be flexible enough for us to do that. So the way that we ended up doing that was, obviously, when you're sitting in front of the live instruction, you're recorded as present. But then we also wanted to provide additional ways. Two of those that I've listed here, as well as an attendance check-in, also a way that there's an online discussion or another assignment that a student could do at another time. And so those are that's the flexibility that we wanted to build into to our system. If we go to the next slide, please. And I wanted to share with you just two experiences. This is the staff experience. One of the pieces that we heard about from our staff was this idea of what would it look like? How long is it going to take for us to do that? And so this is the snapshot of what it looks like on the screen. The default is that all the students are present. So all the staff members would have to do is then mark students who were not there. So it literally would take them seconds within this screen to be able to see that and go quickly into their instruction as well. If we could go to the next slide. I'm sorry I'm moving quickly, but I wanted to get to your answer. On the parents' end, if they have missed the live instruction, we wanted to create the easiest way for them to attest that they've interacted with either the recording lesson, the online discussion, or an attendance check-in. So what we came up with is an interactive link that will be posted on school websites where parents can go to complete a simple form to attest to completing that follow-up. The form will take a few minutes to complete, and once it's submitted, it gets automatically sent back to the school, not to the teachers, but back to the school, so that the absences can be reconciled. So we wanted to make sure that that process was streamlined and efficient for both families and for the schools, so that it was an easy way for students to attest for that. And as we talked about here, all the recordings were 72 hours, but I wanted to bring up the fact that there will be circumstances that if you wanted to reach out to the teacher and say, there's going to be a circumstance if someone is ill and we know that they're going to be ill for a long period of time, like we talked about, we can have some flexibility with that when the teachers, if I was a teacher and I knew that, then I certainly would provide different materials, or to the point of our discussion earlier, I would record those instructional lessons in order to be able to provide that students for another time. So definitely wanted to make sure that flexibility was into that as we're discussing it. And then finally, if we're thinking about students who are not engaging in terms of their screens are blank or they're not even logging into that, we still have our well-being teams. Those well-being teams are still in play and formed, and they're going to be working collaboratively with the classroom teachers and then also with the teams that are in the schools in order to make sure that students are engaging. We've had, I think I discussed back in August, some great success when it's a personal connection that the school, the teacher, these well-being teams make and reach out to our community to make sure that they are engaged, and just making a phone call and saying, did you know that your son or your daughter, we haven't seen them on the screen, or they're turning on the screen, but they're really not engaging in that lesson. We just want to make sure that we're reaching out and doing everything we can to make that experience, positive for the students and making sure that they're engaged with instruction. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sarah Sergo, Mrs. Jen Webster. They are directors of Learning Achievement Administration, the Office of Teaching and Learning in Schools, and they are going to be talking about the elementary and secondary schedules.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you again. As a reminder, I'm Dr. Sarah Sergo. I'm one of the directors in the Office of Teaching, Learning in Schools. And it's my pleasure to return to you today, along with my colleagues, Dr. Brenda Lewis and Mrs. Jennifer Webster, to talk to you a little bit about our work with the schedules and the calendar and how we are proposing we launch the instructional experience this year. At the last board meeting on August 6th, I spoke with you about the work occurring at Roscoe Nix and Arcola Elementary Schools, both of whom have been in 5-day, 100% virtual online learning since July 6th. And these are our two innovative school calendar schools and have served as great ambassadors for online learning, but also great teachers to us as we refine and inform our recommendations that we'll share with you today. So we return to you today with a video so that you can hear directly from the teachers, parents, and leaders in their own words as they share with you reflections on how they have been navigating this new experience.
We like to refer to ourselves as the pioneers of this full-day online experience.
Our 6 weeks of virtual learning really gave us an opportunity to extend and demonstrate what I would define as courage, commitment, and class.
The first week or so, most of my energy was spent in sort of mastering the technology and helping the children acclimate to learning online.
My top priority is to develop our sense of community as a classroom. One thing that I did is that I sent home in their bags that I gave them just some little plastic rings. And you would be amazed at how motivating this is for them and at how much it builds our sense of community. So what we do is fist bump. We fist bump and blow up. We do that to say good morning. We do that to say good job.
I made sure to make a connection with not only my students, but with their parents. So I set up like a one-on-one meeting with the parents and my students just to kind of go over some ground rules, what to expect, our schedule, and things like that.
We begin every day by the children sharing their news. Just whatever's on their mind. We've really created a sense of community. The children have gotten to know each other, and it's given me an opportunity to get to know them. Technology does offer some wonderful opportunities, and I've really, really enjoyed seeing that unfold.
One of the things that we keep putting our focus on are the students. Is what are the students feeling? How can we support the students in what is a very difficult time, and always keeping them in the forefront of our planning, of our thinking, of our delivery, of anything that we do.
Remembering why we're doing this provides the energy to continue to be flexible.
We will definitely be able to get this job done if we're all working together to do what's best for our kids.
I've been very pleased with the attendance rate that we have. Right off the bat with brand new kindergartners, many of them had never been in school before. I had half my class on the very first day, and by the end of the first week, all my students were regularly attending.
Past 6 weeks of virtual learning has gone great for my second grader. It's almost to the point that she can get herself in and out of all 3 of her Zoom classes without my help whatsoever.
My parents that I've had, they have been so supportive. The very first 2 weeks, they came to the class. We went through the platforms. We showed them how to open the platforms, how to get onto Benchmark, how to get onto Nearpod, how to get onto my MCPS classroom. And we did it in stages. We didn't bombard them with everything at once.
One thing that I've been trying to do since the beginning is get my adults on board, have as much parent and guardian buy-in as I can. If they're excited about their child being online, they're going to work harder to make sure that happens.
Parents and I have access to each other that we didn't have before over Zoom now, a quick hello before school starts over Zoom or at the end of class. And we've, that partnership between teachers and parents, it's so important for children's learning, is much more available and accessible now. So I think that that's a real plus.
One feature of the virtual learning environment that's been a lifesaver for my child has been the breakout rooms where after the lesson, the teacher allows the children to chit chat with each other and just have unstructured play sessions with each other. And that's been terrific because she has missed her classmates so much.
I think one of the things that I see in the virtual classroom is the energy of the teachers coming through the screen, their voice, their smiles, their eyes, their energy. And when I watch our teachers, they're saying, I really want to be here with you, to the students. And they're really excited, and it causes the students to, it's almost as if they're jumping through the screen towards one another.
So you have to make sure that they're excited to go turn that computer on.
In class, we've had a lot of success with lessons that involve a lot of movement. We've been doing a lot of counting activities. So we do a lot of, we've had several times the number cha-cha, where we are dancing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You have to get an upbeat personality for virtual. So be lively, be fun, sing, dance, be silly.
And the more the children are exposed to just a positive mindset regarding this experience, I think the better it will be for all of us.
So with the data that I took at the beginning of the school year and the data that I just took at the second to last day of the summer, you can really see the jump in our students' growth whether it is in reading and in math, it's there. This learning experience online is definitely working for our students, and it's going in a positive direction.
And I'm really pleased with everything that's going on now, especially with my staff in terms of their effort and their creativity. And I can only imagine what this is going to benefit us, how this will benefit us in the future.
Enjoyed watching that as much as I did. And certainly, as you can see from the video, there has been a lot of learning that has occurred in both of these schools. And we really commend the staff and the students and the families at Nix and Arcola for really being trailblazers and beacons of hope in this very uncertain time. In addition, I'm going to ask the slides to be projected for a moment. In addition to part of the normal feedback structures, both Arcola and Nix have surveys that are a regular part of their feedback loops with their families. And so both of their schools surveyed their families in August, just a couple of weeks ago, to hear specifically about their experience. And a number of questions were asked. Just as a reminder, Roscoe Nix is a pre-K through second grade school serving approximately 480 students, 55% of whom are learning English and 69% of who are receiving free and reduced meals. And Arcola is a pre-K through fifth grade school serving approximately 750 students, 49% of whom are learning English and 75% of whom are receiving free or reduced meals. We just thought that context was important. The school teams asked a variety of questions of their families, but right here we're sharing the data relative to the amount of time in online learning as it's germane to our conversations today around elementary schedules. And in the pie charts above, you can see that Nix, a primary school, 58% of families felt that the amount of time was just right, and actually 9% wanted it to be increased, which is a really interesting data point. 23% felt it was a little too much time. At Arcola, approximately 70% of families felt the time was just right, and almost 7% wanted it to be increased. 10% felt it was a little too much time. Next slide. So in addition to the voices you've just heard, we spent additional time talking with staff and leaders to learn from their experience and ensure that our design models for elementary really support the intended goals for learning. Here are some of the key strategies that staff have shared with us that have helped them to provide a high-quality online learning experience 5 full days a week. Teachers are aware that just as with face-to-face classroom, they have to provide students with a variety of modalities. They have to gradually increase up to that all-day content. You heard the leaders talk about a ramp up or incrementally building stamina as they go. They also are giving kids lots of movement breaks and opportunities to work off screen, things to do that they would in the classroom with independent work and journaling and workbooks and whiteboards. So these are some of the examples that they have shared with us. I'm now going to transition, next slide, to talk to you specifically about the elementary schedule. And we heard from many stakeholders following the presentation on August 6th. But before we really speak to these themes specifically, we want to share a bit more context with the board about the evolution of our work and why we are proposing the schedule you will see today. Given the community input on the importance of live instruction, this schedule tries to acknowledge the intricate balance between the need for planning time, concerns about screen time, and the importance of instructional opportunities. So with respect to the length of the day or the number of days of live instruction, we really feel that to do anything less impinges upon access and opportunity for our most vulnerable students. To do less then takes away from students. We know that many of our students have not had robust learning since before March, as continuity of learning was our emergency response to education. And as a system, we have to work actively to address learning loss and support our staff in their planning. As we continue to explore the schedule, and in particular the use of time on Wednesdays, we realize that to not provide any live instruction on Wednesdays has a number of impacts on children and staff. First, it would require additional preparation and time for teachers to plan for students to have self-guided instructional experiences outside of a live instruction all day on Wednesdays. We know that check-ins at the elementary level, such as they exist at the secondary, are not developmentally appropriate. Most children don't have the organization and the reasoning skills to work on their own without guidance. So teachers would have to spend more time creating content that students could do on their own, and that would involve no support from parents or caregivers. Second, to reduce live instruction on Wednesdays will reduce our ability to provide special education services, art, music, physical education, and most importantly, time to teach reading and math. We know that literacy and math instruction for elementary students is critical to foundational skills development. The live teaching ensures that differentiation of texts in reading and problem sets in math will occur. This also ensures that reteaching that's needed is on the spot to ensure mastery of content. But I want to also ensure that the board understands that the literacy instructional block is already shortened by 30 minutes a day as compared to pre-COVID. This equates to 150 minutes or about 2 hours and 20 minutes of lost instruction. If we move to no live instruction on Wednesdays, this would equate to 240 minutes or 3 hours of missed instruction per week in literacy alone. One of the areas that literacy highlights with our new curriculum is robust writing instruction. Reduction of the literacy instruction will further compromise that experience. And last, during continuity of learning, we heard loudly from elementary parents that students struggled with asynchronous work, with watching the videos and doing things on their own. It was too much for many of our students and families. Our most vulnerable populations were further disenfranchised through the asynchronous work. We are concerned that this would continue to be true with no live instruction on Wednesdays. And I think it would be remiss to say, believe in our staff. We are committed to the time that they need to do this work and do it with excellence. And we work to make this schedule better. We believe we have done so with the commitment to students in mind, and we want to walk you through the upgrades and the analysis to support our recommendation today. Next slide. So these are the 4 areas of feedback. We had a desire and an obligation to make what we brought to you on August 6th better, and we believe we have. We really want to thank the staff and the community for reaching out with their reactions, their questions, and most notably their ideas. And I also want to take a moment to express gratitude to Margaret and Stacy, who you heard in the public comments. They're the co-chairs of the Elementary Councils on Teaching and Learning and spent time with Dr. Lewis and I to really help us understand how we could make adjustments to the proposed schedule, particularly with respect to planning time and the use of time on Wednesday. I'd like to now walk you through the 4 main areas of feedback and how we attempted to address them. Number 1 was flexibility. You heard from my colleague, Mr. McGee, and others about the ability to offer recorded lessons and also to find ways that children could learn outside of being in a live Zoom. We've developed those procedures for recording lessons, and this is paired with increasing time for off-screen opportunities, not only on Wednesday afternoons, but also ways that teachers can create that through some of the student support blocks. In terms of the use of time, and I want to point this out around where it says shifted the student day to 8:45, we recognized when we developed our schedule that we actually worked a little bit short on meeting the MSDE requirement on the length of a student day. But in order to acknowledge that students need to get prepared for learning, you can't just get ready at 9 o'clock, because 9 o'clock is when class starts. We wanted to acknowledge that 8:45 to 9 a.m. is really when the day starts, that both students should be getting their materials and getting situated and being ready to learn promptly at 9. So we are kind of discussing and compartmentalizing the elementary day as an 8:45 to 3:15 day to acknowledge that student preparation. It doesn't change when live instruction starts, and it does not impact teacher planning. We did make some adjustments to the pre-K schedule because we heard that there was some misalignment with the elementary schedule. And we really re-looked at how we could structure half days and short weeks of instruction, which Mrs. Webster will be talking to you about in a moment. In terms of screen time, we really have our staff working as we speak as part of their pre-service learning. They may not have gotten to it yet, but it's been planned for the week to explore guidance documents at the elementary level that goes through each of the content areas and talks about how to implement learning online using varied instructional practices. That includes ways to take off screen time that will occur. The student support block was redefined to be clear that it is not for all students. So there will be some students who are not in an online learning experience during those periods of time during the week. And we've also extended the lunch break by 15 minutes to a 90-minute block system-wide from 11:30 to 1 p.m. And last, planning. We delineated time on Wednesday afternoons and really returned that decision-making to our school leaders and our teacher leadership teams. Leadership teams will be identifying how to utilize this time on Wednesday afternoon along these three key priorities: supporting students, planning, and professional learning. Those are some of the places that we wanted to make sure we addressed. Next slide. Here you see a visual representation of teacher planning time, and we are pleased to note that we have reached almost a 50% increase in planning time over pre-COVID available amounts. This does not suggest that planning is easy. It doesn't diminish the time that our teachers spend above and beyond planning to adapt and design learning experiences for students. Our teachers are simply amazing, but we are also balancing this interest with addressing the critical need of providing daily live instruction at the elementary level. Next slide. So as a result, if you could do one click, it'll show the first half of the schedule. As a result of the feedback themes and areas of refinement, you will see here again a sample of how a particular grade level in a fictional elementary school might look. And I think there's some animations built in, so whoever's running the slides can just click it once. Hopefully we'll see the first part of the schedule. And what you see now, what you hopefully will see in a moment, is that our elementary schools are really working right now. They're eagerly awaiting the board's vote today so that they can finalize their schedules and share them with their students and families. They want to be ready on Monday to welcome students and engage together, and they're eagerly watching and waiting to hear what the decision will be today. We are excited about what is ahead. We stand with you, our elementary schools and our students, as we initiate this learning together this year. I'm not sure why it's not displaying, but hopefully somebody can assist who's running the slide deck. I am not in control of the deck. I know you're looking at a white screen. There we go. That's the first part of the schedule. That pictures the first half of the day, as you see some of those blocks delineated. And then if you click once more, you should see the second half of the elementary day. And those purple blocks that you see there, those are the places where kids might have off screen. Those are the combination of student support and planning opportunities that we've tried to redefine and broaden to give some more school choice there. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Mrs. Jennifer Webster, who will walk you through the revisions and refinements to the secondary schedules. And of course, I will remain for additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sergo. Good afternoon, everyone. As Dr. Sergo just mentioned, we also received feedback on the secondary schedule after the August 6th board meeting, and we appreciate the collaboration with our design teams and with our principals to present you some changes that we've made to the proposed secondary schedule based on our conversations that you also elevated for us with feedback that you received about the schedule, the proposed schedule. An initial piece of feedback was around the length of the lunch block in the secondary schedule, which has come up today in conversation around, the time that it takes students to commute from home to the lunch sites. And that is a benefit of the recording of lessons, right, as well, that we have to think about building in flexibility is the key word in all of our approaches with schedules. But we did lengthen the length of the secondary block based on that feedback. And so going from 60 to 75 minutes for the secondary lunch allows more time for commuting for lunch, but it also adds planning time to the middle of the day to attach to the 30-minute lunch for our secondary teachers. We also have to acknowledge that the transition during the summer to a virtual schedule for our secondary schools was a challenge. And it's a challenge they're still currently schedules in the spring on our previous in-person parameters. So most of them built their schedules on a sequential period sequence where periods were 1, 2, 3, but the schedule represented was on an even odd block. So we knew that we also know that we need consistency across our high schools because we have cross enrollment in high schools, like for our students who attend the Thomas Edison High School of Technology. So based on our discussions with school staff, we agreed that all high schools will run a sequential order of periods for alignment because most of them built their schedule on sequential. We did also have to collaborate with Montgomery College to adjust when the courses that are taught on the high school campuses are held. These courses will be held before 9 and after 2:30 to reduce the conflicts in our students' schedules. And for the courses that our students take that are held at MC, our MCPS counselors and the MC staff are working to support the students' reconciliation of those scheduling conflicts. We can go to the next slide, please. We also heard feedback about the instructional periods on Wednesday. The initial schedule included each class meeting for 25 minutes. The question was raised about how much could be accomplished in such a short class in a virtual space. We also heard the need to include time in our schedule for students to be able to informally reach out to their teachers. I call it the I need to find my teacher at lunchtime. As all of us who've taught at the secondary level have experienced, walking through a school building at lunchtime is a sight to see. Our teachers and students are intermingling, they're discussing work missed, they're asking questions, and many times this is the time when we connect. Thus, we've redesigned the concept of Wednesday to allow secondary schools to determine how they will structure virtual check-ins, an opportunity for students to be able to access all of their teachers, essentially to pop in at lunch. These informal opportunities to talk with students provide teachers with really valuable feedback on their students' needs. We also heard clear feedback about the need for additional teacher planning time in a virtual environment. We acknowledge and agree that our teachers need our leaders to be purposeful in our allocation of time, balancing the need to provide a full instructional experience for our students with the learning curve our teachers have teaching in a fully virtual classroom. Thus, our schedule shows that we've allocated time before school, 45 minutes before school and 45 minutes at lunch daily beyond last year's allocated planning periods. In addition, we've delineated 90 minutes on Wednesdays for schools to engage in professional learning activities during the school day. Next slide, please. So we carefully reflected on the use of Wednesdays for secondary, knowing that an all-day asynchronous option would require some preparation from teachers to record and plan for that instruction. And moving to asynchronous on Wednesday would also would take away that informal opportunity that we had built into the schedule for connections with students. But we still wanted to ensure that our proposed schedule does in fact acknowledge the need for additional planning time beyond last year's schedule. So here you see an analysis of a typical secondary allocation of planning minutes, and if there is variation in our schools in how they allocate their time. So this is just taking an average allocation, looking at the daily and then the weekly total. And when you look at the weekly total of an average pre-COVID to the current proposed plan, we see about a 59% increase in planning minutes for teachers. And we think that time is really important. We've seen amazing work from our teachers this summer. They are figuring this out, and our opportunity to allow them that time to continue to figure it out and elevate their work with time for professional learning is going to be key to our success. Next slide, please. Along those lines of student engagement, our secondary schools will design student support for social emotional learning and academic support through the use of an advisory period and designated time for teachers to bring students in for reteach, reassess, and other academic support. Schools will design how these engagement opportunities will look, but we're committed to having opportunities to create community and space for students to receive targeted support outside of their academic blocks. Next slide. So here we're looking specifically at the middle school schedule, and you'll see that we've acknowledged the time students will need to get set up for their school day and close out to organize themselves for any self-paced work they need to do outside the school day. In our conversations with middle school staff, we realized that they do not have the same pressures as high school to align for cross-enrollment. So we're proposing that they be able to run an even, odd, or sequential schedule, depending on what they originally built their schedule on and what works best for the transition to virtual. While all middle schools will have 4 60-minute classes on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, they will be customizing for their student advisory, focused student intervention, and how they structure the virtual check-ins on Wednesday. And the next slide, please. We'll look at the high school schedule. And you see that the high school schedule looks very similar, differing only in the standardization of the sequence of periods. And as I mentioned earlier, We think that's really important to ensure that we minimize conflicts with cross-enrollment and for our students who attend programs like the Thomas Edison High School of Technology. So thank you. And at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation back over to Ms. Essie McGuire, Associate Superintendent for Engagement, Innovation, and Operations.
Apologize. Thank you. We wanted to just conclude today by talking a little bit about the calendar. As I'm sure folks can appreciate, we have worked to align our calendar, of course, with the requirements of MSDE, the Maryland State Department of Education, and also with the virtual schedules that you've been hearing about here today. The next slide, please. Thank you. The approved calendar for 2021 does meet the state requirements. We are aligned with the number of instructional days, and we are also aligned, as you've heard with the schedules, with the hours that are required by the state. And as such, we do not at this time see any changes that are needed to the first marking period. However, we will continue to review the calendar and also to talk with our stakeholders in case there are any alignments that need to be made in the second marking period to ensure that that adjusts to the virtual learning experience. And what the only recommendation that we are bringing to you today for a change to the calendar is to align the marking periods of the innovative school calendar with the traditional school calendar. Typically, the innovative school calendar does mirror the traditional school calendar during the year in terms of the days on and the days off of instruction, but typically has different marking periods. Under the circumstances this year, it's beneficial to align those marking periods for the remainder of the year, and it also reflects the instructional experience that the innovative schools have had thus far, as you've heard today. So again, the approved calendars that the board has approved for the 20 and 21 school year do hold for the first marking period, and the only change that's being brought to you today is that alignment of the marking periods for the innovative school year calendar. If any additional changes appear to be needed as we continue to move through this year, we will of course bring those back to the board following discussion with stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. If we are finished with the presentation, we will begin with board questions and comments, and I will start with Mrs. O'Neill and then go to Dr. Daka after that.
Well, I want to thank all of our staff and community members who've emailed us many thoughts since our August 6th board meeting. I have to say many of them were incredibly thoughtful, lengthy. I mean, people put a lot of effort into them. Then we also received a large number of form emails. But, we all have to have thick skin these days. The world we're living in is an incredibly stressful one. And people are worried. Our teachers are worried about going to an all virtual teaching method, and parents are worried about, are their children going to be behind when we come out on the other side of the mountain of COVID? And I'm very worried about that because, we always talk about the achievement gap, and I'm worried that for some children, it may be like the Grand Canyon, and we have to do everything we can to try to prevent that. And I think a lot of thought has gone into this. I don't think the plan is perfect. I think it's going to continue to evolve. Early in my work world, I used to do scheduling of large numbers of employees. And it's one thing when you have it on paper, and it's another thing when you live with it. And I think we're going to see things very quickly. But, I guess where I'm concerned, and I think that it gets back to what Dr. McKnight said about the state board's concern about the number of hours. And I had expressed this way back in July. I asked the question, has the state waived the hours or the number of days? And the answer was no, not at this point. I think we need to maximize planning time for staff. I had an email from a teacher who has a master's in online learning, and she had a very cute song about the statistics about how time preparation for virtual learning. I also think we need to maximize instructional time. And no doubt about it, the instructional time and the asynchronous learning, we had many complaints from parents. I wish that every day we could, at the high school and middle school level, we could have more than 4 classes, because I happen to think, some subjects like math and foreign language really need to be taught every single day. Studies show that there is the need for that instruction. And in the elementary level, our reading initiative had been based upon uninterrupted blocks of literacy every single day. At one point it was 90 minutes of uninterrupted literacy. So I don't want to come through our decision-making process and shortchange anybody. I don't want to shortchange our staff, knowing that they need more time. I don't want to shortchange our kids. As I looked at the calendar, and I know we're not making any changes to the calendar, but as I think about Wednesdays, I also have to think about, I think in the first semester, we have 10 weeks. The first 2 weeks of school, we don't even have 4 days. We only have 4 days, 4 full days of instruction, because next Friday, September 4th, is an early release day. Monday is Labor Day. It's a holiday for everyone. But October 2nd, we have an early release day. We know right now, we're closed on Election Day. We lose some instructional times, and it may meet the spirit, because once you cross that 3-hour threshold, it counts as a full day. But, we're not living up to all of what we need to do instructionally. And I know we're trying to do the best we can. So it's not really a question, but I am concerned. None of us knew that when we put in the half day next Friday, we were thinking, well, it's Labor Day weekend, but we won't have a full week next week. So, I am concerned. And I know most of the half days, many of them are contractual, but, and teachers are going to be working really hard. But most of all, the center of our concern has to be our students. And, we need to always be mindful about living up to our core values of learning, relationships, respect, excellence, and equity, and try to do that as we move forward. Thank you for listening to everyone's concerns over the past couple of weeks, and be nimble and flexible and adapt as we need to make changes. But I'll be very curious to see what the state board says of everyone's plans, because last night I looked at the hours of instruction, across all the 24 LEAs in Maryland. We were not at the bottom. We were not at the top. And, it would have been helpful had the state given us guidance months ago about the expectations for the number of hours of instruction on a daily basis.
Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Yes, I just want to say thanks to the staff for all of the changes that they've made over the last month or so when we've met with them, and they have changed the program from Monday to Thursday. They put a lot of new things in about 2 weeks ago, and they're still making changes and listening to input from the community and from our teachers on some of the better ways to do the schedule. It is an insurmountable challenge, as Dr. McKnight said. And we got little direction from the state, and Pat already mentioned that, and from the superintendent. And now they're asking, well, what did you do? Well, we had to work on our own. We did the best that we could. And I appreciate the fact that every department in the school system had advisory committees. I was told, and I saw in writing, that we had at least 350 individuals and at least 100 teachers who worked on this. And I know I've said that before, but we keep hearing from teachers, well, you didn't ask teachers, it was not transparent, but really, they did the best they could to work with plenty of people in order to make some of the decisions. And I think that we can't wait to approve this recovery schedule. We all know in our hearts and our minds that there'll be changes along the way. There'll be things that just really don't work out and we'll have to look at again. But we need to have something settled today because we're starting next Monday. I noticed that there's more planning time for teachers, and I had a notion in my head that elementary teachers were getting a little bit more planning time because before they only could plan when they had PE, music, or arts. They do have some unencumbered planning time, and I believe that I saw the numbers were greater in the new schedule. And the same for secondary teachers. They have a little bit more planning time that they can use, and having time to work with the students that needed the assistance, I think is really important, and that still gives teachers some time for themselves. I like the idea of sequential classes, sequential schedule. And I know that we're doing it at the secondary level because students are at Montgomery College and at Edison, and some of them are working. However, I've lived with both kinds of schedules. And I think I've said this before. We had an alternating schedule, and it is a nightmare because if you have half-time classes, half-time teachers, if you have all the holidays, then some people get shortchanged because their class doesn't meet every day or in a regular way. So I really think that is so much better. And for me, maybe it's because the way I am, I have to look at my schedule like every hour to make sure that I have missed something I still miss. But I was a world language teacher, and I know that 5 days is not really enough for world language. But if you cut it back even more, it's not a good idea. So the extra time to consult, at least on Wednesdays, is really important. Students who are in world language in the classes that we have now, not the immersion programs, have to work really hard on speaking and listening. And that's a part that's very hard to do. So I'm saying, yes, we need to go ahead and give an okay to the kind of work that our staff has really put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baca. Now we will hear from Ms. Silvestre. Comments, questions?
Thank you. So I thank you for your work. It's a lot of information to process. I'm trying to think out loud here in terms of what class is going to look like. So I'm a teacher. I hear that parents and students have the option to opt out of having their cameras on. I hope that parents choose to encourage their children to have the cameras on, because how does a teacher build community and get to know their students, which is so important in order to do the teacher-student thing? So I appreciate having the opt-out because I know that's a lot. There's a lot of parents out there that have concerns. Every child is different. And so I want to make it clear to our audience that there is the opt-out option, but please encourage your children to participate as much as possible, as much as they're comfortable with the cameras on, because we want them to discuss actively, we want them to engage. As Mr. Lowndes said, students like to see their peers or people they recognize on the cameras. And so I know that we've gotten a lot of emails from parents about parents that think that maybe their children will not participate because they're being recorded. And so I wanted to ask if you have considered only recording the teacher-led parts of the lesson to give a little bit more freedom for those that are concerned about the class discussion being hindered by the recording. And then if you could confirm that the breakout rooms are not recorded as well.
Yeah, I'll start there, Ms. Silvestri. Thank you so much for asking that. We actually just had a discussion yesterday, I believe, day before yesterday, one day recently, about us wanting to have and doing the professional development for the staff to be able to understand how to just record themselves. We know that is an advantage. As a parent, I benefited in the spring from a teacher who actually had the lesson recorded, and you could see the teacher or the screen where we're actually teaching from. So I think that we've decided and said that is going to be the next step of what we provide for our staff in terms of professional development on exactly how to do that. We'll have to work with Mr. Chevaniti and Dr. Wilson to make sure we have the instructional piece together for that. Dr. Wilson, is there another part of this you wanted to add to this discussion? But that is a part that we have been discussing and recognize that it, you know, there's not a whole classroom, but we want to acknowledge that building that community, like you said, is important. But as we move through this, thinking about what are other options and flexibilities there. Pete, Janet, anything I missed or?
I just want to reiterate that if someone were videotaping this and Ms. Evans were the teacher, those of us who are shown on the screen would be part of that videotaping, of that recording. So I think it's important to know that even if the teacher, the teacher is part of who is on the screen themselves. So as they are teaching, whether they're using the whiteboard or whether they're using other materials, they may be shown at a period of time based on where they put their camera, but you would see everything that you would see here. But I think it's important to go back to the point of it being contained inside of the Canvas platform and not out there for everybody. The other thing that I want everyone to know is that certainly the breakout rooms are not recorded. Those are times that our students can engage with each other in small groups, follow-ups, projects, and that our staff, through our trainer of trainers, has received and is receiving this week training on utilizing the recording systems and what that means for them as they approach their lesson planning, and what that means in terms of answering questions for the parents and for students, quite frankly. Many of the middle and high school students I know have wondering about if they come on camera, what will that mean for the recording? So we are taking measures to make sure people understand all of the rules of engagement around using Zoom, and have a nice training that staff has put together that is being utilized with staff during pre-service week.
So I heard everyone on the screen will be a part of the recording, but I also heard Dr. McKnight said that it's a possibility down the line to do some professional development around recording only the teacher-led sessions.
I would have to defer to Pete on that particular part of it.
Pete and Webster wants to pipe in as well. We are working with Zoom on if there's ability to change the technology to have only one person recorded, but similar to this Zoom session, the main speaker is recorded, but there's always those boxes at the top. And right now there isn't that functionality to turn those boxes off easily.
And what I was going to contribute to the conversation was that we've had just this conversation with our leaders this week. Actually, it was Monday. I can't remember what day it is, yesterday. We had the conversation about the spirit of the recording is really to capture the key parts of the lesson that students who miss the class would need to access. It's not about recording from beginning to end and capturing every single move. It's about the spirit of the lesson. And so for the teacher may record the teacher directed parts. If there are key parts of discussion that are necessary for the student, that would be included. But just for the community to understand and for parents to understand that our goal is really just for the students who aren't able to be physically present to be able to access for a short period of time, right? We talked about how it's not going to be stored and it's not going to be distributed. Be able to access for a short period of time the teacher directed part of that lesson and any key parts of the lesson. So to your point and what Dr. McKnight started off with, that the concept of, in the different platforms, how you might be able to, the Zoom is different than Google Meet, right? Where you can pin and record the person who's pinned. So working through that technical piece, I think we could definitely evolve, but we're sort of approaching this with helping people to understand the spirit of why we're recording and the short-term range of keeping the recordings.
Thank you. That's very helpful. My second comment is around our youngest learners. Another group that we've heard a lot from our parent community is concern about our youngest learners and their ability to stay engaged for the entire day. And I see in the pie chart for Roscoe Nix, which Dr. Sergo said is a K-2 school, that it had a little bit more parent feedback indicating that it was too much. I think it was almost a third of the parents said it was a little too much or too much, if I'm looking at the pie chart correctly. And so my question is, if I'm one of those parents, I have a K-2 student, and I feel like I know my child, I know my family situation, it is too much. What options do we have? What recommendations can we give those parents? And what is, I'll start there.
And happy to answer that question. I think I'm reminded of this quote, and not to be cliche about, that we will never know if we did too much, but we will know if we did too little. And I really draw upon that as we think about kind of introducing and offering a robust learning schedule. And I think what we found from looking at the work at Arcola and Nix is that the kids surprised us in terms of their stamina. And I've mentioned before, I'm a mom to a 5-year-old, so I'm just as curious as anybody else about how this will be experienced by my own child, and let alone all the children we serve. And I think what we know about our schools is much like when we're in our buildings, our teachers are just skillfully adept at problem solving these outliers, right? So for the average student, perhaps this will be manageable, right? With the great instruction and the learning as we go that we know will be an active part of our launch. But for the students for whom it is too much, and to your point on the pie chart, I think it was about a quarter, it was about 23% of those who responded. It was not the whole school that responded. I would anticipate and expect that teachers and school teams would work with families to figure out how to provide and recreate the learning experiences in a way that achieved the ultimate goal, which was to have the children master the content and not be left behind. And so I don't know that there's a one-size-fits-all approach to how much time is the right amount of time, because our children, like anything else, fall along a continuum. But I know that we will be continuing to seek feedback and get feedback from our families, from our staff, around how this is being experienced so that we can make adjustments if it is not working for our children.
Thank you. So now we will go to Mr. Sante.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank all the staff working on the schedule. I know creating the schedule has been a lot of work, and I appreciate how you guys have taken in a lot of community input to sort of shape what the schedule looks like. I want to echo the sentiments of Mrs. O'Neill. I think it's important that we go ahead with it, and also I think it's important that we recognize that we can make changes as the year goes on, modify the schedule as needed, and it's important that we get started with this solid schedule that's been presented in front of us. I do think, though, my one caveat left with the schedule is sort of the Wednesday check-in system, the way that works. I think it would be more beneficial to students and to teachers just to have an open period, like an open session in which students can check in as needed, rather than constraining it to periods. But maybe you can talk more about like the benefits of keeping it constrained to periods.
Thank you for that feedback. We actually had that feedback coming to us from leaders as well this week, and that's another one of our adjustments. We did adjust from whenever we met. Whenever I talked to you last about this, we have adjusted that schools have the flexibility to design those Wednesday check-ins. So they may not go by period. They may design it differently. The one thing that we want to make sure is that students will be able to access all of their teachers. So whatever we come up with, we've got to think about conflicts in student schedules. If trying to schedule with my math teacher and my English teacher, what does that look like? But we are giving them the flexibility on Wednesdays to do that for the very reason you just mentioned. So
that's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asante, for bringing that question up. And I just want to let the community, as well as our teachers, know that they can continue to send us emails. And as you've heard, that there will be flexibility and adjustments and enhancements where we need to make them. So now we will go to Ms. Dixon.
So I too want to express my appreciation to all of the teachers and parents, hundreds, who wrote to us on the board individually and also as a full board. I think that a lot of work has been done, but in taking all of those hundreds of emails, I tried to synthesize them and come up with what really came through as the most important things to those who wrote to us. And it was two issues, the need for planning time and also the technology. And I think that, in terms of the technology, as they mentioned, even if we wanted to upgrade right now, there aren't, any laptops available to buy because everyone else is trying to do the same thing. But I think over the course of time, this is going to be the wave of the future, and we really do need to invest. So on the 31st, MCPS will experience what I call a paradigm shift in our instructional program. We're going to move from in-person teaching to virtual, online instruction, remote, whatever you call it. And so teachers have to learn new teaching skills. Some of them told me, they've had 20 years of experience, but they feel like with this, they're a brand new teacher, and that they need time to do a lot of the things that they've done in the past. And they need to learn how to keep students motivated and keep them engaged in learning. And August 31st will be very different in terms of the continuity of learning in the spring, in that they knew the students in the spring. These are all new students that our teachers will have, that they will have to get to know. And I'm just not sure how quickly that can be done through a computer. But I do think that it's going to take some creativity, and I know it's going to take a lot of work. And so I want to thank Sarah and Jen and Sean as well for hearing us about the 1 through 8 periods that required, student check-in at the end of the day, and changing that up to, these virtual check-ins beginning at 10:15. And for the public, the board does get briefings in small numbers because, it would be a violation of, the Meetings Act, but with 3s. And in our briefing, one of the things that Dr. Smith assured us about the virtual check-in time, which is at 10:15 to beginning at 10:15 and running through 2:30, was that is a structure. So if teachers could find within that structure a way to engage, with students, parents, that, let's say Nick was in first period, and Nick doesn't get up till later, and he, doesn't have any questions, that they could come up with a schedule of how Nick could get in touch, how parents could get in touch. Now, did I hear that right, Miss Evans and Dr. Daka, when we had our 3x3? Was that what he? Yeah, so I asked about.
I wasn't with you, Ms. Wolf.
Yeah, no, I said Dr. Daka and Miss Wolf. I'm sorry, I said Miss Wolf. I think I heard that from Dr. Smith, and pressed him on that. So the other thing that I heard was with the elementary schedule, that there was flexibility, and parents who thought, and my concern really was about the pre-K, kindergarten, and first graders, parents who thought that it was too rigorous could take from that schedule what they needed. So if they only wanted their child to, let's say, do the English and the math, that they could elect to do that. I'm just telling you what I heard. So, sitting, and I have to say, this is, given me some sleepless nights about all of this, because I really do feel that our teachers are the heart of the school system, just like the heart is the heart of the body. And, when, the heart's not working, we die. And so, it's important for teachers to have the time that they need in terms of planning. So thinking about what they have to do, and I was going to offer a resolution, and then I've moved that back to now an amendment, but it just, I'm going to pick up the talking points from that resolution. So teachers need time to refine the current lesson plans for online instruction, time to plan new lessons, time for grading student work, time for MCPS professional development, time to learn new curriculum. I know they have Sync in the middle school English and the Eureka Math and Benchmark, the literacy, among others. Time to attend school meetings, faculty, department, professional learning, community, collaborative problem solving, grade level meetings, school committee meetings, instructional leadership team meetings, data chats, IEPs, 504, parent conferences, educational management team meetings, time to engage with students and answer their questions, time to call parents and guardians, time to help students directly who need more support, time to collaborate with support staff, time to collaborate with service providers, whether that's, the school psychologists or the PPW, time to write college recommendations for seniors, time to analyze attendance reports for class meetings and follow up regarding students who are missing class, time to get to know the students they're teaching in order to build a positive virtual classroom community. And now, today, we heard that, we will add another thing in terms of downloading. The teachers can download lesson plans for students who didn't get that within the 72 hours. So I'm not sure, Ms. Evans, where we would put this amendment, whether we need to have the superintendent's amendment, but I wanted to add 13th and 14th, whereas and a resolve. We've heard a lot from the elementary teachers as well about their need to have the Wednesdays as well for planning and reaching out to students and parents. And let me just finish up quickly here. The minutes that we got, that chart, I do have to say I was a little bit offended by that because, I think people need a block of time to do things. And certainly we haven't said to, our committees that have worked on this, okay, well, you have 30 minutes to do this, 30 minutes to do that. It doesn't work that way. You get involved in something. Sometimes, a parent conference could take a lot longer than whatever time is allocated for that. So, and I don't, I did spend time talking to all of my colleagues about this amendment, and it's, well, let me just say that's a lot of work too. That took a day. And, but I think in the end, everyone will do what they think is the right thing to do. I really do believe that given this situation, we have 21 Wednesdays from the beginning of school until January 29th. And to the teachers, I will say that I think, there was some concern about, some of the things that didn't occur, in the spring, that, some parents and students might not have been able to reach some of our staff. But I think for the most part, you were able to connect with the majority. I also think what will be very, very important, and I will say this to parents, you really do need to have the information about what is happening in terms of, the virtual online instruction. And I would urge teachers to just ensure that you are, have a syllabus and you're sharing so that parents can see it directly. I think you have to put this in the Canvas program. When assignments are due, projects, that's just so important. So, you know, I'm going to offer this amendment, and mainly because I'm concerned about that time. And I know that Dr. Smith said that there was flexibility in terms of that virtual check-in. So it's not like we're going to be tying the teachers up during that time. If they can come up with a way that they can, you know, let their students know when they are available, you know, to help parents as well. I mean, I think, you know, if parents email you or call you, you know, you should try to answer them that day. You know, I think these things are just very important. The other concern that I have, and why I'm going to put this in as well, is we've heard a lot from the elementary teachers who have shared that, you know, they have, you know, some cases 4 preparations, English, math, social studies, and science. And, you know, they need the time to refine those plans as well. And so I think, you know, I would put the amendment in there at the appropriate time. And, you know, and then for my colleagues, you know, I think, you know, we just, you know, voted up or down. So I think that's basically what I wanted to share during this time. Shepard, when would we do that? During the resolution?
So yes, Ms. Dixon. So what we would do is let our colleagues continue making comments. We still have several more people. And then Dr. McKnight will read the resolution. And then at that time, you would offer the amendment prior to us voting on the resolution. And then I'm just going to ask you to briefly read what your
where the inserts are.
Right. So that way people are clear, because you said a lot of important things. I want people to be clear of what this amendment actually is stating. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Give us a second, and then we will get to all of that. We are now at Mrs. Mondrosky, and we have Ms. Wolf as well. Mrs. Mondrosky.
So thank you. I want to thank everybody for the time that they've taken on working on this plan and the presentation and everything. It's very disappointing to me that we're at this point in time in terms of school getting ready to be opening, to be having this presentation. But here we are. And the reason it's disappointing is because I think this has ended up being very good. And I think this meeting has been very good. And I think we've gotten a lot of really important questions out there. Still have a few more that I'm going to kind of throw at you, and hopefully we can get short answers to. But it's unfortunate that, you know, pre-service time has already started and teachers haven't, and parents and students haven't had the opportunity to go into this week feeling like I feel much better now today than I did yesterday, for example. All of that said, here we are. And so I know that there's, you know, it's a lot to ask, and we've put a lot on our staff and everything, but a few things that I did want to kind of reiterate, I guess, if you will, is some things that I've mentioned at the last board meeting, but I just want to kind of re-mention. I loved what the teachers talked about in the video about how they sent the little ring home or tried to make connections. I think one teacher referred to it as a home visit. Another teacher referred to it as a virtual open house. As many ways as we can try and do that for our teachers to be able to connect with our students somehow this week. I'm not even sure if they have their school schedules yet, so if anybody knows who their teachers are. But if we could do that, that would be huge. Also a way for parents to connect with each other. I don't know if it's inappropriate these days to put out class lists or, you know, or whatever they can do, or maybe offer, if schools could offer like an evening, a back to school night type of thing sooner than we normally do, because rather than waiting until October, like get parents so that they have each other to lean on as resources. Again, I know it's a lot to ask, but printable materials, weekly packets, lesson plans, curriculum, written instructions, and easy access to whatever parents need to help support their students, I think will be huge for the success of all of this. there are a couple of the questions that I have received along the lines of the teachers and things like that, is about the amount of content that will be created by individual teachers versus how much will be provided and required by the MCPS Central Office, and the determination of essential course content that will be prioritized in the instructional time. I think those are things for another time to be answered. I'm just mentioning them to you because these are things that I know we all are still concerned about, and with grading and all that kind of stuff, how all that's going to work. And again, no for another meeting. I'm just putting it out there now so you know that it's on my mind. Mentioned that. A couple of questions that I did have is the one, and it's kind of a bigger, broader, and maybe this is coming up in the next section, but about how we're going to measure success and participation. And making sure that it's about more than just seeing if someone's logged on. And I know it was mentioned about the wellness teams, and I love that, and I think we're going to be talking more about that later, but just making sure that people understand that seeing that someone logged in and asking them one question and whether they know the answer or not does not necessarily engagement make. And so really being conscientious about how we are making sure every child is engaged, especially if they don't have their. So to Ms. Silvestri's point, parents really encouraging students to have their cameras on, I think is going to be important so that teachers can have that, build that personal relationship. I had a question about, one of you mentioned, I'm not sure if it was Dr. McKnight or who mentioned something about the Zoom breakout groups. I did have a question about, can paras work in breakout groups with our students if that's happening while teachers are doing planning time or other instruction? And what kind of training and specified expectations we're putting out, what kind of hands-on training we're giving to our paras and any of our other support people, as well as providing written, I think written is kind of an important aspect, expectations for how some of these partnerships are going to work so that there are defined expectations for not just the teachers, but also for the people who are working with them. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that at all quickly.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Mondrowski. That's a critical question. This week during pre-service week, we have offered a virtual conference. Voluntary conference has just so many different training opportunities for our staff, including paraprofessionals. And in answer to your question, certainly they can and will be valued and valuable in the use of small group work in the Zoom classrooms. They, paraprofessionals, can take the same Zoom trainings that have been provided by staff because they're to all school support audiences, teachers, administrators, so forth, and how to use Zoom. We are certainly making sure that our paraprofessionals are represented in our schedules in terms of how they'll be supporting, and we have had discussions with our association about the importance of making sure that what we ask them to do, they certainly are going to be provided the training to support in the ways that we need them to. So okay. That is something that, and we will be reviewing schedules centrally to make sure that we do have, all hands on deck in this virtual space. You also brought up the importance of the communication and the weekly plans, emphasizing to principals the importance of maximizing communication to families in this virtual time. We can't over communicate. The board's mentioned many times the importance of different types of ways that texting has come up here on numerous occasions. So the use of the website in terms of when school staff is available the use of the website in terms of weekly planning, making sure that we are using the calendar system inside of the platform so that parents see clearly what the assignments are, when they're due, etc. So you've hit on some very important points, all of which have been part of our pre-service, our trainer of trainers model. I've taken some notes on some things that we can circle back on here today with our principals, just as a source of in the discussions here today. So those were great questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, making sure that those things are printable and that people can access them if they don't have the printer or whatever in their weekly pickup of materials, I think is going to be really important. And again, setting up the expectations for people. I did mention Paris, but I know that there are other people like substitutes and I don't know if there's going to be volunteer opportunities possible. My mother and I were having that conversation because she used to volunteer in an elementary school in Florida. And I was like, hey, it's all virtual. You could probably still do it again, but I don't know if that's something that we're doing. I would really like to encourage that if we could find the money. And we've talked a lot about the trainings over the weeks, and I've gotten very mixed messages as to what we are paying for people to train and what we're expecting them to volunteer to take what training on their own. That's not for me to whatever, but I would really love if we could try as hard as we can to find money from the CARE funding or any of those type of grant programs to pay people to take as much of this training as possible if they need to do it on the weekends, because we are so all of a sudden here. And I know we heard from a lot of people yesterday that training didn't start off great because of the Zoom issues, which is not MCPS's fault, but there it is. And now we're down from 5 days to 4 days and things like that. So anything that we could do to help support. And with that said, I do hope that we will do that. I also hope people understand that these are unprecedented times. We as a board are paid for a quarter-time job and we work 24/7 a lot of the time. So we're all trying to do everything that we can to do the best that we can to support our staff and our students. And sometimes, unfortunately, that does mean doing more. But I know that our teachers and our staff and our administrators and everything always go above and beyond what is considered their duty days and what they are paid for. And as much as we can possibly provide for them opportunities to get paid to do the extra training so that we're all doing the most that we can, I would be very grateful for. I asked about the attendance and records. I noticed in the presentation that it goes directly to the minister's, like the secretary's office, I forget what the title is, I apologize. But the attendance secretaries, I guess. But if at some point we could continue to work on making sure that gets centrally located. I know our new system's supposed to do that and we're a little ways away from that, but we're still working on it. But that I look forward to that day, take that off of their laps. I had a question about internships. Some parents have written in that their children were told that they could not continue internships because of the COVID thing, but that the companies had said, no, they were okay with it. How are we addressing that? Because I believe the internships, if companies are willing to still accept our students, is very important. And we really need to do everything we can to provide that.
Ms. Mendrosky, if I could go back to a couple of your earlier comments, and
Sure.
then I'm hopeful that Mr. Murphy is on that can address the internship question, and I saw Mr. Koutzis also come on with that one. We certainly are working towards being able to maximize our community and our volunteers. We have just gone through a process to ensure that all of our memorandums of understanding for all of our partner agencies that we've had longstanding relationships with, all of those memorandums of understanding were done when we were in brick and mortar. And so we had to revisit all of those memorandums of understanding to make sure that we were going to be operating safely in a virtual space, because we're really providing everyone access to our students. inside of our virtual system. So we've just redone all of those external partnerships that we have centrally, and we're working with the schools to identify their partners that they have so that we can do a similar function with the MOUs with our school-based partners. Because a lot of the schools, they strike those relationships and those partnerships. We don't really have anything to do with them, but we wanted to also make sure that those were in order too. We also similarly are working on the same type of training and infrastructure, if you will, to utilize volunteers. We definitely want to use volunteers, but we also know that right now with school just starting, and as Ms. Dixon pointed out, unprecedented, first time ever in this type of an environment, that we also are spending time making sure schedules are correctly, locating students who may now be attending a different school or may be out of the district. All of those things that have to happen normally in a brick and mortar are happening now, and maybe we have to take a different strategy in doing those things. So I wanted to reassure you that we are doing that. And then you made the comment also about being able to take as much off of the schools centrally as we can. One of the values of having the attendance secretary involved in that process at the school level is that they're able to closely monitor who we're not seeing. So if we have a student that, is not present on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that seems to be a pattern, then that's a connection that the attendance secretary can make with the well-being team. So they're in this environment. There is a lot to be said with somebody on site monitoring that very closely.
I appreciate that. Yeah, right. I appreciate that.
With that, I'll turn it over. I see Mr. Murphy on the camera. So Mr. Murphy, would you like to address the internship question?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Murphy, Director of College and Career Readiness and District-Wide Programs. And yes, Ms. Mondrowski, we share the sense of urgency to get students into internships in the workplace for those real-life opportunities, but to also do so cautiously. Just like we have in a normal internship experience, we need to make sure that our employers and our partners are on board with what they're agreeing to do when they work with our students. So in these conditions, health and safety is number one. So we're making sure that we're in the process of making sure that when employers accept an in-person internship, that it is done safely and that our students are being taken care of given COVID-19 conditions. I will say though, as we start the year, we will be ready for virtual internships. We will be ready for capstone projects so that students who are completing career programs will have opportunities to complete those programs with those experiences that we need. Moving forward, these experiences like internships will be part of other conversations that we have about returning students to more normal conditions, like Dr. Wilson mentioned earlier, about moving forward with the possibility of the SAT. So these are all things that once the year gets open, we will also be making plans to make sure our students have those opportunities.
That's great. I'm very happy to hear that. I asked earlier about bringing the allowing teachers to go back in the buildings, and one of the things that we've talked about in the past is with the CTE programs. There's a lot of concerns over how some of these kids are going to be able to continue getting their certification if they can't do any of the hands-on aspects of their learning there. We have the hubs at Edison and Seneca Valley as well as many programs at our local schools, as we all know. So internships, I think, is a big part of that. And when someone wrote to me that they were being told that we're not allowed to participate in internships, I wasn't sure how. So I think if that's the message that is out there, we need to change that. That's the story. So I'm happy to hear about that. And then I think that's, again, some of the things that the final things that I had were really more of a longer term follow-ups just in how we're going to measure the success. And Mr. Asante mentioned about the check-in sessions. We've had questions about whether or not they're going to be mandatory. I don't know if they need to be mandatory, but I think that if it's important that we don't just leave it up to kids to decide like they just want to, that they need to check in, because some kids will just never check in. I mean, my son would never reach out for help if he wasn't told that this was his time to connect for extra help. So I just want to make sure that we're paying attention to that. Otherwise, I appreciate so much all of the emails and messages that we've received from our parents, our students, and our staff. I've been a little disappointed by some of the dialogue that we've received in terms of if we don't support X, Y, or Z, that we don't support our students, or we don't support our staff, or we don't support our families. I think that it's really important that everybody understands that we are all doing absolutely the best that we can for our students. And as Ms. O'Neill mentioned earlier, that's the bottom line is we need to do the best that we can to make sure that we are providing the best educational opportunities for our students. I feel like you've presented a good plan. I was very concerned about the amount of planning time, particularly at the elementary school level, but it was helpful to see that there's only a 15-minute difference, essentially a week between elementary and high school. It's different, but seeing that video of what our elementary school students are currently doing and how that's going was very helpful for me in terms of getting a better perspective on what the school year will look like and ways of keeping our students engaged. And I do think that the amount of time that our students have to learn is going to be critical. So, so thank you all very much for all of the work that you do. I want to say thank you very much to all of our teachers, our paraeducators, our support staff, our administrators, and everyone who has spent the summer preparing, taking time on their own to do what needs to be done to get to the point where they need to be, and for what they're about ready to embark on and embrace in this new dynamic of education. So just want to say again, thank you very much to everyone and good luck. And students and parents, I hope you have a great kickoff to the school year and a wonderful Labor Day weekend.
Thank you, Mrs. Mondrowski. At this time, we will go to Vice President Wolf.
Well, I think it's kind of all been said. I have two sort of overriding principles, and that is communication is key and evaluation is a must. And I actually think that if I recall, the first evaluation we were going to do was around October. I might be mistaken on that, but I would like to hear some results or some feedback at the end of September, if at all possible. I think we should have some sort of evaluation results coming out every month. It doesn't have to be a major evaluation. It could be 5 questions, but I think it should include teachers, administrators, parents, and students. I also want to reiterate what Ms. O'Neill said. This plan is not perfect. We all know that. We admit that. You don't have to write in and tell us that, because as Ms. Mondrowski said, we are doing what we think is the absolute best for our kids. Is it perfect? No. Will it work? We won't even know until a few weeks from now. But it is the plan that we have, and we have to move forward with a plan. I also want to say that I too had some concerns about instructional time versus planning time. There did seem to be some inequities between the elementary school teachers' planning time and the upper level teachers' planning time. I right now am going to concede that it looks like the planning time is in there, but I think we should also be monitoring that planning time is used for planning and not other things. The last thing that I want to say is that the video inside the Canvas, someone mentioned that it was not out, it was not for everyone. It's inside Canvas because it's for MCPS. I'm still a little bit confused as how you have a video that I can't copy. So far, it hasn't worked when I'm pulling things off the internet and pulling things that probably people think are, their own things, but you are able to copy them. So I'm wondering how you're going to address that, because I'm just not seeing that it cannot be copied.
So, Ms.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Hello?
I apologize. I was going to answer that question for you. So the link that you described in Canvas is a link. Even though it shows up and looks like a video, in 3 days it explodes basically. So the link goes nowhere. So when the link, so you're not uploading the video to Canvas, you're just uploading the link from Zoom to Canvas.
Well, I also hear the concerns of our teachers about videos. And I guess, at first I was somewhat troubled by the response that we were getting. But as I think about it, even though we know absolutely that you're not supposed to be recording anyone without their permission, somebody's going to just turn on their cell phone and record it right off the screen. So I don't think that I'm as concerned when I think about it that way, in terms of videos being developed, if you want to say, by our teachers. But I think that they should realize too that it doesn't matter whether or not they're recording through this Zoom, because anybody can actually record them simply by turning on their cell phone. And that's pretty much everything I have to say. It's a plan, and I'm looking forward to September the 1st, when we hopefully will get some guidance from the state about the plan, because we always have the opportunity to adjust it. And we will definitely be looking at what changes are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. And I'll just end it out with saying thank you to everyone that's given a presentation. Ms. Silvestri, I'll come back to you in a second. To everyone that's given the presentation, you have taken a lot of the board comments into consideration, as well as the feedback that we've gotten, not only from parents and students, but also from our staff. So a lot of what has been said, I'm in agreement with various colleagues, so I will not be repetitive. I do want to ask this. We've been sitting for quite some time, and I know there are people who are only probably here to see this portion of the meeting. I did want to know if board members needed a 15-minute break that we did not take, and then come back and read the resolution and then vote, or we just can go right into reading the resolution and voting right now. But I'm just not certain who needs a 15-minute.
I think we should read the resolution, complete this section. That would be my
we can do
recommendation
that.
Is complete the opening of the plan for the opening.
Of everyone, okay? Because we're in the hour.
I think is very important to the discussion.
So we will get back to you. Okay, I hadn't forgot about you. I just wanted to finish my statement, and then Mrs. O'Neill jumped in. So Ms. Silvestri, go ahead and comment now.
I think it's important that we clarify something that was brought up by Ms. Dixon in regards to the youngest learners. She shared that she had heard in her 2x2 or 3x3s meetings that if a parent cannot, for whatever reason, their circumstance or their child cannot do the full day, they will not be penalized for that. Can we get some clarification so that our parents are clear about that? Because that's a big concern for some families.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Silvestri. That was part of the discussion that we had, that we know that there are families that may have situations where, quite frankly, they can't take advantage of the instruction, the live instruction during the day. That again goes back to why the recordings are very, very important for those unique situations. And that also goes to why the attendance and the engagement pieces are critically important. once we identify that parents have availed themselves of the material, they can certainly be provided credit for the attendance, but will certainly not be penalized in any way. We're going to want to know that our families are okay, that there's not a situation that we can help with that's keeping them from being able to take advantage of the instruction. But it is, important. We've mentioned flexibility so many times. We just don't know the number of situations that our parents and our students are navigating through. So we really do need to be sensitive, use compassion and care, and also try to seek to understand what those situations are. But certainly we will not be punitive.
Is that your only question, Ms. Silvestri? Okay. So seeing no other mics unmuted, at this time, I will allow Dr. McKnight to read the resolution.
Thank you so much, Ms. Evans. So this is a long resolution. I will summarize the whereas parts and make sure I state directly the resolve areas of our resolution. So this is the resolution on the opening of schools and the recovery of education plan. On August 6th, Montgomery County Public Schools Board of Education approved the reopening of the 2021 school year as virtual only instructional model and the cancellation of fall and winter sports through the first semester or until the state and local health officials determine that students can safely return to in-person instruction after the first semester. MCPS has established a recovery plan design team in a number of areas that have brought together over 320 diverse teams from our school, central office, association partners, and community groups. In that plan, we've made sure we've ensured the safety and wellness of students and staff while focusing on providing a robust and dynamic virtual learning experience that does ensure equity, all means all, and optimizing resources and facilitating community and stakeholder engagement in developing this plan. Our virtual-only experience is to include live instruction, opportunities for targeted support and independent work relating to supporting special education services and our needs of our English language learners. The approved traditional 2021 school calendar aligns to the instructional model through the first marking period, and the innovative 2020-21 school year calendar will be adjusted to align marking periods with the traditional calendar. The staff have reviewed both the traditional and innovative school year calendars to ensure that the instructional calendars continue to align with and support the virtual learning experience in the second marking period. MCPS will continue to provide access to school meals across the district and expand the scope of meal services throughout areas to support food and security for our students. During our fiscal 2015 year, elementary and secondary lunches due to COVID-19 pandemic meal service, the prices are going to be maintained at the current levels for breakfast, and the price of secondary lunches will be reduced to current elementary price. MCPS is committed to physical, social, and psychological needs of our students, families, and staff as we navigate through this global pandemic and conduct a virtual only learning program in which we're going to provide comprehensive, culturally responsive supports through our Be Well 365 program. We're going to recognize the need to provide professional learning to ensure our students and families and staff are successful in this virtual only environment through a series of courses that are available on a wide range of topics. MCPS has reimagined our athletics, fine arts, student leadership, and extracurricular activities, and will extend the virtual experience to all students. MCPS will provide students and staff the technology needed to fully engage in virtual only learning. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the current 2021 Montgomery County Public Schools Recovery Plan, which provides expanded program opportunities, flexibility for our schools, and ensures equity and access will follow the guidelines set forth by local, state, and federal health officials, the Maryland State Department of Education, and the United States Department of Education. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education approve an amended innovative school calendar for school year 2021 to align the marking periods with the traditional school year calendar as provided in the attachment. And be it further resolved that breakfast prices for elementary and secondary students will be $1.30, and students who are eligible for reduced price meals will receive breakfast at no cost. And be it further resolved that lunch prices will be $2.55 for elementary students, $2.55 for secondary students, and 20 cents for all reduced price eligible students. And be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools continues working with others, including county health officials, to reassess conditions at the end of first quarter in an effort to determine the safest and most appropriate model of instruction for the second semester of the 2021 school year, and provide a recommendation to the Board of Education no later than November 10th, 2020.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. And at this time, this is when you would do your amendment, if you're going to offer it.
Okay. So there are 12 whereases, and I wanted to add a 13 and 14 whereas. So whereas MCPS is a community committed to equity and treating teachers as professionals. And 14, whereas instructional time is characterized by the amount of time teachers spend teaching and the amount of time students are engaged in learning, therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Public School Recovery Education Schedule be amended to use Wednesdays as a day of instruction, planning, and learning for teachers and students at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school, during which students will engage in self-paced, asynchronous learning assignments using books, paper, pencil, pen, while teachers will engage in 1, and I would just take the schedule, planning from 8 to 9, 2, professional learning from 9:15 to 10, and using the time from 10:15 to 2:30 to 1, reach out to students they know need more support. 2, allow students and parents to reach out to them. 3, work on tasks that relate to instruction based on their needs and the needs of the students that they teach. 4, lunch and wellness break from 11:30 to 12:15. And then the big 4 in there would be the case management, collaborative problem solving, department meetings, 2:45 to 3:15. So basically with this amendment, what I'm proposing is that the elementary teachers have a day for planning as well, that students would be involved not on the computer, but using pen and paper and books. And, hopefully that would do something with the Zoom fatigue, which I think will occur. And then to just take out the 1 through 8 virtual time, just take the periods out, but that time would be used. So there's that.
So for point of discussion, I will second her motion. Though I'm comfortable with the program that the superintendent has proposed after hearing today's presentation, I would like to hear the discussion of my colleagues.
So I'm opening up the floor for discussion. Is there anyone who has any comments in reference to Ms. Dixon's amendment that she's offered with the second by Mrs. Mondrosky?
Can I also just reiterate that I do want to emphasize Ms. Wolf's comments earlier, that I do think it's going to be a very important aspect of this program to make sure that we're continually evaluating how well it's going, and that at least once a month we are looking at and surveying, as she mentioned, students, family, and staff to see how things are going.
So if there's no discussion, Ms. Silvestre, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to state that we are less than a week away from the start of school. This is a complex puzzle, the schedule, all of the details that have been presented today. As much as I would like to support this resolution, I cannot, because I fear of the repercussions of making such a significant change this late in the game. I think parents need, and teachers and staff need, a plan that they can go and implement tonight, tomorrow. And I just think it's too late in the game to change things. And the state is also make recommendations come September 1st that might impact our schedule, which would throw us into another possible change. So I just, I cannot support this for that reason. I think our families need consistency, a plan, and we have heard a plan today. We said it was not perfect, but we need to move forward and implement that plan.
I'll just make a comment too, Ms. Silvestre, that I appreciate that since August the 6th, that the system has listened to what board members have said, either individually or in groups of twos, what they would like to see happen to better support our teachers and our students. And I believe that we've allowed a lot of flexibility in the current plan. And we have also discussed that in the event, as we go into the school year, that we need to make changes, that we will do that we will be flexible. I've heard the word flexibility all throughout the presentation today and our discussions prior to today's meeting. So I will say that, and I will just reiterate also that we want to continue to hear from parents, students, and our staff around what they're seeing and how we can better make adjustments if needed for the work. We could not have imagined that we would be in this current situation. This is not something that we would have dreamed of. And so I would just ask our parents and everyone in the community to give our teachers grace and our administrators as well as we go through this virtual learning process, which is so new to everybody. This is happening across the country, and I wish that right now I had the name of the teacher, but there was a teacher who wrote an article, a teacher from Montgomery County that she wrote up an article that appeared in, I don't know if it was Edu Week or whatever, but she talked about how she engaged her students during this time. She listed out the pros and cons. She didn't say it was perfect, but she had a lot of great ideas that she used with her students. So I would just advise teachers to talk amongst yourself with your peers, share best practices, lean on one another, because this is the time when, we all should be there for one another. And I'll just say this, I believe Mrs. O'Neill stated it and Mrs. Mondrosky stated it, and we've all probably had conversations with each other, not in the public setting, but if you could give us some grace as well. I do not mind people practicing their First Amendment rights to send in emails. I just ask you to be civil, right? People are trying their best. We have staff members who have teachers in the school system. We've heard a variety of things around, what resources are made available to ourselves. And so I just really appreciate all the work that's gone into this virtual learning plan, and that staff, when I talk with them late at night or on the weekends, that they talked about, really being concerned about our families, from, Mrs. McGuire talking about meal distribution. All board members have stressed that they want to make this as easy on our families as possible. During the spring and summer, we advocated for additional meeting distribution sites to have the system do more mobile, more in the community distribution sites. We have community partners that help partner with us. So Ms. Dixon also stated that, she's lost sleep. I think we've all lost sleep. Today, I made sure that, I devoted not as much to my daily meditation. I prayed, I read, and I wrote, but I really went out on the track this morning to really just kind of get myself energized and ready for this meeting. So I know that whatever we do, we're not going to make everybody happy, but just know that, all this was done in love. and in thinking about our students and our staff. You know, our employees talk about, you know, they only hear about the students. Just know that you're thought about more than you know, and we appreciate you. And I just say hats off to you all in advance for the work that you're going to do for all of our students. I have 2 girls in the school system. I was told by somebody that wrote in, they don't care that I have kids in the school system, but I do want to share with people. I have 2 girls, one entering high school for the first time, one that's going to be a senior. And, you know, I try to make sure that I model the behavior that I want my kids to follow. I've talked to them about this is not what you're used to. This is not going to be a normal year for my daughter, who was looking forward to driving to school every day. But I've said to her, we're going to make the most of it, right? There are so many families that are in a different situation, and we think about those families day in and day out. And so I just wanted to just give brief remarks to everybody to, we're all in this together in this way, thinking about how to make it right for our students and families. And we are really going to hold the system accountable and to their word about being flexible and making adjustments along the way. So I just wanted to state that and just to say thank you to everybody who's emailed us. We've gotten thousands. And then for the ones that we don't get, Ms. Dixon will forward it to me and to other board members. Ms. Wolf will forward what she's gotten that she doesn't think that we're all on. We forward it on to administration. So just know that we're listening, we hear you, and we are really trying in this moment to make certain that we're not leaving too many kids behind. And for the ones that we know that may fall in the gaps, that we're doing all that we can to lift them up and to support them too. So I just wanted to state that. I don't know who else has any comments.
Well, I have a comment since I haven't commented on my amendment. I appreciate your comments, Ms. Evans. I will say this, that, you know, I do appreciate our staff as well, and all the work that they have put into this. I do feel that our staff need to reach out more in terms of the teachers and having the teachers have input in terms of what they come up with. And when our staff are presenting to us, I think, you know, they are presenting to us what they have come up with and are making, you know, the best case for that as well. And, you know, I'll just use the example of, you know, the video that we saw. I like things to be even-handed. I like to know what's positive and, you know, what's also not so positive. And, you know, we didn't hear really, you know, that piece of it in terms of, you know, what might be the issues here. You know, and I have forwarded you some of these things where not all the teachers, you know, in our innovative program, you know, thought that that went as well as it was portrayed to us in terms of the number of students that were served and also, you know, the number of students that were there at the end. And so I would just ask that we have, you know, even-handed presentations of things, and that as much as possible, we ratchet up our consultation with the teachers, because it's really them that have to deliver all of this and this instructional program. And I think that that is very, very important to get their input. And so I too want to thank our teachers for all that they will do, all of those connections that they will make, you know, with our students. One of the wonderful things about teaching is that you have the opportunity to begin again. Every year you have the opportunity to begin again. And, you know, to the parents who have entrusted their children to us, we take that very, very seriously. And we want our students to have everything that they need, but we also want the teachers to have everything that they need so that they can teach our students. And so I will look forward to getting the updates, which I think, will be very crucial, and to see whether, in fact, we do follow up when we see, what is occurring. Because generally we tend to deal with things and then move on to the next item. And, we're not necessarily going back and checking to see how that's all going. So, we'll call for the vote now.
I had a comment.
Go ahead. And this Vice President Wolf, absolutely. We'll let everybody comment.
Yeah.
Me? Okay. So I'm not going to support the amendment. I appreciate the desire to give more planning time. But as I stated before, I'm also concerned about the amount of instructional time. I'm also very concerned about, on September 1, the day after we start school, what the state board may issue to us, because it was expressed at the meeting yesterday that they wanted everyone to have 3.5 hours of live instruction every day. So that's 5 days a week. And I think we will be in a pickle on Tuesday if suddenly they tell us we have to change our schedule. I do appreciate the fact that staff has made adjustments to the calendar, or to the schedule since August 6th, based on feedback from teachers, feedback from principals. The change at the high school level from alternating periods to synchronized or continuous periods. So, but I know that it may not be all that everyone desires, but come Monday, our teachers are going to put a smile on their face, greet their students virtually, and do the best they can do. They're caring individuals, and they chose a profession that requires you to be a caring, sympathetic, empathetic person. And no matter what we throw at them, they will attempt to make the best of it. So I want to wish all of our staff a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. Vice President Wolf?
I think that Ms. O'Neill has said a lot of what I was going to say. We have certainly heard from any number of teachers. All of them do not agree with the plan, and we expected that. The plan is not perfect, but I know that come Monday, all of them will do their best to implement whatever it is that we vote on. I do want to say one thing that has concerned me, and I've asked for this before, and I understand where Ms. Dixon is coming from in terms of knowing that we have teacher participation. We know that there are teachers participating, but I've asked for a list of the names and levels that they're at before. And I would like to get that information when you form committees and say that teachers are participating. I would just like to know what teacher, what level they're at. I don't need to know how to contact them. I can find that out. But I do want to be able to say, I know personally that this many teachers participated. Thank you. And I also want to say that the staff has done a tremendous job. I, like you, have had any number of weekend conversations with them, to the point where I know I have had to say to Dr. McKnight, cut it off and go spend some time with your family. People think that this has been an easy job, but it hasn't been. And dealing with the board with 8 different personalities, with 8 different requirements, it's not easy, but staff has come through and they have tried to address our concerns. And where they haven't addressed them, they have tried to at least give us some idea as to why not. I, like Ms. Silvestri, believe that while this plan is not perfect, now is not the time to make changes to it, because come September 1st, we don't know what the state is going to require. And I think if we have to do more changes, that's just going to be very much confusing to the staff. Therefore, I will not be supporting the amendment either. Thank you.
Mr. Asante.
I just wanted to quickly say that originally I came in with support for the amendment, but I do think after hearing the comments of my colleagues, I think it is important to realize that we are going to be constantly reevaluating the plan, and as time goes on, changes can be made to the plan. So I think, that's all I wanted to say. I think it is important to recognize that if need be, we can make changes to the plan. And I think, as been mentioned, the plan's not necessarily perfect, but it's flexible enough to accommodate a variety of different situations. And I know that every stakeholder involved is going to try their best to make it work. So I think I'm not going to be supporting the amendment either.
Thank you. Dr. Daka.
I'm not going to be supporting the amendment, and I've already said today that I think we really just have to pass this so that we can get started on Monday. And as everybody has said, we know that we're going to have to make changes, but we just need to assure people that we're starting with whatever plan that has been presented. And I just wanted to add that with Ms. Wolf, I asked early on, which schools did these teachers come from, which level, so that we would be able to say in response, well, we had people that represented all parts of the county and all levels in the school system. But I will not be supporting it. And thank you to the staff again.
Thank you. I thought I saw Dr. McKnight's light go unlocked. Yeah, you have it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Evans, for the opportunity. So I just wanted to thank the board for the comments and know that every single point that you have raised today and that you've raised at the beginning of this discussion about the Recovery of Education Plan has been heard, and it's heard loud and clear. We've said from the beginning, this will not make everyone happy. And we know, but I think what we have to rest our laurels on at the end of the day is that we are making the best decisions in the best interest of how we serve our students. And providing the support to staff as they do that. And with this plan that we presented today, we shared a number of changes that we made that came from feedback from our teachers, feedback from our students, feedback from you, our other community members, and we will continue that. That's a commitment that we've made up front that we stand firm on, because we know this will not be successful if we don't do that. And so I just wanted to call that out, because I think what we shared with you today in terms of the updates was a result of that. And I wanted to highlight that. And secondly, we will continue to do this in every board meeting. At every board meeting, we're going to have a virtual learning plan as an item on the agenda to keep us accountable to that very thing. And so we will do that. The request that's been made to get the names of the deliverable teams, all the staff on the deliverable teams, we're represented in the county. We will have that to you to make sure that you are aware of that. And we're not done building teams. This week, we're hearing from additional teachers about technology. We got the emails, and we want to acknowledge up front that we need to continue to engage people. And there will be things that we can't even come up with today that we'll need to develop another group of teachers and principals and supporting staff to bring in to help us better understand the complexity that we may not be able to see right now. So I just want to reassure the board that you have the commitment from myself, Dr. Smith, and the system to continue to bring forward those opportunities of collaboration. We will also bring forward at our board meeting the schedule in which we're going to collect feedback throughout the first semester. Ms. Wolf mentioned that, so that you'll know when we'll be collecting feedback and from whom and on what areas. And we will be sharing that with you constantly as we go through the semester. So thank you very much for all of the comments you've shared with us today that will help shape our work moving forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. McKnight. And at this time, we have a motion and a second on the table for an amendment that has been offered by a show of hands.
All in favor?
All in favor, yep.
Me.
That's okay. So Ms. Dixon, all opposed by a show of hands? That's Mrs. Evans, Mrs. O'Neill, Dr. Daka, Ms. Silvestre, Ms. Wolf, Mr. Asante, Mrs. Mondrowski. And at this time, we are going to, let me see what time it is. It's 5:09, let's say 5:10.
We have to vote on the
Right, we have to
resolution.
vote on the resolution.
Right. Okay, I'm just rushing because I am. My
You're behind your schedule.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so at this time, we will vote on the resolution. All in favor?
Wait,
No, I'm gonna move approval of the
yeah.
original resolution.
And I second it.
I'm moving fast. My apologies. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favor by show of hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. So at this time, it's 5:10. We will take a 15-minute recess and we will come back at 5:25. Thank you. Stop your videos and mute your mics. good evening now. Welcome back. We are at item 7 on our agenda where we're going to discuss Be Well 365. I will turn it over to Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. We will begin with our agenda item, and it's a discussion on our program Be Well 365. On July 14th, 2020, we heard the proposed, I'm sorry, pardon me, Ms. Evans. Yes, on July 2020, we heard the proposed recovery plan that covered guidelines, principles for the reopening of school, and it was in alignment with the Maryland State Department of Education expectations and requirements, and we used data to develop the structures for a phased-in return to school. At that time, we received a brief overview, and Ms. Rubens and her team came and shared general information about the wellness supports for students, staff, members, and families. The board then asked that we came back and gave more specifics and development on our Be Well 365 plan, and so that's why we are here today to do just that. In acknowledging everything that's going on, and we just finished a really lengthy discussion about our recovery plan and all that has gone into that, we also know that with COVID-19 and managing the needs of a health pandemic that's caused stay-at-home orders and a number of other things, it has caused our students and our families to be in a place of stress that has just affected our students and staff. And so it's really brought a disruption to our routine of how we have normally done things. We're worried about our family and friends. We're worried about our colleagues. We've been cut off from support systems. Just in a discussion about being able to walk into a brick and mortar school and having to translate that into a virtual environment does cause stress and anxiety in people. And so with that, we've had to think about what those circumstances are that have resulted in us being able to address the needs, and particularly the social emotional needs of everyone that is impacted through this pandemic in MCPS. So we have that, and then in addition to that, we have the social unrest in our country at this time. That also contributes to stress and anxiety and a number of other things that we have been bringing forward, that we've heard from our staff, and we've talked about this in our anti-racist audit. But those are things that continue to contribute to the conditions that we set within MCPS for our students and staff so that they're able to thrive. So with that said, and recognizing this cross-office work group, which is led by the Office of Student Family Support and Engagement, who we refer to as OFSE, they focused on how MCPS may support student, staff members, and families' mental health and well-being currently as schools prepare to reopen and for a long-term plan. In addition, a county partner from mental health agencies such as the Montgomery County Department of Health and Human Services, Every Mind, and the Collaboration Council have been integral to the development of these plans. These collaborations have informed our planning to ensure that not only are mental health needs and resources considered, but so are equity and cultural responsiveness. So shortly after our initial closure in March that occurred, the OFSE team began offering supports through use of social emotional learning lessons. Our teachers and students alike found value in those lessons and added benefits of supporting mental and health needs as we adjusted to this new sense of normal for everyone. The innovations that have been put in place have been welcomed and consumed by the Montgomery County community. For example, and many of you have already experienced this because you've shared, the way-making and mindful moment videos that have been viewed by hundreds and thousands of times by our students and our parents and our community members and our staff has shown us that the Montgomery County community wants information and resources to support their children and families. So these best practices have to continue even after schools reopen and MCPS returns to a sense of normalcy. The Be Well 365 recovery plan clearly identifies students, staff members, and family social emotional needs and builds out a plan to provide resources and support that will facilitate returning to schools when it is safe and appropriate to do so. So at this time, we are excited to welcome Dr. Wilson and many members of the OSFE team. And we also have Sherman Collette here from Labor Management and Relations to really talk about our Be Well 365 plan and how it encompasses the needs of our students and our staff and our community members in a number of different ways. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Today, we will hear about the mental health, wellness, and and the wellness supports, resources, and interventions that MCPS has provided and will continue to provide in the short and long term. MCPS is committed to ensuring that schools reopen in a safe manner when it is deemed appropriate to do so by the Montgomery County Public Health Officer and MSDE to reduce the risk of the COVID spread. As an educational institution, our students are our priority. Supporting students will involve developing interventions and resources, finding multiple ways to infuse mental health and wellness throughout the instructional day, and professional development for non-mental health staff members to recognize students in distress and how to support them. The mental health and wellness of staff members is also very critical, as Dr. McKnight indicated. MCPS staff members are passionate about the well-being of our students, but that may also be coping with their own losses, their own emotional difficulties, and their own concerns about a safe return to work and the supporting of their own children. Our staff members have worked tirelessly over the last 4 months to continue to provide for students and families, from virtual instruction while taking care of their own children, providing food and instructional materials to students, and maintaining the safety and cleanliness of the MCPS buildings. While MCPS offers many supports and resources for staff members through the Employee and Retiree Service Center and wellness initiatives, we also recognize that staff members may be overwhelmed. As a result, efforts have been made to increase communications with staff members and make these resources easily accessible and translated. Finally, yet very, very important, MCPS continues to be committed to support families and the community. Just as MCPS staff members have been working, taking care of family and teaching their children, our families have continued working, taking care of family and teaching their children. Parents and guardians are concerned about the safety and the security of their children when they return to school. So it is critical that MCPS reassures them that we are employing best practices to clean and disinfect buildings and to reduce the risk of disease transmission. In addition, families are working and teaching just as MCPS staff members are. So they need supports and resources to support their children and take care of their own health and wellness. At this time, I'm excited that we're going to hear from Ms. Rubin and her team and the members of her team who are working to meet the needs of our staff members, our students, and our families. Ms. Rubin?
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, Dr. McKnight. Good evening, Ms. Evans, Ms. Wolf, board members, and certainly a good evening to our community members and families watching us online. We are excited to be here. So I need to pick myself up. I'm going to practice what I preach. So we're excited to be here and really talk with you about the Be Well 365 recovery work. This is work that we started post COVID-19, the pandemic, but certainly we appreciate the opportunity that we've had to work alongside our colleagues, our community members, and others to really present what we hope you will see as a robust plan for mental health and well-being across the board for all of our stakeholders. So before we get into that, I would like to invite you to join me in a mindful moment. It's going to be very brief, but if you would just sit up in your seat wherever you are and just take a deep breath in and hold it for a couple of seconds and then exhale. So it would be like, you can certainly exhale through the mouth. Just one more. It's really important that we center ourselves in the moment. For our presentation today, one of the things that you'll notice is that we have an intentional focus on how different individuals are entering into the space. Some of us are entering into tonight's space. We may be experiencing some sort of loss in our family or in our friend group. We may have some anxiety around
this new journey that we're about to embark on, virtual learning, and just also what's happening in our society, right? The COVID-19 pandemic, the struggle for racial justice across our nation and our globe. Some of us are entering in the space this evening, and we're actually feeling pretty good. We're excited about being on the cusp of something new, the fact that we're living history and how we can contribute to that. But that mindfulness moment, that opportunity to just center and recognize where we are and how others are entering into the space is really significant and important. And I wanted to illustrate that because it's important for us as adults in this presentation tonight, but imagine how important it is for our students and their ability to be able to do that, and for us to be able to quell that anxiety that they may have as they're embarking on this new journey alongside of us. So thank you for participating. If we can go to our slide presentation and slide deck, thank you so much. So this evening, we are going to present, the team and I, on some really important aspects of the Be Well 365 recovery work. I'd like to first begin by thanking the entire student and family support and engagement staff for their tremendous work, time, and input, our colleagues across office, as well as our community partners and agencies who stood right alongside of us in the Be Well 365 recovery work, and with whom, without their input, we probably would not have such a robust offering to present. And really, if we can go to that next slide, thank you. We have a basic premise that undergirds our recovery work, and that is a belief that the human spirit is resilient, and that when we take into consideration equity, wellness, health, and well-being, we understand that those concepts undergird resiliency and allow for our staff members, our community members, and certainly our students to be well and achieve the academic outcomes that we have in mind for them. So as we embarked on the work, we focused on 4 really huge components. Our saying is different spaces, same caring faces. We understand that virtual learning, the online platform, that's something that's new to our entire community and to much of the nation as well as the globe, right? And so the message that we've worked around is we are still here, the same caring MCPS, to wrap our arms around you during this, tenuous time. Next up, we understood that it was significant for us to be able to lift up a social emotional learning curriculum that was intentional, robust, inclusive, and to also take a look at those interventions that we would need to put in place to support student and staff wellness. And then that third bullet, staff wellness, really significant in our look. You'll hear us discuss this today in our presentation. Our understanding that if our staff members are well and taken care of, and they have what they need to do their jobs and do it at the highest level, that our students are the beneficiaries of that. And so it was important that we lifted up the staff Be Well 365 wellness component. And family, and finally, the family and community support. More than ever, it's significant that we increase those alignments with our agency partners, that we tighten those, that we work alongside our parents, our guardians, our community members, because one thing that we recognize is that no one entity can be solely responsible for the well-being of the community. The entire community has to do that. Next slide. And so the principles that you're probably already familiar with, the MCPS guiding principles, we wanted to just reiterate that we took that into consideration as we planned out the Be Well 365 recovery work. So when we're thinking about student safety and wellness and staff safety and wellness, that really is at the heart of what you'll see today. We understand that wellness and instruction are not two separate things. They actually coexist together. And when we do a great job of marrying them intentionally, it is to the benefit of all stakeholders in our community. Equity. Really, really understanding and operationalizing. When we say all means all, we have to see that in the work that we're doing, and we have to bring that to fruition. So we took that into deep consideration as we plan to Be Well 365 recovery work. And then thinking about our resources, this evening you've heard a lot already about the technology that's available, but really trying to be innovative and thinking about our families and the spaces that they inhabit and the materials that they may have at their disposal. How do we be all inclusive in ensuring that we're optimizing those things? We're seeing them not from a deficit, but how can we use and leverage the differences to propel us forward? And then finally, you're going to continue to hear us beat this drum throughout: community and stakeholder engagement. We've had it in the planning of the Be Well 365 recovery work. We will continue to do that throughout this school year as we receive feedback and we help the entire district to process, enhance as we go. Next slide, please. So when you're thinking about caring, it seems like a subjective element that it's hard to think about, well, how are we going to operationalize that so that people see it, they feel it, they hear it, and it's infused in everything, into the fabric of what we're doing. And so our SEL curriculum that you'll hear about in the intervention, so we have sort of a short-term plan in terms of building out lessons, having ready-made lessons for our teachers to go to, even things for our families to try at home and maybe work on. But then we also have a long game. How do we build an SEL curriculum for our district that meets the needs of our stakeholders where they are? Health, wellness supports for staff members. We've done a great job of this, right? We have our employee assistance program. We have classes and things that are available to our staff members, but have we done as robust of a job of making sure they're aware of it, that it's easy to get to, and those resources and supports are really at the fingertips for our staff members? So you'll hear some of that today. And then finally, that community support, what does it look like? You'll hear about our Parent Academy and other resources that we are going to leverage so that we are having a laser-like focus on the entire community and the work that we need to do to promote academic success. Next slide, please. And so we had some key goals, right? It's important for us to outline, sort of build, have a big picture view, and then create the step-by-step process that we'll utilize to get us there. So communication, we heard that in the various surveys. So the surveys that you took, that central services, school-based staff, we use that in our Be Well recovery work. So we said, take a look at what the community, what are people saying about what they need? And that helped to inform our work. So we will continue to do that. And that's one way we think we can operationalize that concept of MCPS truly cares about where you are, who you are, and what your experience is, right? We see our work as being able to reassure everyone that every single person in our community is valued, and we understand that people need to be seen and heard in order to believe that, yes, my voice counts. What I think, feel, it matters in the planning process. So we use that to undergird our work. And this bullet is really significant. The concept of trauma and how you're entering into the space. And you'll hear my colleague Troy Body and his group, when it's their time to present, really expand on this. The understanding that we're all coming with different layers of trauma, depending on who we are and how we're entering into the space. And how do we recognize that in our work? And so you'll hear more about that. And then finally, and I think very much connected to the trauma-informed care, how do we as leaders, as staff members, how do we think about what is the lens that we're using as we engage with our community, as we engage with students, as we engage with each other, right? So that culturally responsive lens, that equity, and that focus on anti-racism has become a part of this Be Well 365 recovery work as we seek to connect the different streams of work and illustrate that it's really all connected. They're not different pieces, all connected to accomplish the same goal: student wellness, staff wellness, community wellness. Next slide, please. And so the equity essential questions played a significant component in our planning, right? And you'll see that throughout the year and in the years to come. So when we think about that concept of self, how do I look inward? How do I reflect and think about where I am, my knowledge and understanding of race, cultural identity? And then how do I connect the dots to the intersection of effective teaching, learning, and leading? And then others, right? How do I look outward now and actually see my colleagues and see my students and see my families and understand how they're entering into the space and their cultural identity? And then how do I use it and leverage it to promote effective teaching, leading, right? And then how do we look all around us at the environment? Where are we as a nation, as a district, as a community? And how are we having those intentional conversations of race and culture? And it's important because when we think about our responsiveness to culture and the practices, the policies and the procedures we have in place, we have to be certain that they are being utilized and leveraged to the benefit of our students and our community at large. So you'll hear a lot about that in tonight's presentation. Next slide, please. And so in thinking about this concept of different spaces, same caring spaces, our campaign about communicating where we are with this work has been a huge component. Ensuring that our messaging is relevant, that we're talking about the virtual model through all of our mediums, right? Our parent academy, our PPWs, what are they doing? Our PCCs, what's the message? That we are on message and that our community members understand what they need to do, where they need to be, so that everyone is ready for the opening of schools next week. And when we think about messaging in an equitable fashion, we've thought really outside of the box, from making those intentional phone calls to using media, video, forums, town halls, and just using a variety of manners and ways to make sure we're getting the message out to our community members. Next slide. And as we begin the presentation and really now get to some of the details of tonight's presentation, we just want you to keep in mind a few key things. Mental health, safety, and looking at the resources we have available for our stakeholders is really important. So we're going to be looking at the feedback we receive throughout this process to help us process enhance as we go. And that will be feedback in reference to the SEL lessons, feedback about the staff wellness page and resources. Across the board, how are we making sure that we are listening as much as we're speaking? And then ensuring that we're providing additional resources as they're deemed necessary and appropriate for the safe return to school whenever that's decided in collaboration with our Montgomery County Health Department and certainly the state of Maryland, right? We'll be doing a simultaneous process wrapping around the district as the district does its work overall to say, we know we're virtual now, but as we're doing this and enhancing this virtual model, how do we plan alongside for that time when we're ready to go back to brick and mortar? And when we think about all of this work, it's centered on ensuring that staff members are supported, ready to do their very best in the classroom at Central Services. And then most importantly, our students are equipped to be able to navigate this new landscape. And so with that in mind, and speaking of students, I will now pass it to my colleague, Dr. Karen Cruz, to delve deeper into the student supports.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. And thank you for having me here this afternoon. During the continuity of learning time, we really spent a lot of time delving into the experiences of our students and thinking about what we need to consider for the fall. We know our students are experiencing an array of social emotional concerns as they navigate the evolving impact of the COVID-19 global pandemic. Many of our students are dealing with grief, anxiety, and quite frankly, confusion while searching for a sense of normalcy. I've had many conversations with young people in my family and circle of friends that are looking for answers to everything that is happening in our society right now and feeling disconnected and concerned about the future. So we want to provide a space for students to unpack those thoughts and feelings. And so the goal in supporting our students during this time is really about developing relationships and reconnecting students with teachers and peers in a supportive and culturally responsive environment. So I'd like, if we could move to the next slide. Next slide. Thank you. We also want to make sure the social emotional learning will help students manage their emotions and foster a real sense of safety. Our goal is to see the whole student and identify specific supports and interventions that will meet their well-being needs. So that really summarizes the goals that we're looking to do in terms of student support for the fall. And I'm going to now turn it over to Mr. Kevin Riley, school psychologist, and he's going to share a little bit about our pre-service activities and also the short-term student support plan that we have in place.
Sure. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Given the unprecedented nature of the events throughout the spring and summer, the first focus will be to provide psychological triage and crisis intervention supports to students from pre-service through the first 2 weeks of school. Staff and stakeholders developed this plan following the Prepare Crisis Model, which was created by the National Association of School Psychologists. This framework looks at different key areas, including preventing and preparing for crisis, reaffirming physical health and welfare, evaluating psychological trauma risk, providing interventions, responding to the mental health needs of students, and then examining the effect of those interventions. First, students will receive psychoeducational lessons as a part of the school day with the goals to provide information to students about the pandemic, create awareness and normalize crisis responses, and provide information to students in order to identify and access supports. As teachers and other staff engage in this initial phase with students, these staff members will no doubt identify students that might be in need of additional supports. And then, through the student well-being teams at each school, they will continue to complete screenings to help determine what supports are needed and then monitor the implementation of those supports. In addition, if needed, mental health staff at schools will be able to provide individual crisis interventions for students who are in acute need. Some students may need supports in addition to the interventions that the school teams can provide. So these student well-being teams are prepared to work with community partners to continue to support students and families. In addition to these school-based referrals, any individuals can seek information and supports through the student and family support and engagement office, as well as reaching out to the local schools and the student well-being teams at each school. Next slide. So then after the first 2 weeks of recovery, students will continue to receive social emotional lessons as a part of the everyday curriculum. These lessons will be incorporated into the schedule and be implemented across grade levels from pre-K to 12. The lessons will focus on teaching at least one of the core competencies from the CASEL model. These competencies are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. Overall, the goal of these lessons is to cultivate healing, empathy, and resiliency, as well as to help students manage stressors and anxieties so that they can take part in the learning process. In addition to SEL lessons, student well-being teams will continue to use supports such as the discipline and attendance referral systems to monitor for students that might be in potential need of additional supports. Finally, mindfulness curriculums are available for elementary and secondary schools, with professional development opportunities available to staff to support the implementation of these programs. Next, Dr. Cruz is going to talk about some long-term recovery ideas that the team has developed.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. So we are currently in the process of reviewing SEL curriculum packages to purchase district-wide. We're looking for a curriculum that focuses on anti-racism, equity, and supports our multilingual speakers. We're also looking at some of the programs our schools were using prior to the school closure, as well as new programs that are being used in other districts around the country. We would also like to implement a universal screener to help us identify students that need more intensive interventions. The screener is really designed to determine the level of support and care needed for students, as well as referrals we might need to make to outside agencies if that's needed. In addition, we are looking to provide more mental health support in schools. So with that, we'll be reviewing mental health proposals, from outside agencies. We also intend to continue supporting students with our regular annual personal body safety lessons, signs of suicide, community circles, and individual counseling that typically takes place with our school psychologists and school counselors, and also our outside agency providers. Now I will turn it over to our student panelist, Andrew Soka, who will discuss our professional development plans for the year. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. So staff will undergo continued virtual professional development in a number of areas using a combination of tools we already have in place and new programs to help address the social emotional needs of our students. So this includes trauma-informed teaching, which we will continue to provide training on as part of BWell 365 professional development, which will now include 2 new components, those being the impact of trauma caused by COVID-19 and systemic racism. BWell 365 training also includes and will continue to put an emphasis on lessons on how to recognize the signs and symptoms to suggest that a student may be struggling emotionally. With the release of the new schedule and inclusion of SEL learning, teachers are also going to be trained on how to integrate and deliver these SEL lessons on a regular basis. There will also be continued lessons on restorative justice and equity and how to address them in a school setting. BWell 365 training includes lessons on referring students for wellness rather than discipline, which is something that we think will be very important moving forward, especially in an online setting. And as Mr. Riley mentioned, we are also following the Prepare Crisis Prevention and Intervention model to address psychological trauma and crisis, which teachers have been trained on and will continue to be trained on. Training will also be provided through the Crisis Prevention Institute to give educators strategies for how to handle and prevent agitated behavior, and that'll be paired with the verbal de-escalation strategies already in place with BWell 365. And finally, there will be training for how to deliver the morning mindfulness lessons, which we feel as though is another way to give students SEL instruction integrated into their school days. And now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sherwin Collette, who will lead a discussion around support for staff members.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Ms. Evans, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. So if we go to the next slide, please. As you've heard from my colleagues already, the work that we enter into the moment here is situated in a context where much like our students, our staff also are experiencing trauma and dealing with a number of precious concerns. I'm joined this evening with 3 of my colleagues, Mr. Sean Kelly, a restorative justice specialist, who will speak about our work together in developing resources and making them accessible to our staff. I'm also joined by Ms. Betsy Puftak, who is a liaison for the Supporting Services Professional Growth System in the Office of Human Resources and Development, who will speak about the coalition, the work to bring this together with our partners and in building this community. And we'll conclude in this section with Mr. Badi, the Director of our Equity Initiatives Unit, to show the ways in which we are accounting for and integrating concerns and addressing issues of equity, social justice, and creating a through line in that work. It's important, though, for me to begin by first highlighting for you the goals that we used in developing this program. And as you could well imagine, the staff component is the newest member and newest component of the very successful BWell 365 framework, and it brings together work across a multitude of offices and units that really looks at how can we attend to the needs of our staff and the well-being of our staff, because we know that in this theory of action, that if we do not account for the well-being of our staff, so that they can thrive, our students will not be able to thrive and be their best selves. And so that's one of the formative pieces of what guided the work and has guided the work around developing the staff component. We've also wanted to look at, given the implications of COVID-19, and then more recently, issues around social justice, racism, and our responses to that. What are the barriers that we need to address to disrupt and make resources that tend to the well-being of our staff more accessible? And so we've worked together to bring forward a number of resources that have been available in our system. The work of our employee assistance program in EAP and in human resources and development, the tremendous work for over the decade that's gone on around staff wellness in the Employee Retirement Services Center, and our external partners to look at ways in which we make these resources and supports more accessible and available to staff. And we also know that we need to be planning for the ultimate return and the safe return to our physical spaces. And what are the supports as we prepare for that? Top of mind across all of our bargaining units and across all of our staff is health and safety. Health and safety because we know that our staff is experiencing directly and indirectly impacts where whether it's family members or people known to them who are affected by COVID, who are dealing with and trying to reconcile issues of race and equity. And so as we look at the transitions in, we're thinking through then as well around what are the resources and supports and how do we front load those pieces for our staff. And then the whole notion then of the ongoing learning that needs to support this work as we build these pieces. And so a big element of this, as I said, is around how do we surface and make accessible resources to staff that address and attend to their well-being, recognizing that particularly in this virtual space, staff is dealing with reductions in barriers, right? When we work from home, our work comes home with us more directly. How do we deal with those elements that tend to deal with work-life balance and the issues that are of personal concern and supports that we see expressed in our staff? How are we collecting feedback that is informing the work that we're doing? So what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Mr. Kelly to share with you some of the work that we're involved with around surfacing these resources. So next slide, please. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Collette. Yeah, if we can just bring up the next slide there. So everything that Mr. Collette just shared with you is so true. The collaboration between family and student support and engagement and the employee engagement and labor relations office really got to shine in the staff wellness work. What we did is we created a vision where we wanted to bring the already extremely robust set of resources that we have in place for staff and raise them up and out of sort of a passive role, we're here if you need us, and more into a here's what we can offer you in this extremely unprecedented time, and bring those resources to staff. The ultimate kind of vision here was that it wasn't just a portal that a staff member in need could come to and see their needs reflected, but that staff who may not even have known they needed support learning about things that are available to them. So although we have been engaged in a multitude of things over the past few months, I did want to take the opportunity to share with you just a brief taste of the newly redesigned Be Well 365 website for staff. So if you could click anywhere on that graphic on the bottom right corner, what's going to happen is whenever a staff member goes on the MCPS website and clicks on the For Staff button, the first thing they're going to see is the Be Well 365 logo there. And if they click on the Be Well 365 logo, this is what they'll see. Could you go ahead and click on the link that's embedded there? what we have is a menu of sort of the breakdown of the different resources that are available and that we have not just historically offered to staff, but have brought to staff in this time of COVID-19 and in distance learning. And as you can see, as you click on those tabs at the top, you have what's new, you have resources for my work life, for my home and personal life, for my community, and those different headings break down all the different resources that have been and are now available for staff. If you scroll back up to the top of this page, you'll see that the very first thing that we always have available is the opportunity for any staff member to submit feedback around the wellness and support offerings that we have in place for them. And so far, the response to the newly redesigned website has been overwhelmingly positive. If we could return to the slideshow. All right, so just a couple more examples, as you can see on the slide, of us bringing those supports to our staff. The third bullet there, modeling wellness and self-care by leadership. My associate Stu did a great job of this at the beginning of this presentation, guiding everyone through a mindfulness moment. And knowing that as leaders, we need to bring these resources to our staff whenever we can. Running workshops for staff members on health and wellness and self-care, and recording those workshops and making them available on the website is another way that we're making the access to these supports a dynamic one. Go to the next slide.
During these challenging times, we all have a lot on our to-do list, but here's one that should be at the top: taking care of your own health and well-being. MCPS is here to help you achieve that through a variety of initiatives. Here are a few options. The Well-Aware Employee Wellness Program offers classes, coaching, and activities to improve health and enhance your quality of life. The Mindful Moments video series includes simple and effective tools to manage stress and anxiety. The Employee Assistance Program provides confidential support and counseling to help you and your family with emotional or financial struggles. All of these valuable resources are offered free of charge and are still available while some staff is working remotely. Please take advantage of them. Your health and wellness are paramount as we strive to support a culture of wellness throughout MCPS. Be well.
And that was just a small sampling of kind of the video we put together to give employees that sort of dynamic access to the supports that are available. So I'd like to put it back to Mr. Collette, and we can continue with our staff support.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So as you see, the work done to bring together where we started around our goals, how do we surface resources for our staff? How then do we promote and push out to them, making them aware of these resources, then encompasses additional work around continuing to build this coalition and community. And so now I'll turn it to Ms. Betsy Puftak to take us through some of that ongoing work.
There we go. Thank you. And may I have the next slide, Pete, please?
Go back one, please.
Okay, one, yeah, there we go. Thank you. We all know that all staff, regardless of their position in MCPS, have been affected by the pandemic. We also know that staff cannot perform at their best if they do not feel healthy, safe, and valued. We want to make sure that all of our staff members feel heard, valued, and supported during this difficult time, and that they have the information they need to be healthy and safe. Therefore, strategies have been developed to ensure that this goal is met. So I have a few examples. One is the institution of programs to recognize performance, such as gratitude grams, where employees can honor and thank fellow workers and colleagues for their contributions. These programs improve morale and the sense of connectiveness to each other at a time when we can't be together in person. These programs were often in place in schools and offices, and now we'll just be doing them virtually. Also, we want to use the continued use of focus groups that would include members of SEIU, MCEA, and the CAT-McBOA. And these groups will give employees a voice in the ever-changing decisions, procedures, policies, and of staff needs. The equity initiative units will be involved in the groups to ensure that groups are culturally and racially responsive. And the Be Well 365 website, which we just saw, provides employees with information and links them to numerous resources available to our staff inside MCPS and outside, including assistance with such issues as violence, substance abuse, and financial hardship, all of which have unfortunately been on the rise since the start of the pandemic. Sherwood?
So thank you, Ms. Puftak. And so as you begin to think about, as we round out our presentation, and we understand that whether it's connecting the work around our student well-being and now our staff well-being, that we also then now connect to community, that one of the essential linchpins, one of the connectors here is the recognition that our staff and others are experiencing coming through these lenses, through different experiences. And an important aspect of that is our work around equity and restorative practices and the ongoing learning. So we'll conclude our piece here with Mr. Body.
So good evening, everyone. As many of the presenters have talked about, we've all experienced a certain level of trauma going through this COVID-19, the racial uprisings throughout the summer, the call for justice. And so we show up with all these things, and so do our staff. So just like our students are going to come to school a little bit differently this fall, so are our staff. So we wanted to make sure that they were equipped with knowledge and skills to be able to navigate this virtual opening of schools. So if you go to the next slide. So one of the things, one of the ways that we collaborated with the Be Well team was to provide opportunities for people just to talk. People had so much, staff had so much on their mind this summer that we created an opportunity called Equity Matters Dialogues, much after our, named after our newsletter that comes out monthly. And this was just a space for people to talk about the things that were going on in the world, their feelings, and again, how they want to be able to show up and be the best they can for their students. These went on throughout the summer, and they were so popular, we're going to continue them throughout the year. The other thing that other ways we engage staff was through Twitter chats. We created a virtual conference for teachers to engage in during the first couple days of pre-service. So there was a variety of options for them to choose from to engage in learning around social emotional learning. Again, focusing in on CASEL, social emotional lessons that focus on a variety of topics, including culturally responsive relationship building. There were other modules, again, how to talk about race, and how to be culturally responsive in a virtual learning environment. Again, also opportunities to focus in on personal health and wellness, various resources for administrators and central service staff to support their staff and create those safe spaces. And mindfulness, and much like Ms. Rubin at the beginning of our presentation engaged us in, again, being able to, with all the stress and anxiety that the beginning of the year holds anyway for educators, being able to center yourself so again that we can show up and be the very best that we can be. And so those are just some of the many options that we worked on this summer in collaboration with the Be Well team, in addition to our teams who designed and created and brainstormed different ideas for professional learning, our recovery teams, which consisted of administrators, central office staff, teachers, support professionals, and community members. And so we really try to think through what is it that people would need in order to be able to be their very best and to be well as we start this school year. I'm going to turn it back to you, Shirley.
So we thank you for the opportunity to share this new element on the Be Well 365 framework around the work and supports that we're putting together for staff, the community that it takes to build this out, its connection to how we support our students thriving and excelling, and the ways in which this work too now connects with supports that we're providing through the Be Well framework for our community. So we'll now turn it over to Mr. Everett Davis.
And thank you, Mr. Collette. Good evening to the board and also to the MCPS community. And thank you again for this opportunity this evening. I am pleased to be joined by one of my director colleagues, Dr. Conley, as well as one of our parent leaders from MCC-PTA, Ms. Hubner, who you will hear from in just a moment. And although you have just received information regarding student and staff resources, we would also like to present supports for our families and the community, and to share how we are continuing to connect for student success. We recognize that our families are indeed our children's first teachers. And if we could bring the presentation back up again, please. How exactly are we connecting for student success? Through the following goals. We are reaffirming that MCPS's unwavering commitment to a positive, supportive learning environment for students to return to school when safe and appropriate. We are incorporating stakeholder input in a culturally responsive and equitable manner. And we are providing resources and supports for our families. Each of these goals aligns with our core values of learning, relationships, respect, excellence, and equity, which have not changed throughout the pandemic. Next slide, please. And speaking of the core values of relationship and respect, our recovery efforts have created the opportunity for collaboration among many of our teams, including student, family support and engagement, as well as communications. We want to assure our families and students that indeed MCPS still cares and that our communities are valued and heard. Also, I am excited to share that despite the challenges that COVID has brought us, it has also provided us with the opportunity for innovation. Particularly, how can we leverage technology to meet our families where they are and to provide them timely and relevant supports? I am super excited to share that our Parent Academy to Go series, also known as the Virtual Parent Academy, is now in the works. And this is due to collaboration among our colleagues, including in communications and technology, and through the leadership of our instructional specialist and Parent Academy project lead, Ms. Wilson Sadler. To date, we have been able to offer 3 webinar sessions via this format. And topics of these sessions have included topics such as navigating the new normal, as well as understanding the college application process. These webinars, I'm pleased to say, were recorded, included interpretation, and will be uploaded to our Parent Academy website in an effort to establish an archive or a library so that our families can access this information when needed. I am pleased to report that thus far, our attendance at these webinars has increased, and we look forward to that sustained increased attendance as well as increasing that attendance as we continue to develop this series and navigate the COVID pandemic. In addition to our Parent Academy to Go schedule, additional family engagement resources may be found on our website, and that website is www.mcpsparentacademy.org. Again, www.mcpsparentacademy.org. And now I will turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Conway, who will share additional virtual Be Well 365 supports for families and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Can you put up the next slide, please? So in addition to our Parent Academy to Go series, many of our parent community coordinators or PCCs in collaboration with other school-based staff continue to engage our traditionally marginalized communities through focus groups. Not only do they and our colleagues serve as a support to some of our most impacted communities, but they also serve as a voice to seek their input and feedback regarding their needs and ways in which we can best meet them. So our next bullet talks about something near and dear to me as the host of our Waymaking video series. And Waymaking focusing on providing staff, families, and our students with information in regard to helping them make their way through the pandemic. It provides information on a variety of social, emotional, and mental health topics, including stress management and anxiety, suicide prevention, child abuse, domestic violence, and many more. You may have seen that we just recently had a Waymaking special on the impact of racism on mental health. And we also, those videos of part 1 and part 2 were in English, and part 3 is in Espanol. And so those videos, and looking at Waymaking, we have about 17 videos that are on the MCPS TV YouTube site. And many of our videos have over 1,000 views. And our very first video that we filmed on stress management and anxiety has almost 3,000 views. So when we think about family, student, staff member engagement, I mean, think about when we have these presentations in person, how many people may come. But the fact that we have thousands of individuals who have seen these videos, I mean, just truly shows just how much of the need is there for having information on mental health topics and the importance of that in our community. And so in addition, many of our videos have also been promoted by several like national associations and organizations through their channels and also on social media. Now, our next bullet talks about, in addition to our Waymaking to Go, our focus groups, and the Waymaking series, another resource in our virtual toolkit is a series of how-to videos. And these were created in collaboration with our colleagues in communication and technology. This video series provides a visual demonstration of how to access technology, including how to access a Chromebook, how to log into Zoom, how to access My MCPS, etc. These video series are recorded, archived, and are available in multiple languages. We are excited to offer additional resources to meet the technology needs of our families operating in the virtual space. In talking about all of these resources that are available online and to support our families, I want to turn it over to Ms. Gillian Hubner from MCCPTA that will talk about additional supports for our families.
Hi, thanks for having me this evening. It's good to see you all. I was asked to speak about one of the projects that sort of refers to this innovative response to crisis with the community and MCPS and also the MCPS Education Foundation. So we, in the Einstein community at Einstein High School, had quite a few families who were very hard hit by this crisis. And our PTA responded rapidly and efficiently to raise funds for grocery gift cards to help meet the need of the current moment. And we raised nearly $10,000 in a few weeks. And we then worked with the PPCs and PPWs to distribute those gift cards to the families in need, using their skills and their contacts with the communities and the families, and maintaining privacy protections and that kind of thing. And this model became known, and then Sligo replicated it in middle school and raised $12,800 in the course of the summer, and did the same thing to support families in need at our school. And then the model replicated even further to include about 13 schools across the DCC and the Gaithersburg clusters. So we then realized it would behoove us all to figure out a way to take this countywide. And so we worked with Everett Davis's team and the PPWs and PCCs to figure out how to do that in partnership with the Education Foundation, which is, of course, better set up to receive funding and distribute it quickly. So we're looking forward to seeing how that goes. It would be interesting actually to look at how much was raised by the communities and distributed, but I think this is an excellent model of community really showing up and working together outside of the box and bringing all of our strengths and assets to the table on behalf of those who need our strengths and assets the most. So I look forward to continuing to see how that works. And now we will return back to Associate Superintendent Ms. Rubin. Thank you.
Thank you, Gillian. And thank you to everyone on the team. And so what is the theme that you see emanating here? And if we can go to that next slide in the slideshow. When we are talking about the Be Well 365 work, right? That title, we created that for a reason. 365 days in the year, we are committed to our students, our families, our staff members, and our community. And so our work has been deeply rooted in family health, wellness, and safety for students and staff members, as well as families, I should say, pardon me. Thinking about what that safe return to in-person instruction can look like once we are informed by public health and data and how we support that work. So the great thing about this is we don't want to lose anything that we've created that has been to the benefit of all of our stakeholders. So then how do we intersect that to really take our work into the future? Looking at that trauma-informed social emotional support and intervention for students, right? We know that everyone is heavily impacted by what's going on. And how do we make sure that we are operationalizing that empathy across the board so that the outcomes that we've set forth for ourselves, our students, certainly our community members, are achievable ones? What does our continuous learning look like for staff members and for our students? How do we bring them alongside us? Because frankly, I don't know about you guys, but the students often are more equipped around the technology than, I will say, me. I will only name myself in that. But we learn a lot from our students, and this is a prime opportunity to ensure that that learning goes across the board and that it goes multiple ways in multiple directions. And then how do we leverage the resources that we have at our fingertips available to our families so that our families are able to support? So that when we say 365, we're concerned about the support as our students are with us in the learning space, but then also as they're at home in those private spaces. How do we ensure that the family is well so that the student comes back to us well? And finally, this is continuous support for us. We will continue to find the resources throughout this school year and continue our support of the work of our district. Next slide. The MCPS Cares came up, yes. Next slide. And so as we wrap up tonight, this evening, we would be remiss if we did not include some information that's very pertinent and really at the heart of what we're doing. There is free confidential support services available to our entire Montgomery County community. If you call the Montgomery County hotline, they are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They also have text services from noon to midnight every day, as well as an online chat component in reference to the suicide prevention. Employee assistance that we offer here in MCPS, our staff members can work with in-house support. We also have external support available for our staff members if that is preferable. And certainly our daily well-aware newsletters have a variety. They're resource rich in terms of the supports that are available to our staff members as they navigate what is new territory and what we certainly know will be strenuous work. Next slide. And a few reminders. We know how important it is. This comes from the Department of Health and Human Services, but as we think about how we can reduce our risk so that we are keeping everyone safe, we just remind everyone to please wear a mask. Remember, social distancing, 6 feet apart. Remember, social distancing that's physical distancing, but please keep in touch with each other and check on your loved ones, your friends, etc. And certainly continue to wash our hands often to keep safe and well. Next slide. All right, so we thank you for giving us this opportunity. We certainly appreciate it. We hope this has given you some insight into the robust work of Be Well 365 Recovery and how we plan to support the wellness of our staff members, students, and community members as we begin a brand new school year next week. Thank you. At this time, I will turn it back over to Ms. Evans or Dr. McKnight.
Thank you. I will go ahead and allow my colleagues to ask questions. I do appreciate, Ms. Rubin, the presentation that was given today and everyone that came to present. You all have done a tremendous job during the pandemic. Maryland Association of Boards of Education even highlighted the work of your office very early on to show other districts what was happening in Montgomery County around the health and well-being of our students. So I really do appreciate that. So what I'll do is I'll just start with Ms. Silvestre, and then we'll go to Mr. Asante, and we'll go around the table in that order. Ms. Silvestre?
Thank you so much for the presentation. This work is so important right now. We know that our young people are hurting. A lot of us are hurting, and so we need this work more than ever. My question is, I know a lot of middle-class students that are in therapy right now, and good for them. Their families are able to arrange that for them and pay for it. For our students that don't have that privilege, I hear from your presentation that teachers will incorporate wellness into their classroom. I hear that there's external resources that students can tap into. But I guess I want you to help me just paint the picture. What does that incorporation of wellness into the classroom look like as a part of your Be Well 365 training, as a part of a continuation or of trauma restorative justice? And then you talked about trauma-informed practices as well. What does it look like in the classroom? How does a child that's hurting because a parent has died, but of course they're not going to share that, how does a child get some support in the classroom just through some light touch from the teacher? And then how do they get connected to more intensive services should they need it? How do we even know that they're suffering?
So I'll begin and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Conley because I think there are multiple parts. To answer the first part of what you offered, Ms. Silvestri, we do have a recognition that there are segments of our community where they have access to personal mental health providers and care. And so in answer to that, we are actually currently working on writing an RFP that will allow us to differentiate between tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 services. And I hear you raising the question about, what will we do when we encounter students who fit into that tier 3, where they have really severe circumstances and issues that need to be addressed. So that RFP will allow us to create a district model for mental health services that will serve parts of our community where there's sort of a mental health desert out there. And that was in the works prior to COVID. We fast forwarded that so that we can at least try to lift that up by the second half of the school year. I think the other part you're asking about is what does the mental health support look like at the school level? So I'll let Dr. Conley expound on that.
Thank you. And so in looking at the mental health supports in the schools, and as Ms. Ruman mentioned, especially when you look at this kind of multi-tiered model. So you have teachers and other folks in the schools like the school counselors, school psychologists, who can then support the social-emotional lessons that are there at the elementary and the secondary schools during those SEL blocks that are put in place within the schedule. And so in elementary schools have them during multiple days in a week, and so do the secondaries as part of that advisory homeroom period. We have a group of individuals who have been working on the development of those lessons to be provided to teachers in Canvas at the start of the year. We also have, as mentioned in the presentation, the psychoeducational lessons, which from a crisis intervention model. So let's say if you have that student that had a parent who died, especially during this time, or have experienced racial injustices that have been going on. So those students will then receive that lesson to hear about what are the common crisis reactions, like in terms of their feelings, what are the things that they're going through, how to manage that stress, and going through techniques. Like there's even incorporated like a mindfulness activity within those lessons that the teachers will then do in the first few weeks of school. Then the teachers are receiving a referral form that will then list, and the teachers can provide information from what's going on with the student. Like you see, are they not engaged in class? Are they not attending? Are they showing other types of signs and symptoms that would designate that they need help? That referral form then goes to the student well-being teams at the school. Those are teams that have been in place since the spring. Then they were going to go through and do a COVID-19 screening, looking at do they potentially have signs of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and other types of mental health conditions that may be present. Then the mental health team can work with the families to see, so what are the resources that are there? Do we need to refer you for outside support? Do you need to be referred internally to receive free virtual individual counseling from the school psychologist, from the counselor, or if that building has a social worker, potentially from the social worker? And some of the schools that have the social emotional special education support programs have social workers. And so in addition with like alternative programs. So if you have those types of mental health supports there, and especially since we're looking at like the school psychologists have been involved with the counselors in the development of the SEL lessons for teachers, and then they received training this past spring on how to conduct virtual counseling online. So kind of like telehealth that you would receive from a private provider out in the community, you can receive that in school for free. And so families, students, teachers can refer students for those services within the schools. And again, those services are provided for free. And many of the school psychologists have been trained in similar like therapeutic techniques that an outside provider would do, like cognitive behavioral therapy. And so in those types of services can then be provided for students here, especially for those students who need more intensive support at tier 3. And as Ms. Rubin mentioned, we are looking at the mental health RFP, which will see like how are we going to get some outside agencies to be able to provide support in the schools for our students, and especially in communities that do not have a wealth of mental health agencies out there.
Thank you. I like Ms. O'Neill presented to a leadership group of students, and when they asked me this question about how we were going to deal with mental health, I mentioned the restorative justice and the circles, and they liked that idea, but they said that they've had a little bit of that last year, and they felt like it was a good first try, but certainly everyone needed a lot more practice and professional development in order to get that right. So, my second and last question is about the trainings that parents are going to get. Mr. Davis, Mr. Chevenini earlier talked about the webinars that are online, and we have some in multiple languages, but he referenced that we're working with community groups in order to get those trainings into the community. But we didn't get to talk about that at the beginning of the presentation. So I wonder if it's relevant here now. I think I heard you all mention the trainings and working with community groups. If you could expand a little bit more about how that's going to work.
Sure, I'm happy to. And specific to what I heard your question was specific to technology supports. As I mentioned, we are collaborating with multiple offices, including with our colleagues in technology. And specific to, I think I heard your question around synergy and that parent view. We are offering multiple sessions, multiple languages, I should say, as well as multiple sessions. And I know that just late last night, as a matter of fact, I was working very closely with one of our parent leaders in the Chinese-speaking community, just to give an example, working with our Chinese-speaking PCCs to be able to offer that as an option, just to give one example. But we are continuing to collaborate with our offices and also with the resources within our system, to be able to provide those resources in language and culturally relevant appropriate means. So it's still being built out. I don't have a finalized schedule at this point, but please know that those resources are ongoing and being developed in language appropriate and, as I said, culturally appropriate ways.
Yeah, thank you. I know time is of essence because there's things that we're supposed to be doing now as parents, right, in the system. And so if technology is a barrier and then language is a barrier, then I'm not going to be ready on day one. But thank you for that.
And absolutely. And I would just reference again that MCPS Parent Academy website, as well as our recovery website, to really encourage our families to refer to both of those resources for ongoing developments.
Thank you. I did want to mention too, I appreciate the mindful moment that we had right after recess. I think we all needed to take a moment to catch our breath. So we might have to figure out how to incorporate that in there for a second. So thank you. At this time, we will move to Mr. Asante.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I know one thing I've heard from a lot of students is the fact that they were scared that their mental health would be disregarded if we were to move into virtual learning. A lot of them had fears about how our county would be making sure that their mental health is being prioritized. My one question is just like, can you talk more about how you plan on like monitoring the actual implementation? I know like in the past when we've had certain programs related to mental health, the implementation is not necessarily, doesn't always work the way that I think it should. So, and this, you've laid out a lot of great programs that I think a lot of students would benefit from. So can you just talk more about like monitoring that implementation, making sure students are getting the most out of everything that you've laid out?
So thank you, Mr. Asante. I'll open and then throw it over to Dr. Cruz by saying, I think you raised an interesting and important point. is our fidelity, right? Fidelity of implementation. And just recently in one of our design team meetings, we were going over, and Mr. Body can also speak to this as well. We're going over the professional learning that will be provided around SEL. And I think it's probably the most robust we've ever done in the county. So I'll allow them, since they did the yeoman's work on that between Dr. Cruz and Mr. Body, to talk a little bit more about it.
So I was looking earlier over all the different professional learning opportunities that we've offered. And I was just, as Ms. Rubin said, was impressed at what people were able to thoughtfully pull together in the time we had this summer. And there's such a wide wealth of opportunities from trauma, from cultural responsiveness to creating community in a virtual learning space that I think there is something for whatever that need is out there for staff. And because we're going to constantly grow, if we're missing something, we can pull it together and fill in those gaps. So it's exciting, and it's creating new opportunities for us as we think about professional development in the future, using all these technologies that we've had to learn and implement over the last couple of months. Dr. Cruz, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Body. So during this pre-service week, we were very thoughtful about the social and emotional learning that our teachers and counselors and school psychologists really needed. And so we started off this week with just going through the nuts and bolts of what is SEL, right? Like, what does social emotional learning mean? How does that look in a classroom? How do I deliver a lesson? And we actually did 2 parts. The first part is just really going through, like I said, what is SEL? How do I look at SEL from an equity lens? And then the second part is really delving more into what do we need you to do in terms of how you deliver the lessons, and walking all of our staff through what that looks like. What are our lessons looking like? And then we also, in terms of the lesson, one of the things that I wanted to share that's different than what we did during the continuity of learning time was that we decided to create a whole bank of lessons that are really broken down by the CASEL competencies, so that at any given time, if a teacher needs, a specific lesson on, one of those competencies, there's a whole bank of lessons that they can go into and find what they need on that one competency. The idea here is that our teachers are really thinking about what are the actual needs of our students, and we're providing them with lessons that help them to reach the needs of our students. And so we really wanted to be very thoughtful about that. In addition to that, we talked about, you asked a question about the monitoring. Ms. Rubens, she shared a lot about the student well-being teams that will exist in each of the schools. We're really looking to them to help us to monitor how are your students doing in your school? What are some specific things that we need to keep in mind, or do you need additional supports? And our office, Student Family Support and Engagement, will help to match those supports. We'll help to, make sure that students and schools are getting supports from outside agencies, and we're really that connection for them to get that support. The last thing that I also want to share is that we know that our professional learning is not a one-stop shop, right? We're not just doing professional learning this week. We are planning to do continuous professional learning throughout the year, because we know student needs and concerns are going to come up throughout the year. And we want to provide our teachers with a space to have those conversations. And we want to make sure we're providing them with the guidance that they need to deal with and to support the students throughout the year. So that's really, the few things that I wanted to add to what Ms. Rubin and Mr. Body stated about the social emotional learning, and also about the monitoring component.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
So, Ms. Rubin, and I want to emphasize there's no S on your name. It is Rubin. You have really, you and your team, outdone yourselves You have a program for students, staff, and families. And it's a program that I think you should copyright, that you can take on the road and share, with others. And I just want to say that I can't resist that. Maybe we should have had this presentation before we voted on the schedule, just in terms of the staff and, being heard and valued, especially during this time, of COVID. There's a lot, as you know, of anxiety out there. And I think that is taking its toll as well. And I really appreciated your highlighting the employee assistance unit, and that they are very good and can really offer a lot of help. And to Everett Davis and Jillian Huber, I think to pronounce your name, I know you're from Einstein, and you had started this program with the gift cards. But I just have to say, Everett, I am just so proud of you. You're a man of your word. You followed through with all of this. After we talked about this, I did go out and wait, and here's my gift card that I bought, to send to the Educational Foundation for Trader Joe's. And I think that will make a difference for our families. And I just urge, if we put up the address, where people who want to contribute can send in these gift cards. But thank you all very, very much for your work on this. And you should be very proud of what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mondrowski.
Yep. So I too want to thank all of you for your work on all of this. You've done a tremendous job of expanding all of our capabilities in supporting our students, our staff, and our families in terms of social emotional aspects. As we all know, isolation is huge, is a huge concern, and it can obviously be a real problem. I feel like lack of communication is the equivalent or equal to isolation. So we need to make sure that communication is completely opened and in as many different languages as possible. I think that, this kind of goes back to my point when we first started talking about making our comments before approving the plan. I think it's going to be really important that we need to make sure that we're providing connection opportunities for our students, but also for our parents and families. I know like the Maryland PTA has been suspended, from what I'm told anyways, but things like PTA nights and back to school nights and things like that, where even if it's a shared dinner, virtual bingo, I don't know what can be done, but opportunities for people to be able to connect with their new schools, in some cases, their new classrooms, and their new student colleagues. Social media is a huge concern, obviously, for me. I don't know if are different ways that we're monitoring that, which kind of leads me to, in terms of monitoring, my real question being about our MOU with Child Protective Services and law enforcement, and whether or not that goes both ways. We all as educators and as part of an educational system are mandatory reporters, but not being able to see our students in person can be worrisome, or is worrisome. And so I'm wondering, do we get notified as incidents happen that might involve either our children or our families of our children, so that we have the opportunity to take the initiative to reach out and look in on those students and make sure that they don't need somebody to talk to or something like that?
So, yes, thank you, Ms. Mondrowski. You raised a significant point and a timely one. Just this week, DHHS has worked up, and we just worked on, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Elizabeth Rathbone. DHHS has worked up a child abuse and neglect document that was very intricate and it's very timely. So we're working with Greg Edmondson's office. What Dr. Rathbone did was to then create sort of an at a glance that was more pictures and a little bit of text that was important for our staff members to know. So we just completed that actually this week, and we'll work to get that distributed. That will be able to be distributed by the start of the school year, and we think it will be very instrumental. Last year, we started working with Ed Clark, MCPD, and others to talk about that reciprocity. So we're in the process of doing that. Initially, there was some resistance, but I'm happy to say that we've gained some ground. And so we're looking to be able to have that standing up maybe mid-year, where we're going to work out a way to do that. And certainly we'll have to work with legal and a variety of others, but we are making more progress than not on that aspect.
Well, that's great news. I appreciate that very much. As you all know, I work with the Family Justice Center on the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council and whatnot. And they do have little cards that I was thinking it would be great if we could include in our backpacks or whatever, that are basically in a multitude of different languages. If you need help, here are some resources. And I know back a while ago, I think it was Ms. Wolf made a comment about like a little catchphrase of, do you need help? I think it was. Brenda, correct me if I'm quoting you wrong, but something like that we can even slip into school lunches sometimes, or do you feel supported? Do you feel safe? Just so that people know, get something delivered to them at home as a way of saying, hey, here's where you can go in case you weren't aware. The other thing I wanted to mention was just that I'm really happy to see that, we've spent a decent amount of time focusing on our staff support, mental health supports as well. And I think it's going to be really important that we ensure that our administrators, for example, are checking in on our school-based staff and support folks, and that our central office people are checking in with our administrators and so on and so on, because making the effort to make the connections, I think, is going to be very crucial in making sure people don't feel isolated. So thank you for all of your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice President Wolf, comments, questions?
I just want to thank everybody for the work that's been done on this. Outstanding is the word that we keep hearing, and clearly it's been an outstanding job that you have all done. I also appreciate Ms. Mandrowski's last comment, because I think it was the training we took recently that showed that there were 40,000, I believe, fewer cases of abuse that have been reported, I believe, since COVID started. So that's very concerning, because I think we need a way to reach out and touch all of our students at some point. I know that we have staff that may not be doing the same job that they would normally do right now. And this may be an opportunity for them to help out the teachers so that we can touch everybody at the beginning of the school year and make sure that everybody is kind of doing okay. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to say. But again, thank you for the job you're doing.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes, I too want to thank everyone for their hard work, and building on the existing work of Be Well 365 to live in a COVID world, supporting our families, our students, our staff. A few weeks ago, former First Lady Michelle Obama on her podcast said, that it's a stressful time and that she was dealing with low-grade depression. And the issue of the trauma, it's not just about health and safety, it's about financial security that many families have lost. And I know that right now our staff is very stressed going into an all virtual school year. unlike anything we've ever experienced. Everyone has spoken about it. So supporting everyone across the system. And yes, I'm particularly worried about the issues about child abuse because, you know, kids are not physically coming into our building for our staff to observe bruises necessarily, or, you know, signs. I mean, they're having to rethink or reimagine how we know what's going on. So, you know, I think that, I mean, at least through January, we have to continue to think about that. But I think that also everybody needs to take daily mindfulness breathing lessons, especially when they sit down before a laptop and send off emails, because I think people need to be more compassionate and to take those deep breaths and think about the person on the other side receiving it. I think our parents need to give our staff members some grace. So I think all the tips that we can put out there to support people's mental health, well-being is so critically important right now.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. And we too can make certain before we begin meetings, either board members or senior leadership, to just do check-ins to see how people are doing. Sometimes you can learn a lot about what's going on with people and not make assumptions, and still continue to give people grace. So we will go on to Dr. Daka.
Okay, thank you. Bethesda Magazine had a big article that was in our news roundup today, in case you guys have a chance to look at it. County reimagines domestic violence services in light of the pandemic. And there's an informational campaign, boost the outreach during isolation. So some of the things you were concerned about are mentioned in here, and there are some statistics in this. But I want to thank the team for putting all these resources together and putting them together with faces that we can know that we need to contact, or to help our students or our staff or our parents, just to know where these resources are. And I'm glad that you have videos stored that teachers can use, because I was really concerned that we were putting social emotional learning in the hands of teachers during their advisory period. And I said, they really don't need to have to do any extra planning. But if the information is there for them to access very easily, it's good. And I think that it's very important that they know about the wellness teams in their buildings and how they connect with services in the county as well. But anyhow, thank you. It was very comprehensive. Really appreciate it. The resources were all lined out there. Thank you.
Okay. And so then we will go back to Mrs. Smondrowski.
Yep, sorry. I just need to clarify something. I said something that was not correct about that I had heard Maryland PTA had suspended doing stuff in schools, and I misspoke on that. That was just something that somebody had mentioned to me in terms of us working with the PTAs to try and come up with activities that we can do virtually. So I apologize if there was confusion on that. All I was trying to suggest was that we as a system can work with our PTAs to try and put together activities that will bring our staff and our students and our families together virtually in any ways that we possibly can. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, sure. And then I'll just, once again, I just want to, before we let Ms. Rubin, right? I've been saying that, but I slipped up that time with an S. Before we let you go, just say thank you again to everybody on this call. And you know what? I'm going to do a quick check-in. How's everybody doing? Some of us have been on this call since 8:30 this morning. Can I get a thumbs up? Are you all okay? I just want to make sure everybody's good. All right. Okay. So thank you all for this presentation, and I will pass it on over to Dr. McKnight for the next item on our agenda.
All right. Thank you so much to the entire team, Ms. Rubin, Mr. Collette, Mr. Davis. I have to say, they actually came and presented at the Montgomery County Education Missions meeting that is held every Friday, chaired by Dr. Pollard and myself. And they were so impressive. All of the educational entities went away saying that they were going to adopt the gratitude grams. So I just wanted to acknowledge them for just sharing also with so many other organizations the work that we're doing. And again, thank you so much for your presentation this evening. It is so important to our community right now. Okay. We will transition.
Excuse me just a minute, Dr. McKnight. So, Shebra, I'm going to depart now, but I do, to prepare for tomorrow, I did want to let folks know that you have my proxy for voting on the remaining items and that I support them. Yes. So thank you all very much.
Okay. And be safe.
I will.
All right. Okay. All right. Dr. McKnight,
yes, I will continue on. Our next item on the agenda is a school construction progress update. Today, we will update the Board of Education on several items related to the Montgomery County Public Schools construction program and facility improvements. In May 2020, the County Council approved the fiscal year 2021 capital budget and the 2021 through 2026 capital improvements program. This approved budget reflected the severe fiscal constraints Montgomery County is experiencing and included significant reductions to the MCPS CIP. As we look ahead to the capital budget cycle this fall, two important areas require our urgent attention in the current fiscal year. These are the major capital project for South Lake Elementary School and needed improvements to our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems across all schools to adapt to the new air quality management standards needed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Supplemental appropriation requests for both these items are before the board for your consideration today. We also will review the context of the full CIP and share an update on the recent work of our construction program. Our facilities active summer keeping systemic replacements and facility upgrade projects moving to improve conditions in our schools. We know this important work must continue so that our school buildings are ready to welcome students and staff back into the building when conditions allow us to be able to do so. Finally, we provide a brief status update on our work around the reopening of the Charles W. Woodward facility with an expanded project plan review to be presented to the board at the September 10th meeting. At this time, I will turn it over to Ms. McGuire, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Carmijas to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. And we do have, as Dr. McKnight outlined, just a few items that we want to address with the board this evening. And I think if we can go ahead to the slides, we can look at the agenda for our update. Some of these we will move through very quickly. We really want to just be able to kind of recap and reorient the board and our community to where we are with our construction program. There were a number of changes with the CIP and with funding, both at the county and state level in the spring. We just want to revisit very briefly where those have left us in terms of what our construction program and priorities will be as we head into the next CIP cycle that we have coming up this fall. And in addition, we do want to focus on two areas that do require urgent concern at this time for South Lake and HVAC. So with that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Adams to go ahead and walk us through just an update of where we are on some of our important construction projects.
Sure. So good evening to everyone. I promise we'll be very quick on this, but there are some very important items that we want to go over. So if we go to the next slide, we did want to provide an update on the construction projects that are completed. It does feel a little anticlimactic in terms of where we are in terms of opening these. But just as an update, this is probably the biggest school opening that we've completed. probably over a decade. It's we're prepared and we're excited for when students return, but we just completed 1.2 million square feet of new school space. That's over 7,000 seats that were constructed and added 3,000 seats. And just sort of a little perspective, that those numbers are larger than 7 of the 24 school districts in Maryland. So that's just sort of the amount of work that has been completed. So if you go to the next 3 slides, these are just some of the photos. Obviously, Seneca Valley we can't wait to have students come back and start to experience that building. Next slide. You can see, the Rock Terrace School, Tilden Middle School. I was able to tour the new Rock Terrace. Just, I think, can't wait for students to experience that building, a much deserved building for those students, as well as the Stanberg students. Next slide. And you can start to see the elementary schools, Potomac, Lux Manor, Maryvale, Sandburg. From a staff perspective, I think these are definitely buildings that we're all very proud of. And again, we just cannot wait for students to come back and experience these. But in the meantime, they will act certainly as community hubs and community centers to support, neighborhoods, students, families, you name it. So while it's all brand new, ready for school, they will be definitely utilized over the fall. Beyond that, we did, next slide, we did complete, many of the systemic projects. Typically, you hear a lot about, HVAC concerns, roofing concerns. We did place 50 relocatable classrooms to this summer, and made modifications again to prepare for when students do return. There were some thought in terms of why I continue with some of this work. I think as we were going through the summer, there's just so many unknowns, but certainly we're in a place now where we can definitely start to refine, what we've done so far and in preparation for when students return. So that's just a general recap of the work. And, if there's any specific questions around any of these projects, certainly we're open for that. So next slide, please. So if there's any questions, certainly we're open. If not, we can move on into the CIP recap.
I don't see any microphones.
Actually, I hit the wrong button.
Okay. So did you want to speak?
So, I have a question about HVAC projects, and I know you're getting. Do you want me to just hold it to the when we get to the supplemental? Because I know it's one area that has been cut so much over many years, and we've delayed it. And I know you're going to talk about the supplemental for HVAC, but it's only 6.1 million, I think, for the supplemental. If we asked to accelerate some of the other projects that are in the queue, I don't know whether the council has the funding to do it, but it just seems to me that we're not asking for enough in this category, in this supplemental. And we need to really do as much acceleration as we possibly can, because I know some of the work has to happen when kids aren't in the building. If you had a dream budget, would it be just this? And could we get, I know some of the high schools are extremely large, very expensive, and have to be spread out over several years. But how is this enough, and could we really accelerate more?
So I'll just speak to that really briefly, Mrs. O'Neill, and then we may want to dive more into that in the next couple of sections. But you're right. The dollars that we're putting before you a little bit later are, I think it's 6.8 million. But that really is just to address some of the more immediate work that we need to do. It does not take into account the big system replacements that, of course, are typically the ongoing work of this project. And as you're pointing out, our funding in HVAC was cut significantly. And so our ability to do those big system replacements has been reduced. I think we can go into what certainly the board can add to the supplemental that is before you tonight. That's entirely within the board's prerogative. And we can talk more about what those dollars could look like as we get into that section.
Yeah, because I mean, even in, pre-COVID times, we hear from staff about air quality. We've had, when we have a leak, we have to keep the air conditioning running to prevent mold. I mean, there are, and some of our buildings that were, open schools where we've closed off, the air quality is not very good. So, but combine that with COVID and the issue about coming back and bringing back staff and students into the buildings, I think there is a real urgency and a critical need to up the quality that we have. And I know you're attempting to do that. And, anyway, I'll hold off on the rest.
One thing I would say is that we are accelerating some of the projects that were scheduled for next summer, and we will be doing those this fall. So everything from HVAC to security vestibule projects, you will start to see us, in these school buildings this fall. What the challenge though will be is that when we get to next summer, we will have expended all of our funds that we are provided in FY21. So. We are going to come back and I think Adrian is going to talk a little bit about this in the next few slides, but we will be coming back for the full HVAC replacement discussions and hopefully requests for more funding. But at this time, we really just need to have a pretty hyper focus on what we need to do to our buildings in order to, manage through the COVID times, particularly when it comes to HVAC and air filtration and those sorts of things. So they are two little different categories, but certainly it's something that, we are paying very close attention to.
Okay, so we'll continue on, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think, good evening, everyone. So I think that I am up. If you can put the slides up and I will continue the presentation. So just to reorient everyone where we are as of May, the adopted CIP for MCPS was $1.73 billion for the 6-year CIP, 21 to 26. That was $90 million less than the board's request. And it was also almost $16 million less than the previously approved CIP. We do, and as you know, have a 6-year CIP. It is a 6-year spending plan, but we have a biennial CIP process, which means that we really do look at the first 2 years. Those are the sort of critical years because the on year of the CIP comes at the first year of every 2 years. So when we look at the 2 years of this on-year CIP, FY21, so the 21 expenditures in the approved CIP are $61 million less than the board's request. And for FY22, which is the second year of the CIP, the expenditures are $100 million less than the board's request. So in total, for the first 2 years of the 6-year CIP, our approved CIP is $160 million less than what the board requested. And that is pretty significant. That is higher than I can recall in all the years of me doing the CIP. The next slide. So what was the impact of that? So what was the impact of that $160 million expenditure reduction in the first 2 years and the overall about $90 million in the 6 years? So we had 1 year delays and as you can see, to a number of addition projects, Page Elementary School addition, the Dufeef Elementary School addition and facility upgrade. We also had delays of 2 new schools. One was Clarksburg number 9, the other is Crown High School. And we had delays to 5 major capital projects, 3 high schools, Damascus and Wooten, and 3 elementary schools, Southlake, Stonegate, and Woodland. We had a 2-year delay in the approved CIP for Bethesda Elementary School, and we had removal of expenditures, all expenditures for those 3 projects that are showing. The Westbrook Elementary School addition, the Watkins Mill Early Childhood Center, and the shell build out for the Sandberg, the Carl Sandburg Learning Center classroom, which is a co-location for Maryvale and Sandburg. Next slide. We were able, there are a lot of projects that are in the 6-year spending CIP, so there are a lot of projects that actually were able to stay on schedule, and you can see them, elementary schools, starting with the major capital project for Burnt Mills. We have 3 addition projects, Cresthaven, Nix, and McNair, all stayed on schedule, and the new elementary school, Gaithersburg Cluster Elementary School, number 8, remained on schedule. At the middle school level, the major capital project for Neelsville remained on schedule, as well as the replacement project for Colonel Ebrook Lee, and the 3 additions at Parkland, SSI, and Tacoma Park. At the high school level, we had Northwood stay on schedule along with the reopening of Woodward High School. We had the addition at Kennedy, and we had the Poolsville and Magruder major capital projects that were also able to stay on schedule. Next slide. So when we talk about reductions, and we talked about all those delays in the individual capital projects, as Mrs. O'Neill talked about, we did have reductions. We don't call them delays, but reductions to our countywide systemic projects. These 3 in particular, HVAC we talked about, roof replacements, and PLAR. What's important to note, and it's in the gray shaded area in each of the charts, is again the 21 and 22 reductions, because those are the 2 years that are critical. So for example, you can see in HVAC, the first line is the board's request. The second line is the county council's adopted action. So the difference, for example, for HVAC for 21, it was a $9 million reduction. In FY22, it was a $5 million reduction. For roof replacement, again, if you look at that difference, it was a $4 million reduction in 21 and $1 million in 22. And for PLAR, which is our Planned Life Cycle Asset Replacement Project, which is really everything that gets replaced or upgraded in a building that isn't a big project like an HVAC or a roof. It's windows, doors, all the things that go on inside a building, and even some things that go outside a building. PLAR was reduced by 5.185 million from the board's request in 21, and in 22 it was reduced by 3.185 million. The thing to also note here, if you look at the total 6 years, for example, if we just take HVAC, you could see that actually there's an increase over the 6 years from the board's request to the county council's adopted. While the increase is nice, what you see is it's really in the out years. It's specifically more in the last 2 years, in 2025 and 2026. You could see, for example, in 2026, they actually added $13 million to the HVAC project. And again, while that increase is nice, we know that every 2 years the CIP is looked at. And so that certainly can change moving forward. It really, again, is those first 2 years that really are critical for us. Next slide. So when we look at the CIP, when we do our CIP process, it's basically October through May. Superintendent makes his recommendation in October, County Council approves at the end of May. During that time, the state also is working on legislation. And so one of the major pieces of legislation that would affect our school construction program was the Build to Learn Act of 2020. That legislation would provide supplemental funding to our annual school construction allocation program. The General Assembly did pass that legislation, but due to COVID-19 and the Governor Hogan made a decision to veto the Kerwin Commission, the $4 billion plan for the Kerwin Commission. Unfortunately, the Build to Learn Act was tied to the Kerwin Commission plan. And so because that was vetoed, the supplemental funding for school construction that was part of the Build to Learn Act will actually not go into effect. A veto override can be considered when the General Assembly does meet in January 2021. And the delay of the $2.2 billion, which was the total supplemental school construction funding, can impact our future capital projects because, of course, not only do we get our annual allocation, but this was a supplement, and more money that would be available to us as part of our school construction program would help the funding on the local side. So certainly there can be an impact to this in the future as we move forward. Next slide. So our county funding constraints, we already saw them in May, which was our $90 million reduction from the board's request. We continue to have, and the county continues to have, shortfalls due to the current health crisis. Again, our upcoming CIP, what you will be reviewing when the superintendent releases his recommendations in the fall, is the amendment year. So remember, in amendment years, we usually, it is not a review of the full CIP, but what needs to be added for a variety of reasons. So so one of the things that can be considered during this amendment year is reinstating the project schedules that were delayed that we showed in the previous slide, or expenditures that were removed, like some of our countywide systemic projects. This could result in shifts to expenditures, but no additional dollars. So for example, a project that was delayed maybe 1 year, all of its expenditures are in the 6-year CIP. They just have to be accelerated back to the board's request. Whereas there could be, for example, countywide systemics where you want to add additional dollars. There could be considerations where you're both adding additional dollars and shifting expenditures. So there's 3 possible scenarios when considering amendments this year to the CIP. Shift in expenditures affect spending affordability because when the council approves the CIP, it doesn't only just approve the 6-year dollars, but it also approves year by year based upon the spending affordability guidelines. So additional dollars affect the SAG and overall 6-year spending plan as well. So you can have effects to year by year or the total overall. Next slide. So one focus will be to reinstate the completion dates of the major capital projects at the elementary school level. You can see the top chart is what the board's requested schedule looked like. You can see that Burnt Mill, Southlake, and Woodland all were starting in what would have been January of 2022 with a completion of September 2023, and Stonegate would have completed in January 2024. The bottom chart shows the county council adopted action. Burnt Mills remained on the board's requested schedule, but Southlake, Woodland, and Stonegate were all delayed 1 year. So all their completion dates are 1 year later. Planning funds were approved as requested, so we are starting the planning for those projects. So it is possible to accelerate. So what happened basically is the planning funds were approved as the board requested, and then there's almost like a gap in when construction will begin, and that is reflected in the holding school table. So it is possible to accelerate those construction funds back to the board's request since we are continuing with the planning. No additional dollars are needed in the CIP because again, all of the expenditures for all of the projects are in the 6-year CIP. It's about accelerating those expenditures 1 year to get them back on the board's request. Next slide. Another focus is looking at, and Ms. O'Neill, you referred to this, reinstating the countywide systemic projects that were reduced. And this would require additional funding over and above the approved CIP. So again, just to bring it up again, highlight it again, HVAC, for example, in 2021 was reduced by $9 million. If we're looking ahead to FY22, that's a $5 million reduction in FY22. Seth did refer to, and he can, I think he'll talk about it more when we talk about the HVAC, but if we start accelerating some of the things in FY21, where we would normally expend a lot of this money in the summer, we will probably expend it before the summer, before next summer, which means can we ask for even more in FY 2022 beyond that $5 million? Again, roof replacement was reduced by $4 million in 21 and $1 million in 22. And you can see PLAR was about $5 million and $3 million in 21 and 22. Next slide.
So I think, Mrs. Evans, we may go ahead and proceed into South Lake, perhaps, and then stop for questions at that point, because it does sort of connect to the affordability discussion. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. We'll ask Seth Adams to go ahead and walk us through the South Lake actions that are before you. There are, I think we want to go back one slide, but there are two issues before you tonight related to South Lake Elementary School. One relates to some interim steps that we need to take and a mandatory referral process that we went through for that at the planning board. And then, of course, to return to the major capital project update and the schedule that we were just talking about. So go ahead, Seth.
Sure, thank you. And apologize to jump around a little bit here, but we are going to walk through South Lake, and South Lake is a really important discussion. Not only from a long-term, building major capital project perspective, but also from a short-term perspective in terms of how do we accommodate the students. Just for reference, South Lake is has the highest enrollment second highest elementary enrollment school in the school district. So certainly when we think about it, South Lake, it's in a facility that we've all identified as being in a critical need. But between now and when we ultimately build, there are going to be several provisions and modifications that we're going to have to make to accommodate that. So the first one I'm going to talk about is we did place, next slide, please. We did place 4 relocatable classrooms at South Lake this summer, and that was to accommodate both growing enrollment as well as programmatic needs at the school. The challenge with doing that is, as many of you have visited South Lake, the site is not one where we have ample space to put relocatables and they're not impacting other functions. These 4 new portable classrooms are placed in pretty much the only staff parking lot that they have. Again, so when you think about a school that has the second largest enrollment of an elementary school, one that's greater than many of our middle schools, they only have 75 parking spaces. And that's why we've heard from staff over the years around the challenges at that school. We are taking up 25 of these spaces, and what we are looking to do is to add 49 spaces in a temporary location. So next slide, please. So what you can see is this is just a visual. So the 4 portables are up near the building. What we're proposing is to put a new curb cut that would access a new parking lot for staff only. Obviously, it's not ideal to have so many access points along a short frontage, and that's certainly something we're looking and we'll take into account when we get to a new building. But for now, we absolutely need space for students and we need space for staff. And again, I know it's difficult to transition between discussions of virtual fall, but ultimately we do need to be prepared for when students come back. So next slide, please. So this particular project not only had to go through obviously permit process, but it also had to go through what we call mandatory referral through the planning board. And during that mandatory referral process, that's for a process for government agencies to come and review the plans and receive feedback. We definitely did not get the response that we were looking for in terms of a temporary nature of work. And essentially, planning board members were disappointed in this plan, and were disappointed that we were quote, disproportionately emphasizing automobile use. And one of the comments was the applicant should consider a narrower new parking area access from the parent drop-off to minimize, this fourth curb cut. So next slide. So again, while that sounds ideal, this is the area that's referenced. Many of you have been there. This is the parent drop-off. It is probably one of the shortest parent or student drop-offs that we have in the school system. There's just not room to put 49 parking spaces right here. Next slide, please. And, again, what you see on the left side photo is the linkages, the temporary linkages space with the restroom attached to it. And there's significant slope that goes to the backside. So, the only feasible way that we feel that we could abide by the planning board's comments is probably demolish the linkages building, relocate that, and then spend a lot of money to build retaining walls and such to put this parking in. The other option is obviously out front to the right side photo. Many of you have been here as well. It's just the school actually is really close to the street frontage. And I know, again, that meets a lot of urban design goals, but as you can see from a school operations standpoint, it makes it very difficult to get buses in. It makes it very difficult to do student drop-offs, and it makes it very difficult for staff. So next slide. And again, this is the as it stands, the only staff parking lot, which is taken up by the 4 relocatables. So for me to come to the board today, this is a pretty dire situation. We cannot build a parking lot overnight. So, in terms of us preparing for this, we absolutely have to make a decision one way or another. But for us, this temporary solution is one that can assure if and when we go back this school year that we have the option to have, staff actually park on site. So for us, next slide, please. The discussion is really around what do we do in terms of response to the planning board mandatory referral. While mandatory referral is not a regulatory binding requirement, it is one that is sent to board president, and it's one that is expected that the board would either fulfill the requirements or recommendations of the planning board, or we have to respond that we will not be doing that and we will be going a different direction. So from a staff recommendation standpoint, we are recommending a couple things. One being that we extend an invitation to both the planning board members as well as the Montgomery County Department of Transportation staff to visit South Lake Elementary. I think visiting that school is a very powerful opportunity for these folks to see firsthand what the challenges are. And then, from a staff perspective, we are recommending that we proceed with our original design that was submitted. Again, I know that does not meet the intent of the mandatory referral or the planning board's recommendations, but we are recommending to the school board that this is the most feasible and most responsible option to provide the program, the space, and the parking that's required for this school once we go back. So next slide. Nope, actually, I think that is the discussion slide here. Yep.
Yes, thank you. So I think we do want to pause here, Mrs. Evans, on this piece. This is its own resolution, and then there are, again, other pieces to South Lake, one other piece to South Lake as well.
Okay. Before we take action, did anybody have any questions?
Okay.
Yeah, so I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate that
you're trying to do this work. It definitely is desperately needed. And I do have the South Lake consent item to be pulled to discuss as well. But my question really is in reference to, we do want to redesign, we want to redo South Lake, and in an ideal situation, we're going to be keeping it on track. Are you are you incorporating whatever it is you're looking to do right now into how that will be able to be used when we get to do the redesign, the redo of South Lake, so that we're not spending the money and then respending it when we redo it?
And that's a great question, and absolutely we are. So one of the things that we talk about with South Lake is that lower level to the right that's behind the linkages is essentially a story below the rest of the building. But that's also the play space for the students. So I know you've all probably seen that long staircase that goes down to that space. So for us, the next phase of this building, we want to utilize that space. We want to build to be able to give walkout access down there and actually walk-in access. So for me, that this new entrance probably will be a primary entrance in the future. And it will be one that's going to be required for, ADA and accessibility and those functions. So absolutely, we are looking at the long term. The whole front of South Lake has to be completely redone, to have a bus loop that's combined with a staff parking and to have, a very short parent or student drop off. It just doesn't make sense. So the entire frontage of that school has to be reimagined.
Which I totally agree with. I was just checking to make sure you've been working with the architects, because I know we did put money in for planning and all that. And so I just want to make sure that we're not spending money on something that we're going to end up, paving over as soon as we do the redo type of thing.
Absolutely. We're working with the architects, and again, this is temporary. So we are going to do it in a way that ideally we could reuse it, but ultimately we'd still have to come back and modify it and probably expand it and those sorts of things. But certainly the architects are going through that process with the community. We had our first meeting and shared some concepts, and we'll be coming back with additional concepts here soon that show a variety of different opportunities.
Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have the planning board members come. I'm surprised they haven't been there. So many of us have been there many times. So I hope that you can get them to do that. And the relocatables that you're putting in, and I know this is too late for this question, but do they have bathroom facilities by any chance? Because we have heard quite a bit about the bathroom usage there. No. Okay.
Unfortunately, they do not, no.
Okay, at this time, could we get a motion to accept the modifications for South Lake?
You're on mute. But
I'm going to move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by show of hands. All in favor?
Steph, do those modules have the module buildings? Do they have bathrooms in them?
Let's finish the vote. That's unanimous of those present. And Ms. Dixon is not here, but she did want to make certain people were aware of her support for this action. Mrs. Swadowski, you can go ahead and ask your question.
I was just asking if the modules that, instead of the portables, if those module buildings have bathrooms, and if that would be an option.
Sure. So the modular buildings are enclosed, and it is something we're going to have to look at in terms of essentially the future of South Lake. So I guess what I would say to you is that if we can keep this project on schedule as the board had requested, then I think we can make the necessary modifications in the building to sustain the infrastructure. If this project begins to be delayed, then I do think we would have to take a more drastic change and eventually pull out relocatables and put in modular buildings. So that's just sort of where we are. And that's a good segue into the next topic of the schedule.
Great, thank you.
So I will continue with the second item with South Lake, and that is the schedule of the new building. So if we could pull up the slides, please. Yep. So I know Adrian touched upon this in the bigger context, but you know, as many of you are aware, you know, the Board of Education did request a completion date of 2023 that ultimately was delayed by a year through the county council process. And again, you know, we all know the importance of Southlake. It is one of the, you know, again, has one of the higher enrollments. It has one of the higher key facility indicators that are you know, pointing towards replacement. And you know, the schedule of this project is really critical for us to find a way to bring it back to the board's requests. Next slide, please. So again, you know, one of the things that we've talked to with PTA members and parents and school advocates is it's, you know, again, from a key facility indicator perspective, one may say, well, why don't you just take care of the buildings that you have? And I would say that we've probably spent, you know, twice, if not three times as much maintenance, you know, expenditures and labor hours at Southlake than we have at many of our other schools. It's just, again, the key facility indicators are doing their job and saying, you know, this building is beyond its useful life. And even after, you know, the close to 30 pest control visits, the 2 years worth of indoor air quality work and cleaning filters and cleaning, you know, equipment, we're still fighting that battle with keeping up with Southlake. And again, all those signs point to why this is such an important project to continue with its schedule. Next slide, please. One of the things that, and again, this is a bit from what Adrian was saying. So what we're looking at from a schedule perspective is one where we would not request more funds. Again, the funds are there. It's essentially, as you can see from this chart, it's an expenditure schedule, meaning how much money do you intend to spend each fiscal year in order to complete the project. As you can see, you know, the September 2024 completion pushes some of that construction money out into the out years, whereas 2023 would have more money be applied to actually this fiscal year as well as the 3 subsequent years beyond that. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we're recommending, what the superintendent's recommendation for the board to consider is that we do request a supplemental appropriation to increase expenditures in fiscal years 21, 22, and 23. This request would accelerate the completion date back to the board's original request of September 23. It actually would also, we would have to put in request to reduce expenditures in the 24-25 years as well. But it is, you know, it would ultimately have to go through that supplemental appropriation process, even though we're not necessarily requesting more money for this individual project, but we are looking at a change in expenditure years. So we'll pause there for discussion.
Ms. Wolf, and then Mrs. Smodrowski.
I'm actually glad to see the proposal for Southlake, as I know all of my fellow board members are. The Southlake community has waited years and years to be prioritized by the school system, the board, and the county council. They've seen new schools go up in other communities, additions, modernizations, etc., and they've waited their turn. I believe one of our community members, Mr. Zisto, spoke eloquently about the needs of Southlake today. Okay, the technicalities of how you fit into a CIP mean little to a community that believes their voices are never being heard. I want them to know that we hear them. We all, administration, board, and county council, hear them. They need a new school. This supplemental request is to restore the initially requested schedule. I really hope the council hears the need and passion of the Southlake community and approves this request. Let's get this done.
All right. Couldn't say that better myself. That was
exactly right. And I just want to thank the staff and the families for their patience in this. As you all know, I volunteer there every week, and it's incredible to me, the school spirit that they have. And I walk through the halls and the conditions, and it's just, they need this so badly. And if the council hasn't all been there, they should be, and the planning board should definitely be there. But I'm very pleased that we're going to strongly advocate to make sure that this gets done, because it just really can't wait anymore. It's just not right.
We all agree. So I don't see any other mics unmuted. So I'm gonna, oh, Mrs. O'Neill.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
I was sitting here, I couldn't, Ms. Wolf said it beautifully. I mean, I really think we should go ahead. I know we haven't moved it out of the consent item, but I think we should vote on the South Lake right now.
So we can move to a consent items if you like, and then we can.
I don't know whether Seth had more, but I think that, I think we should go ahead and put the stake in the ground for South Lake right now.
Mr. Adams, were you complete? Were you finished?
So we do have, we do need to talk about the HVAC resolution, and then also Woodward briefly. And both the South Lake appropriation and the HVAC appropriation are scheduled immediately after the presentation on the consent calendar.
So then, Ms. Evans, it may make sense for them just to go ahead and do the HVAC piece, and so that you can actually just do the two together.
So I was waiting for them to go ahead and continue. Yes, we're going to do the vote and consent items.
And thank you so much, board members, for that. I just cannot tell you, we're all on the same page there, and this is, Ms. Wolf said it perfectly. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So this item is to talk about the HVAC funding, and so go ahead, Seth.
Yep. So if we could pull up the slides, again, this will come up as a consent item for a supplemental as well. But as we talked about, going back into buildings, whether that be just partial occupancy or full occupancy, what we have heard from many of our other colleagues that work in areas of indoor air quality and safety is that, two areas that we absolutely have to focus on are the air filtration and the overall ventilation exchange rates that happen in our school spaces. And I think where we are is that we've assessed pretty much every one of our schools. One thing I would point out is unfortunately, these are not like your residential home units. They do require a bit more work to go in and even make the slightest of modifications. So in order for us to adapt to the changing recommendations of these agencies and these professional groups, we are requesting money to be able to do this work. And again, this is going to focus on filtration. It's going to focus on modifications to equipment using contractors. It's going to focus on actually, by doing this, added energy costs, so the cost associated with that. So there are specific dollars that are needed in order to operate buildings in this COVID environment that we're in. So next slide, please. So again, the funding that we're looking at here is not necessarily whole building replacements. It is really just a focus of different types of filters, an increased frequency of those replacements, therefore needing more filters. We would like to purchase, portable air cleaners to supplement, our IAQ measures. Obviously, this is going to involve preventative maintenance and equipment cleaning. That certainly is not one that we were prepared to do, but one that is required through these recommendations. And again, as I talked about, from just an energy management and from a control perspective and an energy cost perspective, this does add costs. And it is vital in order for us to have safe spaces to return to. Next slide, please. So again, as Adrian outlined, if there was a way to just reallocate funds from HVAC to do this work, we would certainly have attempted to do that first. However, with a $9 million, cut to our request, we are going to ask for, we're requesting that we ask for $6.8 million to essentially be restored to the HVAC program in order to respond to this COVID-19 recovery work. So again, this will show up as a consent item for the board's consideration, but we wanted to highlight it here and then open it up for any discussions or comments related to this work.
All right. So I asked my colleagues if you have any comments or questions, or did you want to thank our presenters and go to the consent items and go ahead and vote?
So I'm going to again ask, we were shorted 9 million. I mean, this seems to me really, separating from the 9 million is over and above. I personally think we need to ask to have the 9 million restored and then the 6.8 COVID intervention on top of it. But I don't know, I realize we're in the county council and county executive are in, difficult straits financially, but it seems to me that we should really be asking for both, because I think it's critical coming back to the buildings. I mean, I've heard on the news shows many people speaking about the need for upgrading of HVAC systems in schools to come back. So I thank you for the work. I don't know what my colleagues think, but I'm a bit concerned that, we need to speak what we really need.
Yep. So, well, so I completely agree. I have had it on the consent items to be pulled. Do you want us to speak to it when I recommend it gets pulled, or do you want us to speak to it now? I just feel like we're kind of doing double work here. So in an effort to be expedient, I just want to say that I agree. I think that we need to be looking at companies that can help us to clean the filter systems and do the necessary work to be able to get us back, be able to go back into the buildings when it's time to go back into the buildings. And obviously we're not going to be able to ask for or afford to do all of the money. As from what I understand from years past, we have a $800 million somewhat backlog on HVAC repairs if we were to try and just do everything all at one time. Is that inaccurate?
I think that covers more infrastructure than just HVAC, but yes, it's certainly a significant backlog. Okay. I mean, yes. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just so I agree that we need to be really, I'm very glad that we are asking for this. I'm glad that we're prioritizing this. I'm not confident that this is enough money, but without having some estimates on what it would cost to try and get all of our systems at least to a place where the filters are cleaned out enough and everything else that we could be able to confidently return back to the buildings. I don't know what to ask.
That is what we've asked. So the 6.8 million is to be what you're saying. We feel that that this amount is sort of the response for this time for update, upgrading some of the filters, doing some of the work as you're commenting around the systems. But it is really about also adopting industry best practices for some of the standards that are now in place, not old standards, but new standards relative to the health conditions. And so that is what the 6.8 million is for. So we do feel good that if that amount were approved, that again, we would feel that we could get our systems into the place that we need them for students to come back. Okay. If you're the conversation, which is a very, again, it's certainly an important one. As we've pointed out, we lost $9 million in our HVAC replacement project for the current fiscal year. And so anything that we were wanting to do and had programmed and scheduled and requested funds to do as in terms of that larger system replacement if we were going to request those additional dollars now in the current year, 9 million would be back to what the board had requested over and above the 6.8. But I just wanted to point out there are different things. So again, in terms of the immediate improvements and really adjustments that we need to make system-wide in order to meet the new updated standards for COVID, that's the 6.8 that we're requesting. Additional systemic replacements would be sort of that next level of funding. And that really speaks more to sort of that whole backlog that you're talking about. We don't have any expectation that we could replace every system. That actually would be more than we could physically do even. But certainly, again, even if we were going to get back onto the regular schedule that the board had requested, that would be that $9 million.
But that's something we could also address a little later I just feel like this is critical work. This is the work that I don't want to be able to write back to any staff member or student or family member to say it's not safe to go into your building because our ventilation systems aren't up to par.
So we agree it's 100% critical. And honestly, if for some reason this money is not approved, we would have just very difficult choices to make about what to do, because it's that critical. And so certainly, we agree, and I don't think any of us want to be in the position of not doing this work. So then again, we would just need to come back with some very difficult choices.
Okay.
All right. So Ms. Silvestre.
So just I hear my colleagues when they say that it's not enough, but I wonder if the additional money that they're talking about isn't more appropriate for later in the year when we look to CIP amendments, right? The council kind of asked us to come back in September with extraordinary things that we may not have foreseen at the end of the last school year. So am I thinking about it correctly in terms of timing?
So certainly, yes, that would be a timing that would make sense. As you're saying, the 6.8 that we're recommending is sort of that unforeseen. And certainly when the board comes back to the CIP amendments in the fall, could request the increased dollars at that time as part of the CIP amendments. And even at that point, we could have a conversation about sort of where in the scheduling we might be able to address those.
Okay. Ms. Wolf, Vice President Wolf.
I have a question about when you did the estimates for this. And the reason I'm asking that is because anybody that's been in Home Depot, everybody's doing something because they have nothing else to do but fix up their house. The costs have gone up tremendously between March and now for things that you might have priced out depending upon when you priced them out. So I'm curious as to whether or not, as Ms. O'Neill asked, is this going to cover what you need to bring all the buildings up to the standard that they need to be to return students to them?
So, and that's a great question. And, one thing I would say is facility work as a whole, some areas have really gone down in cost and other areas have skyrocketed. HVAC obviously is one of those areas that every school district, every school in the nation is going to be grappling with. And the earlier we can place our orders, the earlier we can contract with contractors, the better off we will be, certainly when it comes to affordability. We did get our estimates. We did apply, some level of contingency in there just around some of those elements I talked about. What I would say is if we tried to tackle this work in November, December, yes, it would be probably significantly higher than what we're bringing to you today. But from a staff recommendation standpoint, we feel very confident that the figures that we put together and the timeline in order to pursue supplemental appropriation makes sense with the current market, if that makes any sense. But I think one of the strategies we would like to do is, again, as Ms. Aguirre mentioned, this is critical work. We can certainly offset some of our purchasing power within our HVAC program as it exists. So we would certainly start to order, depending on the conversation today, start to order filters as early as tomorrow and start the procurement process on some of these items. So if we ultimately were not approved, then we'd have to come back and make some very difficult choices at that point. But it is something that we're looking at, and we understand exactly what you're saying from a resource and a material demand perspective.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't see any more mics unmuted. So thank you all for the presentation. And we will move on to the next item on our agenda. Item 11, consent items. Are there items that board members need to pull? Okay.
Yes. So I have 11.1, 11.6, 11.7, 11.10, and 11.11.
Okay. So can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
Let me just be sure I heard you, Rebecca. You said 0.1, 0.6, 0.10, and 0.11?
0.7, 0.10, and 0.11.
Okay. So we'd like to move items 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, 11.8, 9, 12, and 13 in block.
Second.
So moved and seconded, all in favor by show of hands. And that is unanimous. And Ms. Dixon, I'm sorry, Ms. Dixon is not here, but I just want her vote to go on the record or in the minutes that she supports the consent items. Okay, so we'll begin with Ms. Modrowski with 11.1.
Okay, so now that we're creeping up on 12 hours of being in this meeting, in the interest of time, I'm going to, I've been trying to think about how I can kind of not have to go through all, because I had a bunch of them. My main issue is that there are items, and I can list them if you want, and we can go back, you can get back to me on a separate time. But my real question in all of the aspects that I've highlighted, so starting with the 4063.13, the art supplies, the 4403.1 STEM programs and things like that. These are, a lot of these things are things that we would have been using if we were in our school buildings. Art supplies, I know we've talked about trying to make sure materials get to our students at home, but are we, the STEM programs, I'm not sure how some of these things are going to be used. The apprenticeship programs, extensions, for example. I have questions and curiosity about how some of this stuff is going to be used in this new setting that we're in. And like I said, I don't want to have you go through all of the ones I have questions about in the interest of time, but I am curious as to how we're looking at some of this stuff, like the Cisco Networking Academy custom kits. I don't even know what that is, but are these kits that we will be using at home, or is this funding that if we don't use it will be put into other areas to help support the online aspects of learning?
Okay, so good evening, everybody. In terms of the art supplies listed here are essentially the art supplies that we utilize throughout the system. It's everything. It includes everything from crayons to different colored papers. So these are essential supplies that students would use. I know that curriculum has talked about certainly ideas around kits for students, and there is a big discussion with the art supervisor at this point and working with curriculum around that. In terms of the STEM program, this particular item is really an additional services for, and this deals with the Kids Museum for extended learning opportunities. And that is through the summer programs. So they have a contract extension for MoCo Kids and the partner to provide STEM-based programming for both elementary, middle, and high school students. So this would fall under the College and Career Readiness Program. So some of these may require further information in curriculum to kind of clarify how we would use these virtually. I think that's
yes. Ms. Dawson, thank you. Ms. Madrowski, I just wanted to say yes, for the consent items that you pulled, we would have to know which specific ones you're speaking about to be able to address them, because they're in many different offices in terms of the programs that they support.
Okay. I can send you a note about it. Like I said, it's more the overall question of just ensuring that, like, even with these training consultants and stuff, now that we're doing this work virtually, adjusting to make sure that the funds are being spent to support the virtual learning and educational needs, as opposed to just business as usual. Does that make
Absolutely.
sense?
It's a great question, and I will tell you, as one who signs off on all of these items in my office, I have actually, asked that question, and we've had to do some revisions. So that's definitely that is definitely a focus for us, and that is what we've had to do, because of course, all of these programs, we actually still need to put them in place and support our virtual learning platform. So we have been doing that. Yeah.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And that's good. And the heating and air conditioning we already talked about. And so I think that we're good with that, unless anyone had anything else. I'm good with what you all discussed about it. And the South Lake, the same thing. So for me, the last two were just the relief program grant from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act funding. The one being for 11.10, which is the technology program grant. And I'm only pulled that because I wanted to just kind of reiterate my ask that we consider spending some of that money to help support professional development for our teachers, our support professionals, and our administrators on the virtual learning, as opposed to strictly buying more technology, if it's at all possible. And I don't know if anybody else wanted to comment on that, but that's just the only reason why I pulled it.
No, that's quite possible, Ms. Mondrowski. We have plans in place for precisely that type of training. We have some money in our budget set aside to do that type of training. So that has been considered, and it will be done.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And then my last one is the 11.11, which is the tutoring program. And I know that we haven't fully, this is just to approve the potential for it to happen. I just wanted to offer Dr. McKnight a chance to speak to it very briefly. and then I'm good with it. I just want people to be able to know what it is.
Absolutely. So this is actually one I will recommend to Ms. Evans and the board that we bring back for discussion. This is our tutoring program that's funded through the CARES Act to really support extra learning time for our students who we identify will need that extra learning time throughout the school year, even after we've been able to complete some diagnostic testing. And so we should come back and talk about that more specifically, but that is what that money is set aside for, and that is a priority to the system.
And Dr. McKnight, this is one of the most recent CARES Act grants, and it's very time sensitive. We have to have it spent by the end of November so that we can get it on our books and back to the state. It's a very short-term grant.
That's right. So that's why I think this is one we should actually bring back to the board, just so that you'll see how it's supporting the overall virtual learning plan and see the connections between what we're doing in the school day and what we're doing in addition to tutoring opportunities for students.
That would be great. Thank you. Well, if that's all, then I would move, unless anybody had anything else, I'm happy to move these in block or separately if you guys would prefer, because of the importance of them.
So let's move them in block.
Okay. Want to move items 11.1, 11.6, 11.7, 11.10, and 11.11 in block.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor by show of hands. And that is unanimous. And again, I'm letting everyone know for the minutes of Ms. Dixon's support of the consent items. At this time, we are at item 12 on the agenda, which is for informational purposes only. moving to item 13. If I can get a motion to move item 13.1 and 13.2 in block.
Move 13.1 and 13.2 in block.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor by a show of hands. And that is unanimous. Are there any new business items that board members would like to bring forward? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to item 14, which is for informational purposes as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking that we're all ready to sign off. It's been a long day. If I can get a motion to adjourn, I would appreciate it.
Move adjournment.
Second.
11 hours and 45 minutes from when we signed on this morning.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor by a show of hands. And that is unanimous. Everyone have a good evening and happy school year virtually to all of our staff, students. And we will see you all on September the 10th. Okay, take care.
Thank you everyone for all your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
You too.